Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Will Fain, U.S. Marshal, Book 3, by R.O. Lane. Narrated by A.T. Chandler. 1. Will Fain and Isom Wood rode the stallions Traveler and Filly toward the Middle Concho River the day after they had fought off the Pratt brothers' attack on Will's ranch. It had turned cold, so both men were bundled up in sheepskin coats and had their hats tied on with scarves over the top and under their chins. The wind was blowing into their faces. All that could be heard was the wind, steady hoofbeats, and the harmonious creak of saddle leather. The U.S. Marshals had to return to get the pack saddle off the gelding that had been killed in the gunfight with 2 buffalo skinners the day before. Will and Isom had encountered the Skinners while searching for the man who had murdered Clem Haskins, sheriff of Santa Angela. They had caught the murderer, Eugene Pratt, after he, his brother, and 2 buffalo Skinners had attacked Will's ranch on the North Concho River. Isom held the reins of a sweet-natured mare that would carry the pack saddle once they recovered it. When they reached the dead gelding, it was obvious that scavengers had already been tearing at the body. In order to get the pack saddle off the horse, Will tied a rope to the gelding's neck, and with the rope around his saddle horn, he was able to move the body enough so Isom could work the pack out. Once the pack saddle was free, Isom looped his rope around the gelding, and he and Will pulled the body away from the river's edge. Then they loaded the pack onto the mare and rode about a half-mile to where they'd hidden the weapons captured from the buffalo skinners. They loaded the 2 Sharps rifles, 2 pistols, and some skinning knives onto the mare's pack and rode toward Fort Concho. They wanted to check on the 2 buffalo skinners they'd sent to the fort to see the surgeon there. At the fort, they learned that the injured buffalo skinners had reached the fort late the day before. A hospital orderly told them that one of the Skinners, Riley Sweeten, was dead when he arrived at the fort. The other, Horace Delfield, had a serious hip injury and was being cared for in the hospital ward. "The surgeon says he'll probably recover well, Marshal. He's hurt, but it didn't damage the hip joint itself," the orderly said. Will and Isom stopped at the fort's sutler's store and bought some cheese and crackers and apples. Isom spotted a checkerboard in pieces, so he and Will played 2 games while eating and warming up with hot coffee. They bought a few other supplies, mounted their horses, and rode across the river into Santa Angela. They stopped at the sheriff's office and warmed up again. Junior Haskins, the late sheriff's nephew and deputy, was there. Will introduced Isom, who told Junior he was sorry to hear about his uncle's death. Junior offered them a cup of coffee. After they got their coffee, Will asked, "How's our prisoner?" "That bastard is not worried one bit about hanging. He says his brothers are coming, and if we're half smart, we'll let him go," Junior said. "Yeah, I heard it all after we caught him and brought him in." "Did you get a telegram back from the judge?" "Uh-huh. He says the earliest he can come is next Wednesday." "That's pretty good. It's only 5 days away," Will said. "Yeah, but it's hard on us. There's only 4 of us deputies, and we have to guard him day and night." "That is hard, but still it's only 5 days. Any word on who the new sheriff might be?" "I guess the town council is going to meet after the funeral and decide. Might be Dave Nash. He's the deputy with the most experience." "You don't sound too excited about that," Will said. "He's okay, I guess. But he's not my uncle." "I understand. When's the funeral?" "It'll be tomorrow afternoon. Reverend Pollock's doing the preaching." "What time tomorrow?" Will asked. "It'll be at 2 o'clock. "I'll be there, but it's too cold to bring my family down." "It is cold. I guess I'll have to use a pick to get the grave dug," Junior said. Will and Isom left Junior and rode down to the telegraph office to check for new messages. Johnny Potts told Will he didn't have any telegrams, but he had a package that came in by stagecoach the day before. The package was long and narrow. "Don't have any idea what this could be, Isom, but it's from my friend Charlie Bissell in New York, the one who taught me the fast draw at the Colt factory." Will walked across to the opposite side of the room and tore open the package. He found it consisted of 2 long, narrow wooden boxes. A small hasp secured the contents. Will lifted the hasp and opened one of the boxes. Inside was a Malcolm rifle scope. The other box contained an identical scope. There was a note from Charlie. "These are the latest model rifle scopes of William Malcolm from his factory in Syracuse, New York. I've talked to some hunters who say these 8-power scopes are unequaled. One hunter told me it extends the range of a Sharps from 500 yards up to 800 yards, so you can hit a target at nearly a half mile if the scopes are sighted properly. Thought you might have a use for these. Charlie." Will showed the note to Isom. After giving Isom a moment to read it, Will said, "If we can sight in these scopes, it would be a tremendous advantage. Those Sharps are great guns, but it's impossible to see a target at a half mile. With it magnified 8 times, we could not only see the target, but hit it." Isom said, "But it all depends on centering the scopes. If we do that, like you say, it'd be a big help." Will turned to Johnny and said, "I need to send a telegram." Charlie Bissell, Stuyvesant Apartments, New York, New York. Many thanks for the rifle scopes. Stop. Great advantage in long-range shooting. Stop. We'll get them sighted in soon and report back. Stop. Most grateful. Stop. Will Fain. Upon returning to the ranch, Will noted that his hired hands, Alpha Tiwi and Del Cole, had removed the wagon destroyed the day before in the attack by the buffalo hunters. They'd also buried the bodies of the 2 buffalo skinners and the 1 Pratt brother killed during the fight. Alpha was exercising a horse on the oval track used primarily for the thoroughbred stallions and mares. It looked to Will like it might be Bliss, who was in foal and due to deliver in September, as was another of his thoroughbred fillies, Autumn. Even though they were in foal, they still needed exercise, and Alpha, a black Seminole who had been a scout for the Army, was the best wrangler Will had ever seen. The other thoroughbred filly was Rouge, who had won a half-mile race last fall against what was then considered the fastest quarter horse in the Concho Valley. For some reason, Rouge was not in foal this year. She might be too young. Maybe her body wasn't ready. Or, Will chuckled to himself, maybe one of those stallions was falling down on the job. Del Cole, who Will had hired the previous Christmas day, was an expert cowman. He'd recently been out with the surveyor, who had surveyed the ranch and marked off the ranch property. Cole had evaluated the property to determine how many cattle the ranch could handle. He'd told Will he thought the property could easily graze 1,200 head. Will had only 40 heifers and 1 bull, which he'd won in the stakes race last year from Sam Haynes, a cattleman on the other side of the Concho Valley. He wanted to build his herd, but he wasn't sure how big he wanted it to be. Right now, he was thinking he didn't want more than 600. That way, he could sell a little less than half the herd each year, and he could easily run the ranch on that money. The children were nowhere to be seen. "Too cold," Will laughed as they pulled up to the stable. "We don't have any dumb children, Isom. They're in the house staying warm." "Yeah, they're smarter than we are," Isom laughed. They unsaddled their horses, dried them off, and rubbed them down, and fed them the oats they were expecting. The men headed off to their families. Will scraped the mud off his boots, then left them on the porch and went inside in his wool socks. Jacob and Annabelle came to him for hugs. Then he embraced Virginia. "How was the ride?" "Cold," he laughed, rubbing his hands together. "But we stopped at Fort Concho and loaded up on coffee, and then stopped again at the sheriff's office for more coffee, so it wasn't too bad overall. It was just a job we had to do. They aren't all fun." "Supper will be ready in a few minutes. There's a good fire in the other room to warm yourself," Virginia told him. They had a pleasant dinner together. Annabelle, who was 4 years old, would sometimes say the funniest things. That night, she was cute and silly, so Virginia leaned over and said, "I love you, you little silly." And Annabelle said, "Yeah, I love me too." Everybody laughed, even Jacob. Virginia asked Will when the trial was for Eugene Pratt. He told her it would be next Wednesday. He also told her the funeral for Sheriff Haskins was tomorrow, and he was going alone. It's too cold for you and the children to travel to town in an open buggy, Will said.
I'm glad we're not going. It's hard enough to stay warm in the house, Virginia said.
Somebody down at the sutler's store at Fort Concho said it's supposed to warm up in the next day or two, Will said.
How do they know that? Virginia asked.
I don't know. Maybe the old farmer's almanac. They had one on the counter at the store, or maybe they're just guessing, Will answered. After dinner, Will went upstairs and got fires going in 3 of the 4 bedrooms. It will be cold tonight. Probably should wear some socks to bed, Will told Jacob and Annabelle. Then run downstairs in the morning and dress in the kitchen, where Mama will have it all warm when she's cooking breakfast. Will and Annabelle sat and listened to Jacob read stories from his McGuffey reader. Then the children asked Will to tell them a story. Well, okay, Will said. Once there was a little boy named Jacob and a little girl named Angel Eyes, and they were oh so sad because they didn't have anybody else to play with. One day they decided to travel all over looking for someone else to play with. So they got on Jacob's little train and they traveled all the way to the moon. And they asked the man in the moon where the children were. And the man in the moon just laughed and said in a very deep voice, "There are no children on the moon." And then he laughed some more. So Jacob and Angel Eyes jumped back on their train and traveled to the staked plains of Texas. When they arrived, they looked all around for children to play with, but there were only rattlesnakes. And Angel Eyes said, "Eek, I don't want to play with rattlesnakes." Annabelle giggled and buried her head in the pillow. So they hopped back on their train and traveled to the land of the whippoorwill. And they spoke to the bird called Whippoorwill, and he sang to them, "There are no children in these here hills, there are only whippoorwills." So Jacob and Angel Eyes jumped back on the train, and they were tired of looking for someone else to play with. So Jacob said to Angel Eyes, "We'll just have to play with each other, 'cause I'm tired of looking for someone else." Will looked up and found Virginia had been standing at the door listening. He smiled at her. "Well, that's enough for tonight. Time for bed. Let's get you 2 tucked in. Then I'll put an extra blanket on your bed."
"It's cold. I want to sleep with Jacob," Annabelle said.
"What do you think, little man?"
"Yeah, Pa. We'll keep each other warm."
When Will and Virginia went into their bedroom, she said,
"I didn't know you could travel to the moon on a toy train."
"In your imagination, you can travel anywhere you want," he said with a smile.
"Well, I'm traveling to that bed over there, and I hope I don't have to use my imagination to get my husband in bed to warm me up."
2. The following day, Will left mid-morning to attend the funeral. It was a cold ride, but he arrived with enough time to have dinner at Sadie's restaurant. He greeted Sadie with a hug and was pleased that she seemed happy. "The restaurant is doing well," Will said, looking around at the other diners.
"Very well," Sadie said. "We have more customers all the time, and we haven't had any trouble since we posted the sign saying we're under the protection of the U.S. Marshal."
"I'm happy to see your business succeed," Will said.
"Me too," Sadie laughed. "Oh, I bet you're down for Sheriff Haskins' funeral."
"Yeah, I had to come pay my respects, but it's too cold for Virginia and the children," Will said.
"It is cold," Sadie said. "And the sheriff's death is such a shame. Despite the cold, I think there'll be a lot of people there," Sadie said.
Sadie was right. The little church was almost full. The service lasted only about 30 minutes. Reverend Pollock said some very kind words about Sheriff Haskins and read several comforting verses from the Bible. The family, which included Haskins' brother Pete and his wife and sons, including Junior, seemed to hold up well. A few people, Will included, attended the brief service at the graveside, despite the cold. Will made it back to the ranch just as dark was coming on. He got Traveler into the barn and gave him the bait of oats he'd earned that day. Despite the cold, the stallion had sweat a good deal on the ride back, so Will rubbed him and brushed him down, then strapped a blanket on him for the night. Alpha could take it off in the morning. Overnight, a warm wind blew in from the south, and the thaw began. By morning, it had warmed up from below freezing to near 50. Jacob and Annabelle had eaten their breakfast and were already outside.
"I guess whoever predicts the weather over at the sutler's store knows what he's talking about,"
Virginia said to Will as they sat at the table over a second cup of coffee. "I guess so, and I'm glad he was right. A little warm-up sure will improve my disposition." Virginia smiled at Will over her coffee cup and said,
"I think your disposition is just fine, Mr. Marshal. At least it was last night."
Will studied Virginia for a few moments and said, "I think I better head out and do some work. Pretty soon you'll tempt me to jump back in bed with you." Virginia laughed and said,
"Oh, I'm ready any old time. And I'm glad I can still tempt you, even when I'm heavy with a child."
"You are the world's biggest flirt." Will got up and kissed her for a long moment. "And I hope you never stop." Virginia laughed.
"Don't worry, I never will."
A little later, Will walked out of the house and spotted Isom by the barn. "What's going on today, Isom?" "Not much. Usual chores is all. Why?" "Where's Henry?" "He out on the track exercising Philly." "Why?" "He's growing up to be a fine young man," Will said. "I appreciate all he does around here." "I was thinking of getting him his own rifle," Isom said. "No use to buy a rifle," Will said. "We've stockpiled quite a few from those outlaws. You pick the one you think is best for him, and you take the time off to teach him everything he needs to know about it." "All right, I'll do that. Thanks." "Once the animals are taken care of today, why not take the afternoon and ride off somewhere and go hunting with him and let him use his new rifle?" Isom nodded and said, "He almost a man. I should be teaching him." "You have been teaching him. That's why he's a hard worker and has a good heart." "I'm obliged to you for saying that. Hard to believe he almost grown," Isom said. "We've got several Colt revolvers, so when you think he's ready, let him have one and teach him how to use it," Will said. "On the frontier, a man needs to know how to protect himself and his family." The following day, Will decided he'd put off settling the land dispute between McDowell and McKittrick long enough. It was a much nicer day for a ride since the weather had warmed, so he left the ranch early, and at mid-morning he rode up on the McDowell ranch house east of Santa Angela. The McDowell and McKittrick ranches shared a common boundary in the Concho Valley, and the land dispute centered on a little piece of property called Sunken Valley that lay between the two ranches. Norman McDowell walked out the back door of the ranch house. "What do you want?" McDowell asked. Will dismounted and stood beside his horse Traveler. He was well aware he hadn't been invited to dismount, and normally he wouldn't do it because it was discourteous. In this case, however, Will did it to show McDowell that he was a U.S. Marshal on business. "Mr. McDowell, I told you I would investigate the property dispute you have with Jeff McKittrick over the Sunken Valley property. I got the land plats from the General Land Office. I've had a lawyer look into it, and he assures me there is no question that Jeff McKittrick owns all of Sunken Valley." Will sensed other men in the yard behind him. He changed position so that he had a view of the two men and McDowell. Both men were young and dressed like working cowhands. Their arrival seemed to give McDowell a little extra courage. "It's open range. I've been running my cattle out there for 6 years. I don't intend to stop now." "It's not open range any longer. Hasn't been since 1869 when McKittrick bought the property from the state. You can no longer run your cattle there unless McKittrick agrees to it." "All right, you've had your say. Now get off my ranch." "I'll leave, Mr. McDowell. But if I have to come back out here because I get a report that your cattle are still on the McKittrick property, I will arrest you and put you in jail and force you to pay to have your cattle removed." "You'll have one hell of a job arresting me. I've got 8 more men just like these two," he said, pointing to the 2 punchers in the yard. And every one of them rides for the brand," McDowell said. Will chuckled. "It won't be difficult to arrest you, McDowell. You're a penny-ante poker player trying to bluff me, and you're dumber than a turkey in a storm if you think 10 men will stop me from arresting you. I'm not moving my cattle off there. That's my final word on it. If I have to get a troop of cavalry over here, all I have to do is ask, 'Are you sure your 10 men want to go up against the U.S. cavalry?'" Will smiled at him. "If your men fire on a U.S. cavalry troop, what do you think Colonel Mackenzie would do?" McDowell chewed on his lip a minute. "I'll tell you what he'd do. I fought with him in the Union Army. He'd send over about 4 troops of cavalry with cannon and mortar, and he would wipe your ranch off the map." "What about my rights?" McDowell asked, his voice rising. "I should have a right of possession to that valley. I've been here longer than he has." "And you could have bought that property any time, but you neglected to do that. McKittrick was smart enough to buy it, and now it's his," Will said. "I still say I have prior use right to have my cattle there." "You can certainly take that to court, and the courts may decide in your favor. But until they do, the property belongs to McKittrick, and you have to move your cattle. I'll give you 10 days to get them out of there. After that, I'll arrest you." Will mounted Traveler and rode toward the McKittrick property. He had never met McKittrick, but everything he knew about him was good. He hadn't forced the issue of the Sunken Valley property with McDowell, but Will was sure he'd be glad it was cleared up. The McKittrick spread was well tended, looked like everything was in its place. Will couldn't see any repairs that needed to be made to the house, the bunkhouse, barns, or the corrals. Will rode Traveler up to the back door of the ranch house and yelled, "Hello, the house." A few seconds later, a woman came out. She had on an apron and had obviously been working. Her face was red and she seemed out of breath. "What can I do for you?" she asked. "Ma'am, I'm U.S. Marshal Will Fain. I'd like to talk to Mr. McKittrick if he's around." "I'm Dolly McKittrick. Jeff's out on the range, but the whole crew is due in for dinner in a few minutes. Light down off the horse and you can have dinner with us. It'll be just a few minutes. Water your horse at the trough," she said as she went back into the house. Will dismounted and walked Traveler over to the water trough. The stallion drank, then Will tied him to a hitching post beside the barn. Will walked over and sat down beside the bunkhouse. He'd received a lot different reception here than at the McDowell spread. Of course, he recognized that much of that was because he'd been out to the McDowell ranch a couple of months before and killed a hired gun named Dolph Klaus. Will had called him out after he had discovered that Klaus had beaten Sadie Horner when she refused his sexual demands. A short time later, McKittrick rode in with 2 of his punchers. If he was surprised to see Will there, he didn't show it. He dismounted and handed the reins to one of his men and walked over to Will. "Marshal, glad to see you. What's going on?" "Just came to talk to you about Sunken Valley. I've just gotten back from talking to Norman McDowell," Will said. "I'll bet that was a pleasant powwow," McKittrick laughed. "Yeah, he wasn't too receptive, but I told him you own Sunken Valley, and I gave him 10 days to get his cattle out of there. Quite frankly, I don't know if he will or not, but if he doesn't, I'll put him in jail and let you move his cattle out of there." "We can do that. He's got about 500 head in there," McKittrick said. "I haven't seen the valley, but that seems like it's too many," Will said. "That whole valley is overgrazed. It's a nice little piece of ground, that's why I bought it, but it won't support but maybe 250 or 300 head. "He must be feeding the cattle hay this winter," Will said. "He has a few stacks of hay over there, but it's still not enough. If he gets his cattle out of there, the grass should grow pretty well this spring, and sometime in the summer you can drive your cattle up there," Will said. "Yeah, unless his cattle just keep moseying over. Only thing that'll stop that is barbed wire, I guess. Oh, man, I hate to even think about that. The only alternative is to have your punchers drive him out every few days."
Well, hell. Let's go in for dinner. I know Dolly invited you. Ain't nobody ever set foot on this place she didn't invite to eat," McKittrick said and smiled. It was obvious being neighborly was a part of him. He was a man who couldn't sit down to dinner without inviting everybody in sight. 2 more hired hands came in, and so the 7 of them sat around the kitchen table, and Mrs. McKittrick laid on a good feed. There was beefsteak and fried potatoes, carrots, green beans, and fluffy rolls. McKittrick said grace before dinner, and everyone dug in. They were all friendly. They ate and joked and talked about conditions on the range. They asked Will some questions about his job, and he answered as best he could. They wanted to know what was going to happen to the man who killed Sheriff Haskins. "He's got a trial coming up in 3 days. Eugene Pratt's his name. He sent off a telegram to his brother asking for help. I don't know what will come of that," Will said. "You think his brother could cause problems?" "He told me he has 3 brothers, and they wouldn't let him hang, so we'll just see. If he's sentenced to hang, I'll be there to make sure it's carried out," Will said. Mrs. McKittrick didn't say much, but it was obvious she was in charge in the kitchen. She served apple pie with sweet cream after dinner. Afterward, everyone left to have a cigarette or sit around with a toothpick and let their food digest. Will told McKittrick to let him know what happened with McDowell's cattle. "If I have to come back out, I'll do it. Won't hesitate a minute, so just let me know," Will said. To Mrs. McKittrick, he said, "Ma'am, that was as good a dinner as I've ever had. I really appreciate it." "Nothing to it," she said, "but I'm glad you enjoyed it." Will was back in Santa Angela in the early afternoon. He stopped in at the sheriff's office. Dave Nash was in the office. Will saw the badge pinned to his vest and said, "I see you're the new sheriff, Dave." Will laughed and said, "I'm not sure if I should offer congratulations or condolences." "I'm not sure either," Nash said. "I just got the job yesterday. The town council wanted to wait until after the funeral," Nash said. "How's our prisoner doing?" Will asked. "Raising hell, telling us how sorry we're going to be if we don't let him go." "Any sign of his brothers?" "Yeah, one of them came in yesterday. Name of Simon Pratt. I'm told he's quite a gunslinger. Killed 2 men over in Waco a couple of weeks ago." "Has he been in to see our prisoner?" "Yeah, came in last night. We let him see his brother for a few minutes." "I wouldn't allow any meetings without a deputy present," Will said. "You think they're planning something?" "Of course they are, and we shouldn't make it easy for them." "All right. I'll make sure there are no meetings without supervision." Will said goodbye, walked outside, and started tightening the cinch on Traveler when he heard his name called from across the street. He turned and saw a man dressed in black standing across the street. He slipped the hammer strap off his Colt, stepped away from Traveler, and moved down the street, not knowing what to expect from the man. Once well away from Traveler, Will walked toward the man and stopped about 20 feet away. "Did you call my name?" "Don't believe I know you," Will said. "I'm your worst nightmare," the man said. Will chuckled and said, "I don't have nightmares, pal." He knew this must be Simon Pratt, the so-called gunslinger. Will didn't see the need to say anything more. He stood ready and silent. "You killed my brother Silas," Pratt said. Will could have said he hadn't killed Pratt's brother. Actually, Isom had done it, but it was all the same, so he just stood there, smiling. "You got no last words? This be your last chance." "I'm a United States Marshal. I advise you to walk away. If you choose not to and draw that gun, I will kill you." That strange calmness that Will knew so well settled over him. He saw Pratt crouch, and Will shook his head and smiled. Pratt's hand grabbed the handle of his Colt. His thumb pulled the hammer back as the revolver cleared the holster. He started to lift the barrel when a .44 caliber slug from Will's Colt struck him square in the breastbone. Pratt heard the explosion. His brain told him to respond, but he could not.
The severe blow by itself had stopped his heart. His pistol dropped from his fingers, and as he was falling, he struggled and failed to take a final breath. Will walked toward him, stopped about 3 feet away with his cocked Colt still in his hand. At that moment, Will heard footsteps behind him, swung around with his Colt cocked and at the point of firing. Sheriff Nash stopped in his tracks. "Don't ever run up behind me like that," Will said quietly. "You'll never know how close you came to dying." Nash had raised his hands. His face was ghostly white. "Lordy, Marshal, I'm sorry. I was coming to help." Will opened the gate on his Colt and reloaded. To Nash, he said, "It would be a help if you'd send somebody for the undertaker and tell our prisoner that his gunslinging brother was too slow, by a long shot." At home that evening, after Jacob and Annabelle were in bed, Will said to Virginia, "This is the first chance I've had to tell you about what happened today. One of the Pratt brothers called me out. He thought he could outdraw me." Virginia stopped folding and sat down on the bed next to him. "Where did this happen?" "On Concho Street. I was ready to come home and was tightening Traveler's cinch, and a man called my name from across the street. I stepped away from Traveler, didn't want him to get hurt, and we shot it out in the middle of the street." "Oh my. Was it close?" Will shook his head. "No, it wasn't. His revolver barely cleared leather before my bullet hit him square in the chest. Just the one bullet is all it took." Virginia nodded, then said very quietly, "You have to be very careful now, Will. They know how fast you are, so they'll try to backshoot you." Will marveled at Virginia's ability to hear facts and immediately know how those facts affected the future. "I think you're right," Will said, "and I will be extra careful. You can count on it." 3. Thomas and Luke Pratt rode into Santa Angela the night after Will killed their brother Simon. They stopped in front of the Wagon Wheel Saloon. Both men had long hair, beards, and mustaches. They were dressed in greasy buckskins typical of buffalo hunters and smelled like they hadn't had a bath in a month. "Let's get us some dust chasers, Tom," Luke said. "I feel a need to grease my holler. Then we'll see if we can find Simon and figure out how to bust Gene out of jail." "I could use a little grease myself." They walked into the saloon and stepped up to the bar. "Rye," Luke said, "and leave the bottle." They silently drank about a quarter of a bottle. "Barkeep," Luke called out. When the barkeep came over, Luke said, "We're looking for our brother. Maybe you've seen him. Named Simon Pratt. Has he been in here?" The barkeep looked square at both men. Then he began to wipe the bar vigorously, and walking away, he said, "Never heard of him." "Tom, you get the feeling that bartender knows more than he's telling?" Luke asked. "Yep, sure do. What's the best way to persuade him to tell what he knows?" "I reckon a good old Bowie might do it." Luke pulled out his knife and yelled, "Barkeep!" The barkeep wandered back toward them, and when he got within reach, Luke grabbed him by his shirt front, jabbed the Bowie under his chin, and said through clenched teeth, "I'm asking you again, where's our brother?" The barkeep's eyes grew large as Luke pressed the knife right tight against his throat. "Let him go," a loud voice said. Luke and Thomas looked over toward the other end of the bar and saw a man with a double-barreled shotgun aimed right at them. "I'm not going to tell you again. You don't want to find out what I got in these barrels." Luke let the barkeep go and raised his hands as if in surrender. He still had the Bowie in his right hand. "Drop the knife." Luke dropped it. Then the man with the shotgun said, "You're not welcome here, now or ever. Get out and don't come back." Luke and Tom backed out of the saloon. Outside on the boardwalk, Luke said, "My butt's feeling right puckered after looking down those twin barrels." "Yeah, mine too," Tom said. "What we gonna do?" "Let's go over to the jail and see Gene. He'll know where Simon is." They walked over to the jail, tried the door, and found it locked. Luke banged on the door. "What do you want?" shouted a voice from within. "We want to see our brother," Luke said. "Not tonight. Come back in the morning." "All we want is to talk with him." "Not tonight. Come back in the morning, no exceptions." Luke and Tom wandered down the boardwalk. "Should we find another saloon or get a room in a hotel?" Luke asked. "I don't know," Tom said. "I smell a rat in this whole thing. Do you suppose something's happened to Simon? Seemed like that barkeep knew something but was afraid to tell us. Why would that be?" "You don't suppose old Simon got himself killed, do you?" Luke asked. "That's just what I'm wondering." "That's crazy. Simon can snake that colt out better than anybody I ever seen. Who could take him down?" "Somebody faster, that's who. Let's go to the hotel. Sometimes them hotel clerks got a mouth on 'em," Tom said. They got their horses and walked them over to the hitch rail in front of the Concho Hotel. They walked into the hotel, approached the clerk, and Tom said, "We'd like a room." The clerk took one look at their clothes and said, "Sorry, gentlemen, we're all full. No rooms available." Tom looked at Luke, and they both looked at all the keys on the board behind the clerk. "Seems like a lot of keys behind you." "Those are duplicates in case our guests lose one," the clerk said. "Any other hotels in town?" "No, we're the only one. Some of the saloons rent out rooms, but I'm not sure which ones." "Okay. We're looking for our brother. Name's Simon Pratt. He wouldn't be a guest here, would he?" The clerk's face lost some color and his eyes flicked to the hotel guest register. Tom and Luke followed his eyes. Tom turned the register around and found Simon's name as a guest signed in yesterday. "He was a guest here, but he's not any longer," the clerk said. "Where did he go?" I'm not really sure," the clerk said. "You know something you're not telling us," Tom said. "I'm tired of the crap. Where's our brother?" Tom asked as he reached out and grabbed the clerk's shirt. The clerk's face turned red as Pratt tightened his grip. "It wasn't my fault," the clerk said, holding his hands up in surrender. "What wasn't your fault?" Tom asked with clenched jaws. "Your brother called the marshal out, and the marshal killed him." Tom let go of the clerk's shirt. He and Luke looked at each other. Luke turned to the clerk and said, "What marshal?" "U.S. Marshal Will Fain." "It damn sure couldn't have been a fair fight. Simon was right brisk with that colt of his." "He challenged the marshal, said he was going to kill him for killing his brother. Your brother drew first, and the marshal placed a bullet right in the middle of his chest before your brother could even get off a shot." "That ain't possible," Tom said. "Nobody's that fast." "I'm telling the truth. Lots of people saw it. It happened earlier today, right outside in the street." Luke looked at Tom and said, "That marshal is dead. I'll kill him myself." "Don't sound like we can take him straight up," Tom said. "Then I'll backshoot him. I don't care how we get him." "Yeah, but what about Gene?" Tom asked. "Let's get out of here. We got to figure out a few things," Luke said. 4. Earlier in that same day, Will and Isom had been in town to visit James Swindon, the only gunsmith in Santa Angela. Will wanted to have Swindon sight in the new Malcolm scopes. "I have no doubt, Isom, that we could sight these in, but I'd feel better if we had a professional make sure these rifles will shoot true. We're going to be shooting at some long distances," Will said. "Yeah, and attaching these scopes with their rear mounts requires some special tools. We don't got 'em, and I know we can't buy 'em at Vex," Isom said. So they visited Swindon's shop and explained what they wanted. Swindon understood fully and told them he could have it done in 3 days. Will emphasized that they had to carry the rifles cross-country on a horse, and they needed something to assure that the scopes stayed true.
The best thing is probably to build a box with padding in all the right places. I'm not sure who's the right person for that job, Swindon said.
Dell's a carpenter. Wonder if he could build something like that, Isom asked. I don't think we have the materials at the ranch, Will said. Let's walk over to Wilson Conover. You remember Wilson? He built all the cabinets for the houses. They explained what they needed to Conover, and he told them he'd get the rifles from Swindon after the scopes were mounted. Conover said he'd build the wooden cases as light as possible and pad them with cotton and leather. What type of finish will you put on the cases? Will asked. It's the same hard varnish with double-boiled linseed oil that you find on all the rifle stocks. It will repel the water real well, and if we need to, we can sand it a little and apply more varnish any time. What do you think, Isom? We can build a waterproof case for the boxes out of waxed canvas. Weather won't bother those. Will thanked Conover, and he and Isom walked outside. Let's walk over to Miguel Obrero's saddle shop, Will said. Let's see if he can put together a fast-draw holster for you. They walked into the shop, and Will never failed to appreciate the smell of tanned leather. Good afternoon, Mr. Obrero, Will said. You need some more moccasins? Obrero asked. A few weeks before, Obrero had made Will some moccasins, which enabled Will to move with stealth when needed. He carried them on the pack horse when traveling on a manhunt. Will laughed. Not today, Mr. Obrero. This is my deputy, Isom Wood. We were wondering if you could make a fast-draw holster for him like mine. Will took his holster off, removed the Colt, and handed it to Obrero. It has a steel plate in it to push it out a little from the leg for easier access, Will pointed out. Let me make a few notes, Obrero said. He examined every aspect of the holster, making notes about type of leather, its thickness, and angles of holster to belt. When he finished his examination and note-taking, he took a large piece of paper and made an outline of the way the holster hung on the belt, then said, I have everything I need. I can have it in a week, and the cost will be $12. Isom paid him, and he and Will left Obrero's and stopped in at Vec's saloon for a crush of beer and some chicken and dumplings for dinner. Best beer I ever had, Isom said. Bill Vec told me he shipped it by ox cart from the Kreischer Brewery in LaGrange, nearly 300 miles away. He said it's made by a master brewer from Germany. I guess that's why it costs double, but it's worth it, Isom said. Yeah, I agree with that, Will said. Vec charged 10 cents a glass when beer of lesser quality in many places could be had for 5 cents. After dinner, they went next door to the Mercantile and picked up supplies that the ranch needed before riding home. The following morning, Isom came to the back door and knocked. Virginia answered and invited him into the house. Want some coffee, Isom? She offered. No thanks. I had enough this morning. What's got you over here so early? Will asked. Isom looked at Jacob and Annabelle and then said, Maybe we ought to talk outside. Okay, let's go out. Once outside, Isom said, We might have some problems. What? I was over to the barn this morning, and I saw light flash off something across the river and down a ways, several times. Who you think it is? I don't know, but somebody is spying on us with field glasses, and it makes me edgy. Coming after you and me is one thing. Coming after the ranch and our families is something else, Isom said. Let's go find out who they are, Will said. We better tell Virginia and Alberta, and we'll alert Dell and Alpha to keep their rifles loaded and ready. Then let's saddle up. They rode Traveler and Philly south away from the river. After they'd traveled about a half-mile and could not be seen from the river, they cut east and rode for about a mile, then cut north back toward the river. Unless the man with the field glasses had left, they'd be coming at him from behind. They reached the North Concho, found a gravel ford and crossed it, then quietly moved upriver. Staying close to the river kept them hidden in the pecan and cottonwood trees. Soon they saw 2 horses, but could not see any men. Will pulled Traveler next to Philly and said quietly, You move out away from the river and find a spot with a clear view for shooting. Then I'll walk in and flush 'em out. If one of them gets the drop on me, you take him out.
Okay, I'll tie Philly here and walk round, Isom whispered. Both men tied their horses to a tree next to the river. Isom walked out as quietly as possible and signaled Will when he was ready. Isom gave 3 sharp points with his index finger to let Will know where the men were. Will nodded to Isom and moved in. One man lay on his belly looking through the field glasses. The other was sitting, picking his teeth with a piece of straw. Will got to within about 12 feet and said, "See anything interesting?" Both men froze, and then the one with the field glasses turned onto his back so that he could see Will. The other sat looking at Will, who had his Colt pointing at them. They were both fairly young, not much more than boys. "Get up and come toward me," Will said. When the men were in front of him, Will removed their sidearms, dropped them on the ground, stepped back, and asked, "Who are you and what do you want?" The smaller one said, "We ain't done nothing wrong. You got no cause to roust us out." Will moved up close to the man, placed the barrel of his Colt on his forehead, and said, "One last time. Who are you, and what do you want?" The man stammered, "I'm Carl Lerner, and this is Red Slyman." Had to be related to the 2 lawmen from Fort Griffin that he and Isom had been forced to kill a few weeks back, Will thought. Traveler had won a stakes race in Fort Griffin, and 8 men, including Sheriff John Lerner and his deputy John Slyman, had followed them trying to steal the money they'd won. Will had warned them to leave and ride back to Fort Griffin. The men refused to go without the race winnings, so Will and Isom had killed 5, including Lerner and Slyman, and sent 3 back to Fort Griffin far wiser than when they left. Will stepped back and motioned Isom to come up. When Isom arrived, Will said, "Isom, these are relatives of the Fort Griffin lawmen. Check their weapons. If they've got any long-range rifles over there, they're in a river of trouble." Isom pulled rifles out of the boots and said, "They got 2 sharps here. One's a .45 caliber, the other's a .50 caliber. Now, what am I going to do with you? You come onto my ranch, spy on us and our families, and you have sharps rifles," Will said. "What should we do, Isom? These 2 young men are here to assassinate us and our families. They don't have the courage to face us straight up. They're just like their kin we killed, so they were going to spy on us to find a favorable time to shoot us from long range." "No, we weren't going to do that," Lerner said. Will looked at him for a long moment and said, "Do I look stupid to you?" No, you don't. But we was just looking." "You insult my intelligence," Will said. "Isom, get a rope. There's only one way to take care of this." "You can't hang us," Slyman said. "Why not?" Will asked. "You're a lawman. You at least have to take us in for a trial," Slyman said. "Put your hands behind your back," Will said, grabbing Slyman's arm and tying his hands with a piece of rawhide. He did the same thing to Lerner. "All right, let's get 'em on their horses." Isom grabbed each man by the back of his shirt and pants and lifted him into his saddle. "Okay, Isom," Will said. "Put a noose in that rope. Just a slip knot will do." "Got it." "Oh, man, you can't hang us. We got a right to a trial, and we ain't done nothing. Ain't no jury in the world gonna convict us," Lerner said. "Is that right? Well, Isom and I are the jury. What do you think, Isom?" "They guilty. Hang 'em." "See? You were wrong. You had your trial, and you were convicted in a unanimous verdict," Will said. "Throw that rope over that pecan tree there, Isom." Isom threw it over the limb and said, "Okay, it's ready." "All right, put that noose around the redhead's neck." Slyman started to cry. "It was all his idea. He convinced me we should avenge our kin. I wasn't in favor of it." Will looked at Isom. "Are these so-called men worth a second chance, Isom?" "Don't think so. But they're young." "If you let us go, we promise we'll go back to Griffin, and you'll never see us again. I promise on my word of honor," Lerner said. "Isom, you believe this boy?" "No, I don't. I think they'll sneak back here, and we'll have to kill them." "That's what I think, too. We already know they're the worst kind of sneaks. That boy there is crying, but he never once thought of how our wives and children would grieve if they killed us." "Marshal, please let us go. We'll light out for Griffin and you won't never see us again," Lerner said. Slyman was still crying. "All right, here's the deal. We let you go, you head right back to Griffin. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you sure as hell's hot." Will walked up and cut the rawhide that bound their hands. He reached down, picked up a pistol off the ground, and removed the bullets. He handed it to Lerner, then did the same with Slyman's pistol. "You can forget about the rifles. I can't trust you with those. Now get the hell out of here, and don't load those pistols until you're out of my sight." After Lerner and Slyman left, Will asked, "You think we scared them enough?" "Hard to know. But I got a strange hunch we ain't seen the last of those boys." 5. Will walked over and picked up the field glasses left by the two men. He looked through them. "These are pretty good field glasses, Isom. Why don't you keep these?" Will said. Isom looked through the field glasses and said, "They not bad. Let's go back to the ranch fast and get some supplies. We're going to follow those two until we're convinced they're headed back to Griffin." At the barn, they packed a quarter horse with items needed for 2 days on the trail, just in case. Will and Isom rode at a slow gallop, checking occasionally on the two men ahead of them. They watched them intermittently through field glasses, and the men stayed on a direct course to Fort Griffin, then veered off and headed northwest. "Wonder why they're doing that," Will said. "Other side of the river up there, there's the old Colorado River stagecoach station. Once it was part of the Butterfield route. Maybe they're going there." "Maybe. Yeah, but one thing wrong with that," Isom said. "What?" "I took a look in their saddlebags, and they ain't enough food to last even 1 day, so 2 possibilities. They got food cached somewhere, and you and I both know they ain't smart enough to do that. Other possibility is they meeting other people with supplies." "I don't like the sound of that, especially knowing they were spying on the ranch," Will said. "They just moseying along like not a care in the world. They meeting somebody. Got to be," Isom said. "I've got a bad feeling about this. Let's keep following. About another 3 hours to the Colorado River." "What you thinking, Marshal?" "I believe you're right. They're going to hook up with somebody out there." "Who would they be hooking up with?" Isom asked. "I don't know. But you think it could be more relatives?" "Let's hope not." They kept well back from Lerner and Slyman. Will used his field glasses often to make sure they didn't lose track until it became obvious their destination was, at least for now, the old Butterfield stagecoach station. A few hours later, Will and Isom could see the trees growing along the Colorado River. They circled around and found a good spot to set up the telescopic binoculars with their 50-power lenses. They settled behind some large scrub cedars that provided a shield from the stage station, yet gave them a good view. Will loosened the cinches on the horses while Isom set up the binoculars on the tripod. Isom looked through the lenses and said, "We were right. There's a whole passel of men there at the station." "What are they doing?" "Look like Lerner and Slyman reporting in." "Oh, that's not nice. One of the men just grabbed Lerner and slapped the hell out of him. One of the other men grabbed the one doing the slapping. I think they talking about the missing guns." Will chuckled and said, "I wonder what story they're telling about what happened to the rifles." "Ain't no telling." "How far back to the ranch if we hurry?" Will asked. "About 4 hours, I'd guess," Isom said. "We need to find out what they're saying. As soon as it's full dark, I'll try to engine up there and see what I can hear." "They on the other side of the river. You're going to have to swim it." "I think I can walk across. So I'll only be wet from the waist down. It's the only way I can find out what they're saying." Will and Isom unsaddled the horses and hobbled them,
then waited throughout the afternoon, chewing on jerky and biding their time until it was dark. The men on the other side of the river didn't seem to be in any hurry. They drank coffee and toward evening lit another fire so that 2 men could cook meals for them. "How many you see over there?" Will asked. "I've counted about 14. Might be 1 or 2 more," Isom said. When it was full dark, Will pulled his moccasins out of the pack and strapped them on. He disappeared into the darkness. Isom sat in the darkness. He lay back on his saddle and soon dropped off to sleep. He awoke when Will touched his shoulder. "I got right up on 'em. Those men are all relatives of Lerner, Slyman, and some of the other men we killed. They're heading out in the morning to kill you and me," Will said, stripping off his wet clothes. "When they planning to attack?" "Near as I can tell, they're leaving in the morning. They could be at the ranch in about 5 hours, or faster if they hurry. But I don't think they will. 'Cause they think they got the numbers on us, right? That's the way I read it." "All right. What we gonna do?" "Let's think it through. We could take 'em on right here," Will said. "Let's see," Isom said. "If we count all our weapons, we've only got about 200 rounds. That's not a lot in a fight like this. Might be enough, but I don't like the odds." "Okay, let's sleep 4 or 5 hours and head back," Will said. "We'll be at the ranch 2 or 3 hours before them, which gives us time to get ready. I just don't know if we have enough shooters. That Gatling gun could even things up." "Yeah, we've got to figure out the best way to use it. I'm thinking if we can all stay hidden so that they think the ranch is abandoned, they might walk right into us," Will said. "What's the range on that Gatling gun?" Isom asked. "The bullets will travel 500 yards or more, but it's accurate only to about 100 yards, which is about the distance from the ranch house to the river," Will said. "But then accuracy is not so important when you're blowing 200 bullets a minute at them." Will and Isom slept until early morning, packed up in the dark, and left camp about 2 hours before daylight. They went slow, not wanting to endanger the horses, but they were a good 7 or 8 miles from the river by daylight. With the light, they rode faster. They figured they had to be ready for the attack in about 3 to 4 hours. Upon their arrival, Will said, "Let's go find out what our wives want to do. Probably best if they leave for Santa Angela, but let's find out what they say." Will gave the children hugs when they ran up to him. He loved his home, which smelled so good after Virginia's baking. Most of all, he loved his family, and he detested the thought of criminals driving them out of the house. When he finally got Virginia aside, he said, "A group of men, kin to those we killed when coming back from Fort Griffin, are coming to the ranch. I think there will be about 12 or 15 of them. It's probably best if you and Alberta take the children into Santa Angela." "How much time do we have?" "We think about 3 or 4 hours. So you've got time to gather your things and get off. I'll get the buggy ready for you." "I don't like the idea of being run out of my home," Virginia said. "If it were just you and Alberta, I'd feel the same. But the battle could be really disturbing for the children." "All right, get the buggy ready, and we'll just make a day trip to Santa Angela out of it. When should we come back?" "I'll come get you when it's safe, and we'll all come back in the buggy. If I don't come tonight, get rooms in the hotel or at the boarding house," Will said. Before Will left to get the buggy ready for travel, he called over Dell and Alpha and told them what was going on. "What I hope to do is act like the ranch is deserted and get them to come on this side of the river. Then we'll open up." "Where you want us to be?" Dell asked. "Alpha, you load up 3 of the Winchesters. That'll give you 45 shots. I want you in the door of the barn, but stay hidden until you hear firing." Alpha nodded. "Dell, you load up as many rifles as you think you need and get down by the corner of the ranch house. Again, you need to hide until you hear firing, then open up with everything you've got. Wear a sidearm too, just in case." "Okay. How much time do we have?" Dell asked. "I think we've got a couple of hours. Make sure and have all the thoroughbreds and as many of the other horses as possible in the barn where they're safe. Take the others up and tie them behind Isom's house in the bunkhouse." Will left and hitched up the buggy, then drove it up to the house. Isom came down carrying 2 carpet bags and said, Alberta be ready in a jiffy. Henry want to stay, but I'm sending him down. I don't want to take a chance." "Good decision. Let's you and me get our Winchesters, our Spencers, and 4 Sharps up on the tower and have them all loaded. Then let's set up the 50-power binoculars, and we'll be able to see them easy from 2 or 3 miles off." Will saw Virginia loading the buggy, and he walked over and insisted on helping everyone get aboard. He gave Jacob a hug and kissed Annabelle, then hugged Virginia. "I don't think this will take long, and I'll come get you when it's over." Virginia nodded and said, "I love you. Be careful." "I love you too, and I'll be careful. Don't worry too much." Will and Dyson watched the buggy leave, then turned to finish their preparations. They got the loaded rifles up on the top of the tower and set up the binoculars. Will checked over the Gatling gun and pulled it to the back wall of the tower so it was out of sight. When needed, they could just push it forward and start cranking out the shots at up to 200 a minute. Sitting in a corner on top of the tower, Will couldn't think of anything else to do. He chewed on some jerky and occasionally checked through the binoculars. Finally, he saw the dust and knew the posse of Avengers was coming. "Check it out, Isom. Looks like 13 to me. How many you count?" Isom looked through the binoculars for nearly a minute. "Yep, 13. And I'll bet it includes those 2 little skunks we set free yesterday." "Uh-huh. I'll bet it does. Guess we're going to get a second chance to kill those boys." "Yeah, they dumber than a stump. Can't say we didn't warn them. I hate to kill these people, but they called the tune." 6. "Did you two even see Fain's ranch?" Big Bill Dutton asked.
"Yeah, we saw it. Looks like a regular ranch," Carl Lerner said.
"Now that's the best damn scouting report I ever heard," Dutton said. Then he looked at the empty rifle boot on Lerner's horse. "What happened to your rifle? To both your rifles?"
"We ran into a party of buffalo hunters and they robbed us," Lerner said.
"Is that right?" Dutton said to Slyman.
Yeah, that's what happened. They got the drop on us. Wasn't nothing we could do. Felt lucky to get out alive," Slyman said.
Dutton reached out, grabbed Lerner by the shirt and slapped him back and forth. "You're both a couple of damn liars. I'll have the truth if I have to beat it out of you." Dan Lewis stepped up and grabbed Dutton from behind.
"Bill, beating the kid ain't doing us no good."
Lewis eased off his hold, and Dutton shrugged away from him. "Then you figure out how to get these lying shit-kickers to tell us how they lost those Sharps." Dutton glared at Lerner. Lewis said,
"Carl, we'll have the truth right now. You weren't robbed by buffalo hunters. That's a right lame story."
"Spit it out, boy," Dutton yelled.
"Well, we was watching the ranch house, and Fain and his deputy sneaked up behind and caught us, threatened to hang us," Lerner said.
Dutton slammed his palm against his forehead. "That's just first rate. We send a couple of boys to do a man's job, and this is what we get. We got all these men together to kill those 2, and now they know we're coming."
No, Slyman said. "We didn't tell them nothing. We promised we'd head right back to Fort Griffin if they let us go."
"No matter. That Marshal's smart. He can figure out what's going on," Dutton said.
"Maybe not, Bill," Lewis said. "If he thinks it was just these 2, maybe he's got no idea we got an army here. They can't know. We can go right ahead with the plan, just like we talked about. We'll split up and hit the ranch from both sides."
"Maybe. But what do we do with these 2 yokels?" Dutton asked.
"What do you mean, Bill?" "They lost their rifles. They ain't no use to us. They may as well ride back to Griffin," Dutton said. "We got some extra rifles. I vote to keep 'em here. The more men we have, the better," Lewis said.
"These 2 ain't men."
"Don't tell me they are," Dutton said between gritted teeth.
"We all make mistakes, Bill," Lewis said.
"All right.
Do whatever you want with them. But I don't want to have anything else to do with them. Keep them away from me, you hear?"
"Yeah, I hear," Lewis said.
Once Dutton was out of earshot, Lerner said, "It ain't all that bad. I'd like to kill Big Bill. Maybe I will." Lewis's fist came in a flash. Next thing Lerner knew, he was on his butt, and Lewis was lifting him for another punch. Lewis hit him again, and Lerner went down and out. When he came to a while later, he sat up and slowly remembered what had happened. But he kept his mouth shut. Next morning, the men were up at sunrise. They ate breakfast, then started cleaning up. One of the men asked, "Bill, what are we going to do with the pack horses?" "Leave 'em here. We'll get 'em on the way back. They'll slow us down if we take 'em." So they stashed their supplies in the old stage station and picketed the pack horses where the grass was high and they could reach the water in the river. Afterward, Dutton and Lewis gathered the men around them. "All right. Here's what we're doing," Dutton said. "We'll ride up to the ranch at about 2 miles out. We'll split. 6 going east, 6 going west. 4 of our best shooters stay across the river and shoot whatever moves. We'll cross the river east and west and come at the ranch from 2 directions. Lewis will lead the group east, and his group will include Lerner and Slyman. I'll lead the group west without Lerner and Slyman." "Do we have any idea how many are at the ranch?" Jack Shafter asked. "Yeah. He said there were only 4 men. They also got a black boy working for him," Dutton said. "There's a ranch house, another house behind, a bunkhouse, and a barn. I hope we can catch him off guard and we can kill the marshal and his deputy right off, but shoot to kill anybody that stands in our way." "Any women and children?" Shafter asked. "There's a white woman, a black woman, and several children. If they get in the way, it's just too damn bad," Dutton said. "I don't know, Bill. I ain't up to shooting women and children," Shafter said, and a few others murmured agreement. "Then don't. We want the marshal and his deputy, but don't forget, the others will be witnesses, and this is a U.S. Marshal. They'll send other marshals after us. And don't forget how they dry-gulched our kin." There was silence, the men thinking of what lay ahead in their own commitment. It had seemed easy in Fort Griffin when they were recruited. Kill the marshal and his deputy. Now it was different and involved killing innocent women and children. "Listen, we're going down there to avenge our kin. That marshal killed my brother. Any of you not up to the task better head back now," Dutton said. "The rest of you men saddle up. Let's go." Shafter and 2 others stood by their horses while the others mounted. Dutton looked down at the 3 from atop his horse. "You boys head on back. This is men's work." 7. "They're splitting up, Isom. One group's going up the river, another going down the river, and 3 coming right at us." Isom looked through the binoculars. "Yeah, they're going to put those 3 in the middle out there as snipers to pick us off as we try to return fire." "It's a smart strategy. They'll attack from both sides, and while we're engaged fighting the ones on the sides, they'll pick us off," Will said. "What can we do?" Isom asked. "Only one thing. We'll have to alter our strategy. I hate to reveal ourselves too soon, but we've got to take out those snipers before we engage the ones trying to pincer us." "We can take 'em out. Don't worry," Isom said. "We've got 4 sharps. We'll each shoot one, then grab another rifle, and we'll both shoot at the other one. But let's stay down. Maybe they'll come closer." Isom peeked over the tower wall and said, "They coming right up close. I don't need the sharps. I can hit 'em with the Spencer." "How close are they?" Will asked. "Under 200 yards. Soon they'll have the cover of the trees at the other side of the river. On the count of 3, we'll shoot. 1, 2, 3, Will said, and both men rose up on the tower wall and each blew one of the riders out of his saddle. Isom knocked the 3rd one out with his Spencer as Will was raising the 2nd sharps. "They know we're here now," Isom said. "Wonder when the others will be coming. There's 10 more out there. You know they heard the shots. Maybe they rethinking this whole thing." "I hope not. I don't want to be looking over my shoulder forever," Will said.
I see what they doing. They off their horses and moving tree to tree along this side of the riverbank, working toward us.
Will looked through his field glasses.
Yeah, I can see them. It'll be tough to flush them out. Each one is now a sniper. They'll each look for targets, and if we make a mistake, they'll drill us. Just then, a shot caromed off the tower wall, and Will and Isom ducked lower as more shots hit the limestone walls, showering them with chips of limestone.
Those coming up river gonna expose Dell's position, Isom said. Then he yelled out Dell's name. When Dell peeked around the corner, Isom pointed downriver. Dell nodded that he understood. Next thing Isom knew, he saw Dell running into the field to the east side of the ranch. Then Dell dropped down and crawled from one scrub cedar to another, moving further east.
Dell moving out in that field, trying to get behind him, Isom said.
Well, there's only one thing for us to do now.
Let's even up the odds, Will said with a wide grin.
He pushed the Gatling gun to the front of the parapet, pointed it upriver, and Isom started cranking. Will fired what he thought might be 20 shots upstream, about 7 seconds worth, then turned and fired an equal amount downstream. The gun was so loud it was impossible to hear anything else. They kept shooting upriver about 20 shots, downriver 20 shots. Finally, they stopped, their ears ringing. Upstream, 2 men were lying dead or severely wounded, and it looked like maybe 3 downstream were dead, but it was hard to tell. Then they heard shots downriver.
Might be Dell shooting at somebody, Isom said.
A little later, they heard other shots from downstream.
I hope that's Dell killing that side off. If so, their pincer movement is over, Will said.
A little later, they saw Dell creeping up the river, going from tree to tree. He waved his rifle. Isom acknowledged his wave with one of his own. Dell had cleared the enemy downriver.
Look, those 2 moving upriver trying to get back to their horses and escape. We gotta run them down. I'll go down and get my horse. Isom, you take care of things here.
Will went to the front of the barn, yelled to Alpha that he was coming in, and once inside he ran quickly to Traveler and saddled him. Within minutes, Will was riding hard upriver. He saw 2 men on horses fording the river, both lashing the horses with their reins, but they were too far off to shoot. Will slowed as he approached the river, forded it, then put Travel into a slow gallop, a pace he could maintain for miles and miles. Then the men in front split, one going right, the other left. Will didn't hesitate. He went after the man on the left, who looked older and heavier. The horse ahead of him was slowing noticeably. The rider continued to lash the horse with the ends of his reins, urging it on. Will was about a quarter mile behind when the horse in front stumbled. The man jumped off as the horse was going down, and he rushed back to his horse, which had regained its feet, and grabbed his rifle from the scabbard. Will dropped off Traveler, grabbed his Winchester, and hit Traveler on the rump to get him out of the line of fire. A nearby scrub cedar was the only cover, so Will ran to it and bellied down, looking for the man. Will was too far away, he knew, for an accurate shot with the Winchester, so he quickly ran closer from one cedar to another. Surprised he didn't attract a shot, Will tried to figure out where his quarry was. Then he saw the man running away from him. Will jumped up and ran after the man, shooting his Winchester again and again. The man went down, holding the back of his right leg. Will kept running at him. The man tried to turn into position to fire his rifle, but Will stopped and fired 2 shots into the man's body. Will walked up with his rifle cocked and ready. He knelt by the man, threw his pistol aside, then did the same with the rifle.
You're hard hit, mister, Will said.
Don't you think I know that? The man said in a hoarse voice through gritted teeth.
Yeah, I guess you do.
My name's Dutton. Big Bill Dutton, they call me.
You killed my brother John.
He was riding a paint horse.
Will nodded. He remembered. He'd yelled to the gang in the bottom of the defile, telling them firmly they had one chance to turn back to Griffin. Stupid men had demanded the race money instead of leaving, so Will and Isom had blown 6 of them out of the saddle. Dutton was the leader and took the first bullet. In total, 5 died in the first fusillade, and 2 that were unhurt and 1 wounded headed back to Griffin.
How'd you know we was coming? Dutton asked. We followed your two spies. Figured so. That damn learner. I should have cut him loose. Dutton gasped and tried to take a breath, found he couldn't. Then he closed his eyes and his body settled back in death. Will tied Dutton's horse to a scrub oak, walked over to Traveler, mounted, and went after the other man. He picked up the trail of the other horse and put Traveler into a casual lope, knowing the other horse was too tired to go far. Will's main worry was an ambush. As he followed, he could see from the hoof prints that the horse's gait was becoming more and more unsteady. Will continued to follow and soon saw the horse standing by itself, head down. He dismounted, pulled his rifle from the boot, and followed the footsteps going north. From the boot prints, it appeared that the man was running. Will looked ahead and saw the man in the distance climbing a hill. Will walked back, remounted, and rode after the man. Within a short time, Will had drawn near. He walked Traveler behind the man for a time, waiting for him to realize he was being followed. Finally, the man stopped. His shoulders slumped and he stood there, rifle in his left hand, as if afraid to turn around. Then he dropped quickly to one knee while turning and bringing the rifle around. Will palmed his Colt and shot him twice and watched as the man slumped over in death. Will gathered up the weapons and rode back to the man's horse, which was still standing in the same spot. Will removed the saddle and let it fall to the ground. He took the reins and walked the horse over to Traveler. He mounted and walked Traveler and the exhausted horse all the way back to the spot where he'd killed Dutton. He collected Dutton's weapons, climbed back on Traveler, and walked the horses back to the ranch. Will pulled up by the barn and spoke to Alpha. These horses are worn down. They need some good care. They spent the afternoon burying the men, 3 on the north side of the river in a common grave and 8 in a common grave on the south side. It was late in the afternoon when they finished the solemn task. They turned the men's horses into the corral and began to reestablish order at the ranch. I'm riding down to Santa Angela, Will said. I don't want the women worrying about us all night, so I think I should get word to them. I'll probably spend the night down there. You're welcome to come with me, Isom. No, I'll stay here with Dell. He'd be alone here at the ranch, and it's been a taxing day. He and I'll fix supper together and keep each other company, Isom said. But I'd appreciate it if you get word to Alberta that everything's okay. We'll have to go out tomorrow and bury the other 2, Will said. Yeah, we can do that, Isom said. I guess we ought to go out and see if they left anything at the stage station, too. If they left horses there, we've got to bring them back, Will said. He started for Santa Angela. It took him well over 2 hours, and he found Virginia at the boarding house. She hugged him fiercely. I was so worried, she said. I know. That's why I came down, so you wouldn't worry all night. I've got to run over and tell Alberta that Isom is all right. Yes, she's staying with the Wright family where they usually stay. Will rode his horse over to the Wright family's home and told Alberta everything was fine and that they'd pick her up in the morning to go home. I'm so relieved, Alberta said. I was hoping I'd hear something tonight. I know, and that's why I'm here. Didn't want you to worry all night, Will said. Isom stayed at the ranch to be with Dell. After everything that happened today, he didn't want Dell to be left there all alone. I understand. I'm just glad you're all okay. Isom will tell you all about it when you and he are alone. No reason to bother the children about this. Back at May Fanning's boarding house, Virginia was waiting to hear all about what had happened. While he was gone, she'd prepared a meal and heated water for Will's bath. He told Virginia all that had taken place at the ranch. Afterward, he said, I don't know what I could have done to prevent what happened today. When they come at you, you have to defend yourself. There's no other option. Virginia listened and told Will she agreed. There was no other option. 8. We want to see our brother, Luke Pratt told Sheriff Nash. All right, you'll need to leave all your weapons out here, Nash said. And I do mean all. Guns of all types and knives of all types. Luke and Thomas propped their rifles against the wall, pulled their pistols from their holsters, and removed skinning knives from sheaths around their waist. They placed them all on the sheriff's desk. "Is that all your weapons?" "Yes, it is," Luke said. "All right. Take off your boots," Nash said. Luke gave the sheriff a pained look, then pulled off both boots. "Okay, dump 'em upside down and shake 'em." Luke eyed the sheriff like he wanted to kill him. He picked up his left boot and shook it. A long knife fell out. When he shook his right boot, a derringer fell out. "Pick 'em up and put 'em on my desk," Nash said. Thomas pulled his boots out and shook each one. Nothing fell out. "All right. You can go in and talk to 'em, but I'll be there the whole time."
"You mean we can't have a private talk with our brother?" Thomas asked.
"That's exactly what I'm saying. And there are no exceptions, so don't ask." Nash opened the door to the cells, and Luke and Thomas walked in. Nash followed, leaning against an adjoining cell. Eugene Pratt jumped up and said, "Man, am I glad to see you two. You heard what they done to Simon, didn't you?" "Yeah, we heard. Hard to believe somebody could beat Simon to the draw," Luke said. "Well, when you two gonna get me out of here?" Eugene asked. Luke looked around at Sheriff Nash and said, "Don't know as how we can do that, Gene. What with all the security and everything." "Well, hell, you mean you're just going to leave me here?" Gene asked, voice rising. "Gene, we'll work something out. Calm down. We've come a long way to help. Give us time to work it out," Luke said. "The trial's tomorrow, and they're gonna find me guilty." "Are you guilty?" Thomas asked. "I'm guilty as hell. I was drunk. I shot the old sumbitch in the back. And when the jury hears that, I'm as good as hanged." As Eugene finished, he was yelling. "Eugene, you are the dumbest whelp I ever heard of. I can't believe Ma and Pa ever birthed you," Thomas said. "But you are our brother, and we'll help you, no matter what it takes." "I told you I was drunk. I wasn't thinking," Eugene yelled. Luke looked at Thomas. "I guess we better go, Tom. We got some figuring to do." "What time is the trial tomorrow, Sheriff?" "It'll be at 10 o'clock in Vex Saloon," Nash said. "Eugene, don't you worry none. Come hell or high water, we'll get you out of this," Luke said. Luke and Thomas collected all their weapons and walked down the street to the Lucky Lady Saloon. They had spent the night in rooms above the saloon and had taken their breakfast there as well. They got a bottle of whiskey and sat at a table drinking. "Tom, for certain we got us a serious problem here." "We sure as hell do. The onlyest way we gonna save Gene is to break him out of jail. Otherwise, he's gonna hang. If it had been anyone else, we could probably get him off, but Sheriff, that little whelp has done put us in a bind, I'm telling you," Luke said. "Yeah, in order to save his ass, we gonna be outlaws. Wanted in every town in Texas," Thomas said. "He may be a dumb sumbitch, but he is kin. We gotta try to save him." "Yeah, I guess we do. But it is painful. And I guess we're obliged to kill that Marshal Will Fain. He killed Silas and Simon. They're our kin. We gotta get even. If we decided we gonna be outlaws, how do we get Gene out? Don't matter. However we do it, we outlaws from that moment on. Those lawmen gonna put a bounty on our heads and we be wanted from one end of Texas to the other," Thomas said. "Well then, maybe that's the answer." "What's the answer?" Thomas asked. "We do what we gotta do, and we get the hell out of Texas." "Yeah, that's the answer. That northern herd of buffalo I hear is even bigger than this Texas herd. We can go to Colorado, Montana, Wyoming. They got enough buffalo up there," Luke said. "So we break Gene out of jail, kill the marshal to get even for our family, and get the hell out of this pissant town. But the question is, how do we do it?"
That is a problem. I guess we break Gene out, then kill the Marshal when he comes after us. 'Cause he will come after us. Yeah, we can ambush him easy, Luke said. In fact, we'll have Gene, and he will be the bait for our trap. That Marshal will step right into it, Luke said. We head toward Fort Griffin, and from there we cross the nations, then Denver and Fort Collins up to Wyoming. Once in Wyoming and out on the plains, we'll be impossible to find until they forget about us. I think we got us a plan, Tom. 9. Will transported his family and Isom's family back to the ranch in the twin-seat buggy the following morning. By the time they arrived, Isom, Dell, and Alpha were working to finish the chores. The only thing different was that the pastures were filled with new horses. After getting his family settled, Will asked Alpha to get Henry and bring him down for a little gathering of the men. When everyone, including Henry, arrived, Will said, "We need to get rid of some horses. Let's keep the best of these horses and take the rest to auction down in Santa Angela next month. No use in us feeding all these horses we don't need. Any of the horses you want for your personal needs, you're free to keep those. One other thing, let Henry pick out his own horse. He's been working hard, and that'll be part of his pay for helping around the ranch." "How many you want to keep?" Dell asked. "I don't know. I'll leave it up to you to decide. Just make sure Henry gets his pick of whatever we have. You can help him, Alpha, to make a good choice. Henry's been doing a good job, and I'm putting him on the payroll for $20 a month. Dell and Alpha, I want to swear you in as Deputy U.S. Marshals. You've proved yourselves, and your salary will be increased to $40 a month, and you'll get your share of all the rewards when we go after outlaws. And I want all of you to know that I appreciate all you've done to help protect my family and the ranch. Tomorrow we've got the trial of Eugene Pratt. Isom and I will be going down to assist the sheriff and make sure everything goes off as it should." When the gathering broke up, Will called Isom over and said, "I got the reward for recovering the government payroll for Fort Griffin, and here's your share and Alpha's share," Will said. The total reward was 10%, or $1,500. Will and Isom left early the following morning for Santa Angela, where the trial for Pratt would begin at 10 o'clock. Halfway down, they saw a rider galloping toward them. "Wonder what's going on now?" Will asked. It was Elliot Tolman, one of the deputy sheriffs from Santa Angela. When Tolman arrived, he said, "We need you, Marshal. The Pratt brothers broke Eugene out of jail last night and headed north into Buffalo country." "How did they get him out?" Will asked. "They hooked 2 ropes on the jail window and pulled it out of the wall. In fact, it brought down a good share of the wall. Junior went into the cell and out the back wall, and they clubbed him and tied him up. Sheriff Nash found him when he walked in this morning." "What time did Junior say it happened?" Will asked. "Around midnight thereabouts," Tolman said. "All right, Isom and I are going back to get a pack horse," Will said. "We'll head north and see if we can find their trail." Back at the barn, Will and Isom put the pack saddle on a gelding that Alpha had been training to follow the other horses. They strapped on everything they needed and rode north. "Any number of places they could cross the North Concho," Isom said. "That's true, and they've got an 8-hour lead on us, but really it's only about 3 hours," Will said. "How you figure?" Isom asked. "You can only make 3 or 4 miles an hour at night. It's just too dangerous to go faster on the open prairie. And they're coming toward us, so they probably crossed the North Concho about 6 o'clock this morning. Which means they're maybe 15 miles ahead of us," Isom said. "That's what I'm thinking. But they could have gone anywhere. Let's cross the river and see if we can find fresh tracks on the other side," Will said. An hour later, they found where 3 horses had come out of the river. They followed the hoof prints. "They seem more recent than 3 hours ago," Will said. "They not hurrying like I expect," Isom said. "It almost as if they want us to find them. You know this country well, Isom. What's up ahead? What I'm asking is there any place to ambush us?" "Plenty of places. Little hills close together."
We're not going to follow. I just got a feeling. We killed 2 Pratt brothers. They would enjoy killing us. So we're going way around, Will said. How far? Maybe 5 or 10 miles. What you thinking? I don't know how much patience they have. I'm guessing not much. I think you're right on that. I'm hoping they'll wait until tonight for us to fall into their trap. When we don't and night falls, they'll build a fire and we'll see it. I don't think they have enough discipline to give up their fire tonight, but we will, at least until we see theirs. So they rode in a wide circle, looking occasionally at the terrain they thought the Pratts might follow. They knew they were far enough away that the Pratts could not see them. When they circled back, they rode back and forth 2 miles across the likely path that the Pratts would travel, and they found no tracks. Will thought the Pratts were waiting somewhere back along the trail to ambush them. Throughout the day, they looked through the 50-power binoculars, but saw nothing. When night came, they saw a tiny pinprick of light off in the distance. Putting the binoculars on the light showed them the fire and some men huddled around it. They couldn't tell if it was the Pratts, but they knew it had to be. 10. The Pratt brothers sat around a scrub oak fire, trying to stay warm. They had been perched all day on facing hills, waiting for Marshal Will Fain to follow their tracks right into their trap. But he never showed, and they were puzzled. I was pretty certain that Marshal would follow us, Luke said. Something's gone wrong. He should have been after us by now, Thomas said. I know one thing, Luke said. He caught Eugene once, and I don't see him giving up on catching him again. Eugene sat poking at the fire. He's a hard man to figure. He's a thinker, and I wouldn't put it past him to figure out this trap. Luke stood up and tossed an empty whiskey bottle into the darkness. How in the hell could he figure it out? And where the hell is he? We ain't got a lot of food, Thomas said. I figured we could get to Buffalo Gap with what we got in our saddlebags, but if we sit here and eat it all, we ain't gonna make Buffalo Gap. Oh, we got plenty. As soon as we kill the Marshal, we can shoot a buffalo or mule deer, Luke said. Maybe the Marshal was out of town, and they couldn't let him know what happened, Eugene said. Well, that's a possibility, I guess. But with the trial being today, you'd think he'd be around. Anyway, the question is, what do we do now? Luke asked. I mean, do we wait for him to come after us, or just move on north? If that Marshal somehow figured out this ambush and has gotten ahead of us, we could be walking into a slaughterhouse, Thomas said. Ain't no way he's gotten ahead of us. I vote we head out in the morning for parts north and move as fast as we can and stay ahead of any pursuit, Eugene said. Yeah, you got more to lose than us, Gene. We're guilty of breaking you out of jail, but you're guilty of murder. All right, let's head out as quick as we can in the morning and see how fast we can get to Buffalo Gap, Luke said. The brothers, full of liquor and with hangovers, slept late the following morning. It was 2 hours after daylight when they finally left. So much for seeing how fast we can get to Buffalo Gap, Luke said. It's my fault as much as anybody's. But now we gotta get down the road. There ain't no way that Marshal got ahead of us, but we all need to keep our eyes peeled, Thomas said. I got a terrible headache, Eugene said. You dumb whelp. If they'd got you on a scaffold and stretched your neck, you wouldn't have to worry about no headache, Luke said. Just be glad we came and got you out. Yeah, you're right. I feel almighty sorrowful about getting Simon and Silas killed. It's on my mind all the time, Eugene said. 11. Once Will and Isom saw the Pratts fire, they got down in a gully behind a hill so that the Pratts couldn't see them. They built a small fire and cooked hoe cakes and bacon. Isom had a bottle of maple syrup for the hoe cakes, and it made good eating. While drinking their second pot of coffee, they talked about what might happen tomorrow. Now we're in the driver's seat, Isom. We just need to find the right place to trap them. Despite what they done, shouldn't we give them a warning? Will laughed. You better look out. You're starting to think like a marshal now. I guess I am, Isom chuckled. We'll pick our spot and ask them to surrender. I think the chances of that are slim, so we need to be ready to blow them out of their saddles if they do anything but lay down their arms. We got to look for a good spot without showing any tracks, Isom said. Yep. We'll have to ride off to the side of the main trail, Will said. But for now, let's get some sleep. I don't see any need for a guard. The horses are close. They'll warn us if anybody comes near. They were up early the next morning, cooked their breakfast in the dark, and drank down a pot of coffee. The night hadn't been very cold, and the day would be about an ideal temperature. They left at daybreak, and an hour later they found a place where they could hide on opposite hills fairly close together. Will set up the 50-power binoculars and was surprised not to see any sign of the Pratt brothers. Will realized the Pratts could be 10 miles back and late getting going in the morning, so he waited patiently for 2 hours until he saw the Pratts about 5 miles out. He couldn't see their faces clearly, but he knew it had to be the Pratts. He signaled Isom that he could see them and signaled they'd be here in about 1 hour. The Pratt brothers were moving along at a good pace, and with each hour they became more and more convinced that they'd escaped. I don't see nothing of any lawmen, Luke said. I think we're in the clear. If they were ahead of us, we would have run into 'em by now. Don't be too sure, Thomas said. I figure we're in the clear when we hit Laramie, not before. I'm with Tom on this one, Eugene said. We got a lot of territory to cover before we're even out of Texas. Will had packed up the 50-power binoculars and was watching the brothers through his army field glasses. He had good cover behind a large evergreen cedar. He lay on his belly and watched the men come. The brothers had had a good idea with their trap, Will thought, but he was always extra careful when following anyone. An ambush was the biggest danger. So he'd followed his instincts and gone way around. The brothers had no idea, which made it all the sweeter for Will. Will and Isom had the brothers in their sights about 200 yards out. They were coming on, their horses in a lope, like they were in a hurry. Then they stopped. What are we stopping for, Luke? Eugene said. I don't know. I feel like something's wrong. Don't know what. Well, we can't sit here. What you want to do? Just tell us. Oh, hell. I'm probably just skittish. Let's keep going. But let's don't go between those two hills. Let's go to the left. They left the trail and were forced to slow their horses to avoid the scrub oaks and cedar. Will watched them turn and knew some survival instinct had kicked in and told the brothers not to go between these close hills. They were coming toward the backside of Will's hill. He remained hidden until they came even with him, no more than 40 yards away. Will rose and yelled, U.S. Marshals, you're under arrest. The Pratt brothers scattered. Will aimed his Winchester and knocked one off his horse. He aimed at another and missed as the horse jerked left to avoid a scrub oak. Will aimed again and knocked that one off his horse. The third one hugged his horse's neck to lower his profile. Will tried to get a good shot at the man, but he was zigging and zagging so much that the shot was impossible. Will ran down the hill to Traveler. He threw on the saddle and was cinching it up when Isom arrived and threw on Traveler's bridle. In moments, Will was off after the last Pratt. He had no idea which one it was. Will could see that Pratt was moving pretty well. He was probably a half-mile in front. Will ran Traveler flat out for about a mile, then settled back into a slow gallop. The important thing was to keep Pratt in view. If he lost contact, he was asking for an ambush. After a quarter hour, Will could tell that Pratt's horse was tiring. In the next 5 minutes, Will had closed to within a quarter mile. Traveler wasn't stressed at all. He just continued in that slow gallop and kept closing all the time. Pratt was lashing his horse with the reins, but it couldn't go any faster despite the desperation his rider felt. Will closed to within 200 yards. He could probably dismount and shoot Pratt off his horse, but he just kept Traveler moving in that slow gallop. When he drew within 50 yards, he yelled, "Give it up, Pratt!" For that, Will received a wild pistol shot over his head. He drew his own pistol and fired once, hitting Pratt in the middle of the back. He hung on for a few seconds, then fell off the horse. The horse stopped almost dead in his tracks, head hanging. Will dismounted and knelt beside Eugene Pratt, who looked up and said, "You fooled all of us. You did, Marshal. I told you was one smart sumbitch." Pratt didn't have much time to live, Will knew, so he went to his horse, removed his canteen, and opened it. "Want a drink?" "Yeah, but not that. I'd like a last drink of whiskey." Will lay aside the canteen and went to his saddlebag and pulled out a pint of whiskey. He held Pratt's head up and let him drink. He took 2 swallows and said weakly, "That's the best whiskey I ever had, Marshal." Will stayed with Pratt. He asked for another drink, and Will put the bottle to his lips. "You know, Marshal, I got drunk and killed the sheriff. Dumbest thing I ever did. And that one dumb act killed all my brothers. And it's done killed me, too." Pratt hung on for a few more minutes. Then blood trickled from his nose and mouth, and his head lolled back as he died. Will brought Traveler up and lifted Eugene's body onto him and walked back toward Isom, leading both horses. It took him the most part of an hour. Isom had already started digging the grave when Will arrived. He lowered Pratt's body to the ground and said, "Let me have the shovel for a while. You've dug enough." Between the two of them, they got the grave deep enough to keep away scavengers, then piled some rocks on top for good measure. "I'm plumb tuckered," Will laughed. "Let's build a fire and cook up some victuals. I'm hungry." They stayed and rested for an hour, topping off their dinner with a shared can of peaches. They rode for home. It turned dark when they were about 8 miles from the ranch. They kept going, knowing that this close to home they didn't want to sleep on the ground another night. When they arrived at the ranch, they first took care of the horses, then went to their homes. Will found himself locked out. He couldn't help but laugh. Virginia had learned her lessons well, and she'd locked all the doors in the house. He banged on the back door, and after a few moments he saw lantern light shining through the back window. He knew that his favorite woman was holding that lantern. After unlocking the door, Virginia put down the lamp and hugged him. "How's my husband?" "Mighty fine now that I'm with you," he said. "Was it a tough trip?" No. It was one of the easier ones. I'll tell you all about it tomorrow." 12. A week later, Will was in Santa Angela at the telegraph office checking for messages. Johnny Potts, the telegrapher, gave Will a telegram from T.C. Frost, Will's banker in San Antonio. "Marshal Will Fain, Santa Angela. Found buyer for GIs. Stop. Will pay $125 each. Stop. Once transported to San Antonio, can arrange sale. Stop. Advise travel plans. Stop. Frost." Some time ago, Will and Virginia had found an old Spanish treasure back in a cave on their property, which included 200 5-ounce ingots of gold. On a visit to San Antonio, Will and Virginia had shown one of the ingots to Frost and asked him to find out if they might be valued at more than the price of gold, which was then $20 an ounce. In the telegram, Frost was notifying Will that he'd found a buyer for the gold ingots who was willing to pay $125 for each ingot, or $25 an ounce, which was good news, but seemed strange to Will. Why would someone be willing to pay more than the value of the gold? Will asked himself. In any case, if he could get the higher price, he was willing to sell all of the ingots. Problem was, the ingots were now in the cellar of Will's house, and he had to find a secure way to get them to San Antonio for the sale. That night, after Jacob and Annabelle were in bed, Will showed Virginia the telegram.
"So now," she said, "you'll have to find a way to get them to San Antonio."
"That's right. I told you getting them to San Antonio wouldn't be a problem, that Isom and I could do it. Now we'll see if I can back that up." Will laughed.
"They weigh about 70 pounds, but nobody knows you have them, so you can carry them in your saddlebags and never let them out of your sight."
"Yes, I could do that. But I hate to go to San Antonio without you, especially since your folks live so close," Will said.
"I'd like to go, but our son is due in 2 months. I think the stagecoach ride would be pretty hard on me."
"Then I'll make arrangements to carry the ingots to San Antonio as soon as possible. I can get down there and back in a week." The following day, Will dug up the cellar floor in the ranch house and removed the gold ingots he'd hidden there. He put them in his saddlebags, and after saying goodbye to Virginia and the children, he and Isom rode 2 geldings down to Santa Angela. There, Will visited the Bank of Santa Angela and withdrew $6,000 to deposit in Frost Bank, then sent a telegram to T.C. Frost telling him their arrival date in San Antonio. Afterward, they rode to Ben Ficklin, the stagecoach stop just south of Santa Angela. They left the horses safely in the corral there and caught the stage to San Antonio. Will and Isom spent 3 days on the road to San Antonio being jostled and whipsawed in the swaying stagecoach. It was a tough but uneventful ride. When they arrived in San Antonio, they checked in at the Vance Hotel. The clerk looked like he wanted to refuse Isom's service, but the U.S. Marshal badges and Will's fierce look cowed him. He handed over the keys to 2 rooms, and the cost was $3 per night each. Will put the saddlebags in the hotel safe after assuring himself it was secure. That night, they each had a bath, and the following morning they found a barber who gave each of them a shave and a haircut. Having lived in Washington less than a year ago, Will had the suits to look like a San Antonio businessman. Isom did not, so that morning after the barber's visit, Will took Isom to a men's clothing store and had him fitted for 2 dress suits. Will winked at Isom and laughed, saying, "You gonna hang with me in the big city, you gotta look the part. You can dress me up in a suit, but once I start talking, everybody gonna know I'm a fake. That's a load of crap. You're not a fake. You're the most genuine man I know. Nothing fake about dressing different for different things," Will said. The store made the alterations while they waited, and Isom walked out looking like a new man. "All right, let's go get the ingots and go over to see my banker, T.C. Frost." They walked into the Frost Mercantile and headed for the bank, which was located in the store. T.C. Frost saw Will from his office. He popped out of his chair and came striding toward him. "Hey, Will, good to see you. How was your trip?" "It was tiring and long, but no trouble. Tell him I want you to meet Isom Wood, my deputy." Frost and Isom shook hands, and he invited both marshals into his office. Once inside, Frost said, "Can I talk freely in front of Marshal Wood, Will?" "Absolutely." "So you have the gold ingots with you?" "Right here in these saddlebags." "What's the total?" "Counting the one you have, there's 199. I left one at home. Virginia wanted a keepsake. I think she'll frame it and put it on the wall." "All right. I've advised the jeweler that you'd be here today. Why don't you and Isom go to dinner, and I'll speak with the jeweler and find a suitable place to complete the deal," Frost said. "What's wrong with right here in your office?" "Nothing. I'll suggest that." "How long will it take to arrange the exchange?" "I don't know. Why don't you come back in 2 hours?" "All right. Could you place these saddlebags in your safe?" "Oh yeah, I'll take care of it," Frost said. Will and Isom got a carriage and rode around town for an hour, then stopped at the Menger Hotel and Brewery. "They got excellent beer here," Will said. "Good. I could use a few beers," Isom said. Will told Isom a little about the hotel's history. "The Alamo is right around the corner. This hotel is built on the battlefield, and some say it's haunted. I stayed here and saw 2 or 3 ghosts, but they seemed harmless." Isom gave Will a careful look and said, "I hope you pulling my leg." "Yeah, I'm pulling your leg," Will laughed.
Virginia and I stayed here for 2 nights, and we were disappointed that we didn't see a single ghost. They ate a good meal, drank a couple of beers, and were back at the Frost Bank in 2 hours. Frost was in his office. He saw them and waved them in. The buyer had anticipated your coming, so he's had the money ready for a couple of days. He's coming in a half hour, and we'll make the exchange then, Frost said. We'll go next door to the Behar Cafe and get us a cup of coffee. When they sat down in the Behar, Will said, Isom, I want you to stand in the corner of that office and be ready for anything. I've got my pocket pistol, so I'm armed. But this is a lot of money, and I don't want anything to go wrong. Isom nodded and raised his eyebrows, letting Will know he understood exactly what he was saying. I'd do that anyway. I know you would. A half hour later, Will and Isom walked back into the bank. Frost saw them and waved them in. Will, meet Avery Duncan. He's the jeweler I told you about. And this, Frost pointed to a heavy-set man with pale skin and white hair, is Manfred Trumbo, who will be buying your ingots. He's brought the full $24,875 in that small carpet bag there at his feet. Frost sat down behind his desk and said, Will has brought the ingots, and I have them in my vault. I'll let you, Mr. Trumbo, examine them to your heart's content. At the same time, my teller and Marshal Fain will count the money to satisfy themselves that it's all there. Frost looked at Will and Trumbo. Any questions? Both men shook their heads. Frost brought out the saddlebags and handed them to Trumbo. Trumbo handed the valise with the money to Will. Well, why don't you go out, and Oscar Martinez, our chief teller, will help you count the money, Frost said. Will took the valise and walked out. Martinez was waiting for him. They walked into another office, and Will dumped the contents on the table. How would you like to proceed, Marshal Fain? First, let me look at a few bills. Will picked up one of the bundles and took out a note from the middle. He examined the front and the back. Do you have a magnifying glass? Just a moment, Martinez said. He left the room and came back to the office, handing Will a large magnifying glass. Will examined the note with the magnifying glass front and back. Well, we don't have to count it, he said. Why? Martinez asked. It's counterfeit. And it's very good counterfeit. How can you tell? Martinez asked. I was a Secret Service operative for 7 years, and I know the difference. Will reached into his inner suit coat pocket and pulled out a large wallet. He extracted a $100 bill, the same as the 1869 counterfeit notes. Feel the smooth texture of this real note. Martinez did so. Now, feel this one. The texture of the paper is rougher. Now look at the thickness of the counterfeit bill compared to the real one, Will said. Definitely thicker, Martinez said. There are other things, too. Look at it with a magnifying glass. The government seals are a little blurry, and the numbers, too, Will said. Yeah, the real one is clearer. I can see that, Martinez said. What has me puzzled is that the rest of the note seems perfect. The portrait of Lincoln is perfect. I can't find anything else wrong with these, but they absolutely are counterfeit, Will said. What are you going to do now? Martinez asked. Trumbo and Duncan are going to jail. Will walked back into Frost's office. Frost asked, Everything okay, Will? Did you count it? No, I didn't count it. Are you sure you don't want to count it? Frost asked. Yeah, I'm sure. No need to count counterfeit currency. Trumbo jumped out of his chair. That is not counterfeit money. That's quite a theatrical act you have there, Mr. Trumbo, Will smiled at him. Maybe you'll be able to use it in prison. Prison? I'm not going to prison. You are mistaken. These bills are real. Will drew his handcuffs out and said, Stand up, Mr. Trumbo. You're under arrest. Put your hands behind your back. Duncan, the jeweler, opened his coat and slowly placed his hand inside. Isom's Colt appeared as if by magic. When that hand come out of that coat, it best be empty, Isom said coldly.
The sweat was rolling off Duncan's face as he pulled his empty hand from inside his coat. Will reached into Duncan's inside coat pocket and pulled out a derringer. Will jerked Trumbo up and placed the irons on him, then took Isom's irons and shackled Duncan. "Avery, you're ruined in this town," Frost said. "You're a crook, and I don't like crooks." Will looked at Tom Frost and said, "Tom, we'll escort these men over to the jail. Then we'll be back to talk to you. Just keep the gold ingots in your vault." "Will, I hope you don't—" "I know you're not involved, Tom. You've always been square with me." 13. Will and Isom walked the two men out in irons. After they arrived at the jail, Will filled out all the paperwork for the arrests, and the two men were chained in different offices for questioning. Will and Isom walked into the room with Duncan. "Now, Mr. Duncan, you're facing at least 20 years in prison and a fine so large it'll eat up every asset you might have," Will said. "If you cooperate, I can speak to the judge on your behalf, and he might lower your sentence." "I don't know anything about this. Trumbo was a customer who agreed to buy the ingots. I had no idea he was paying with counterfeit notes," Duncan said. "You could really help yourself here, Mr. Duncan. You will be convicted. Simple possession of these notes is enough without proving another thing," Will said. "I can't help you, Marshal. Sorry." They left and walked into the room with Trumbo. "Mr. Trumbo, you face 20 years in prison and a huge fine. Tell us who printed the notes," Will said. "I have no idea," Trumbo said. "I got the entire sum of money from Gru's Bank right here in San Antonio." "Who at the bank gave you those notes?" Will asked. "Well, I don't know his name." "I'm going to visit Gru's Bank. I'll speak with the president of the bank. If you got the notes from Gru's Bank, somebody there will most certainly remember you with this amount of uncirculated currency," Will said. "I'm not sure they will. I had the money in a safe box at the bank," Trumbo said. "So now your story changes. Better get it straight before the trial," Will said. "It's a felony to possess counterfeit currency, and we have all kinds of witnesses that you not only possessed it, you tried to pass it off as genuine." "I have to speak to my lawyer," Trumbo said. "Were you and Duncan in on this fraud together? I should tell you Duncan points the finger directly at you. He says it was all your idea." "I don't know what to say," Trumbo said. "Okay, Mr. Trumbo. You're right. You need to speak to your lawyer," Will said. "But this counterfeit was printed from some excellent plates. I'm going to find those, and if I can, I'm going to tie them to you." Will laughed. "If I can tie them to you, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison." Will turned to Isom and said, "Let's get these men locked up." They walked down and spoke to the jailer, Bryce Keener, asking that Duncan and Trumbo be placed in separate cells so they could not talk to each other and agree on some fabricated story. Afterward, Will said to Isom, "Let's go up and see if Judge Duval is in. If I know him, he'll throw the book at these counterfeiters." When they arrived, court was in session, but it was near 4 o'clock, so Will thought the trial would be adjourning soon for the day. He and Isom walked into the courtroom and took a seat at the back. When court adjourned about 20 minutes later, Will and Isom left and walked back to the clerk's office. "Hello, Marshal Fain. Do you need to see the judge?" "If he has time, yes," Will said. The clerk went into the judge's chambers and when he returned, said, "You can go right in, Marshal." Will walked in with Isom and introduced him to Judge Duval, who said, "It's good to see you again, Will. What brings you two to town?" "Your Honor, we've run into a serious problem. I was trying to sell some gold ingots, and 2 men tried to pass off nearly $25,000 in counterfeit $100 notes to me, the ones printed in 1869 with Lincoln's likeness on the front left side." "How do you know they're counterfeit?" Judge Duval asked. "I'm a Secret Service officer, Your Honor, in addition to being a U.S. Marshal. I've had 7 years of training in identifying counterfeit currency. This is definitely counterfeit, Will said. I guess I'd forgotten your Secret Service background. I should have remembered since President Grant sent you out here. No one can question your qualifications, not in my court anyway. What can we do about this situation? I was only going to be down here for a couple of days, but if we can schedule their trial soon, I can stay and testify as your expert witness. We can do that. My current trial should end Friday, and we can try the 2 men starting Monday. Will that do? Yes, Your Honor, it will. The other thing is, we need to find out where they're printing this money. It's excellent quality counterfeit, so good that very few would know it's fake. If we could have a warrant to search both men's businesses and houses, we might find the engraving plates and printing press or other evidence against them. Since you've already caught them with nearly $25,000 in counterfeit money, which they tried to pass, that's just cause to have as many search warrants as you want. Just tell my clerk. He'll prepare them and I'll sign them. Thank you, Your Honor. I'd really like to find these engraving plates. The currency is some of the best I've ever seen. Then how can you be certain they're counterfeit? Judge Duval asked. The paper is rough and too thick, for one thing, and the government seals are not quite right, Will said. All right, see the clerk, and we'll get the warrants you need. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be ready to testify on Monday. After obtaining the warrants, Will walked down to the office of J.P. Theder, who was the other U.S. Marshal for West Texas, but he handled mostly the serving of court writs, like subpoenas. He had deputies who sought out criminals. Will was told Theder wasn't in his office, so he asked where he could find Deputy Marshal Parse Newman. He was told Newman was down at the jail at that moment. When Will and Isom entered the jail, they ran right into Newman, who was filling out an arrest order. Well, hell, look what the cat dragged in, Newman said as he shook hands with Will. This is my deputy, Isom Wood. Newman extended his hand and shook with Isom. Good to see you both. What are you doing down here? Well, I need a little help. I guess we could do it ourselves, but I don't know the town that well. We've got a couple of counterfeiters in the jail here. Tried to pass off nearly $25,000 in fake bills to me. Whoa, Hoss, that is a lot of money. If they're convicted, Judge Duval will send them up for no less than 20 years, and if they have any assets, he'll load on a big fine. I think we can convict them, Will said. But what we need is to find their printing press and the engravings they're using. These are the best counterfeit hundreds I've ever seen. There's virtually no bankers who would recognize it as counterfeit. You're going to need a search warrant, Newman said. We've got search warrants from Judge Duval. We just need to serve them and start searching. But we could use your help, Will said. How can I help? Newman said. You know the town real well, so you can help direct our search, Will said. No problem. I'll just run upstairs and let Theder's clerk know I'm going to be unavailable for a day or two, Newman said. We're going to run down to Frost Bank. Then let's have some supper together. We'll talk over our strategy and start searching tomorrow. How's that sound? I'll meet you at Frost Bank in a half hour. Before you go, tell us where the nearest telegraph office is located, Will said. If you go out by the jail, turn right, and it's about 3 doors down. Okay. We'll see you at the bank, Will said. Will and Isom left the courthouse and found the telegraph office. Will wrote out a telegram to advise the Secret Service of the situation. Hiram C. Whitley, Director, Secret Service, New York, New York. Found counterfeit operation in San Antonio, Texas. Stop. Confiscated $24,875 in counterfeit 1869 Lincoln $100 Treasury notes. Stop. Arrested 2 felons. Stop. Trial will be Monday, March 17th. Stop. Judge T.H. Duval's Court. Stop. Will Fain, SSO, Vance Hotel, San Antonio. At the bank, Will spoke again with Frost in his office. We're going to try to find the printing press and engraving plates so that we can stop this criminal enterprise. Meanwhile, why don't you sell the ingots to the gold dealer for $20 an ounce?" "Okay, I can do that," Frost said. "And, Will, I want to apologize for this. I had no idea I was dealing with criminals." "I know that, Tom. Don't worry about it. When the sale is finished, just put the money into my account." "I should be able to sell the gold quite soon," Frost said. "How's our venture coming to buy wool?" Will said. "I've only bought a little wool so far, Will. I think later this year the bottom will fall out of the market, and that will be the time to buy. But it may be a while before prices recover. We have to be patient, but we'll make a substantial profit when it does." Thinking ahead, what's the best thing to do with the money from the sale of the gold? "We could buy more wool. I've got plenty of warehouse space if you want to do that," Frost said. "No, I think I'd like to diversify my investments. Let me know if you find any other opportunities," Will said. "All right, I'll do that. I've also got some more money to deposit." Will took off his suit coat, pulled out his shirt, and extracted the money belt from around his waist. He removed $6,000 and placed it on Frost's desk. "All right, I'll deposit this money directly into your account, along with that from the sale of the gold," Frost said. Will and Isom walked out to meet Parse Newman and walked down to the Vance Hotel to have supper. After discussing their strategy and enjoying the meal, they agreed to meet Newman for breakfast the following morning before searching for evidence of the fraud, including the printing press. 14. The search began at Duncan's jewelry store, which was a small shop in a much larger building on Commerce Street. Newman had brought along a locksmith named Eddie Rose, but he wasn't needed at the jewelry store, which was already open. They all walked into the store and Will said, "We're U.S. Marshals. We're here with a search warrant to search all of these premises." The young man in the store was wide-eyed. "Okay, I guess," he said. "Where's Mr. Duncan?" "He's in jail on a charge of counterfeiting U.S. currency," Will said. "What's your name?" "Milo Fussell," he said. "How long have you been working here?" Will asked. "About 5 months," Fussell said. "Do you know the location of any printing press that Duncan has access to?" "No, I don't. I just help in the jewelry store." "Have you ever seen any engraving plates of any kind?" "No, but I don't think I'd know what they'd look like. We just handle jewelry here." "Okay. We're going to need access to Duncan's office and any other locations that you're aware that he owns. You have a key to this store. Do you have any other keys?" Will asked. "Yes, I have a key to Mr. Duncan's office." "We're going to need both keys. When we leave, we'll be locking up the jewelry store until further notice," Will told him. Will got the keys and handed the office key to Newman. "You go with Isom and look at everything in that office. Go through the receipts especially. You may find a receipt for renting a building that could hold a printing press." They spent the next hour and could find nothing but a ring of keys. Will walked out of the office and said, "Mr. Fussell, do you know what these keys fit?" "No, I've never seen those before." "Do you know where Duncan lives?" "I think I can find it. I had to take a package there once. It's several blocks away." "Okay, let's close this business down and get a carriage," Will said. All 5 men crowded into the carriage, and Fussell gave the carriage driver instructions. They rode about 5 blocks to a warehouse area on 4th Street. "This is where I delivered the package," Fussell said. "All right, the carriage driver will drop you off wherever you want. The jewelry store is locked up," Will said. The 4 men approached the front door of the building, but it was locked. "Eddie, I guess we need you to open the door," Newman said. "Can I see the ring of keys?" Eddie asked. Eddie began to try each key on the ring, and the 3rd one opened the door. "There you have it," Eddie said, smiling. "Didn't need me at all." Once inside, they saw stairs going up and apartments to the left and right. "Okay, let's try one of these apartments," Will said. Eddie tried the keys on the ring and found one that opened the door to the apartment on the right. "Let's also try the one across the hall," Will said. Eddie tried the keys and found one that opened the door to the second apartment. "Wonder why he needs 2 apartments," Newman said. "I don't know. Let's search both. Parse, you and Isom search that one. Eddie and I will search the other one." So they set to work. A few minutes later, Parse walked in and said, "The apartment we're searching belongs to Manfred Trumbo. At least I think it does. There's a bunch of letters addressed to him on the table there. This one must be Duncan's apartment. So they've got apartments right next to each other, and Duncan has the key to both," Will asked. "Means they know each other pretty well," Newman said. "How many more keys on that ring?" Will asked. "There's 7 altogether. There are 2 for the jewelry store, 1 to the front door here, and 2 to the apartments. That leaves 2 unidentified," Eddie said. "Let's go upstairs and see if the keys fit any locks up there," Will said. So they all walked up the stairs. Eddie had put a small wire around the 5 keys already identified, so he had only 2 to try. Eddie tried both keys in the doors upstairs, and neither fit. "I got a warrant here that says I can search these premises. Get it open for us, Eddie. If you can't, I'm going to kick it down," Will said. "Oh, I can open it," Eddie said. He took out a bunch of tools from a small leather bag and used 2 of them in the lock. Took him about 15 seconds to pop the lock. When they opened the door, they saw a flatbed printing press in the middle of the room, the latest model manufactured by Golding and Company of Boston. At the side of the room was a large desk with multiple drawers of movable type styles. Going further into the room, they found a large paper cutter for cutting multiple sheets from the flatbed press. And in the corner of the room, the most important piece of equipment for a counterfeiter, a transfer press, with which a counterfeiter could duplicate engraving plates to his heart's content. "Looks like we've found the printing press and the duplicating press. Next thing is to find the engraving plates. Let's tear this place apart. Don't leave any stone unturned," Will said. Will took Eddie aside and said, "Let's go over and open that other door. I want to see what's in that room." Eddie took mere seconds to open the door. When Will opened it, the first thing he saw was a herring ferrule cast-iron safe about 4 feet high. "Well, Eddie, you're about to earn your money. Let's see if you can open that safe." Eddie laughed and said, "These are tough. Might take me a minute or 2. Shut the door so we don't have any noise in here." Eddie knelt in front of the safe and started turning the dial, his ear pressed to the safe's surface. He turned the combination dial first to the right, then to the left, then back again. This went on for some time. Then Eddie hit the silver lever on the front of the safe, and it opened right up. Will knelt in front of the safe and said, "Eddie, go tell Isom and Parse we found the plates. They can quit looking," Will said. Will looked around the office. There were 2 identical roll-top desks. He and the other men would go through the desks for papers to identify each man. Isom walked in and said, "Look what I found in the trash." He showed Will 2 large sheets with impressions of $100 bills. They had been smudged, but there was no doubt they were the same impressions as the ones Duncan and Trumbo had brought to Frost's office. "Pretty strong evidence when we go to court," Will said. "This is a good find, Isom." When the men had gathered all the evidence they thought necessary, they closed and locked all the doors. Will had dinner with the group shortly after noon. Then he and Isom went to visit the prosecuting attorney, Cyrus Bullock. He'd met Bullock earlier this year when he was a witness against Millie Sinclair, alias Della Stewart, who had participated in a stagecoach robbery while Will, Virginia, and the children were traveling to visit Virginia's parents in New Braunfels. Millie was now serving 10 years in the women's section of Huntsville Prison. Bullock welcomed Will into his office. "It's good to see you again. What brings you to San Antonio?" Will introduced Isom, and they sat down in front of Bullock's desk. "I came to town on some business, then ran into a counterfeiting operation," Will said. "I've spoken with Judge Duval, who said we could try these men Monday, so I thought I should meet with you at the earliest opportunity." "Indeed.
Tell me what it's all about, Bullock said.
Will explained everything that had occurred in Frost's office as the men tried to pass off the counterfeit notes to him, then described their search of the apartments and rooms above. He explained all the evidence found.
I think we've got enough evidence to convict without question. Did you have warrants to search the premises?
Yes, Judge Duval signed them.
I was a little worried that you might not have gotten the warrants, but you're way ahead of me, Bullock said.
I've had some experience at this. How long do you think the trial might take?
Shouldn't last long. Just trying to pass the counterfeit bills to you is enough to convict and give them 20-year sentences, Bullock said. Just possessing the engraving plates is a felony.
Okay. Who do you want to testify?
Certainly you, your deputy, and Frost will testify. Then I'll probably call Parse Newman, who I know well, to corroborate everything you've said about the searches.
When Will got back to the hotel, he found a telegram. Will Fain, SSO, Vance Hotel, San Antonio, Texas. Outstanding work stopping counterfeit ring. Stop. Keep me apprised as events unfold. Stop. Look forward to successful trial. Stop. H.C. Whitley, Director, Secret Service. Having received the telegram reminded him he needed to send a telegram to Virginia. He walked down to the telegraph office and wrote out his telegram. Virginia Fain, Santa Angela, Texas. Arrived safely. Stop. Man tried to buy GIs with counterfeit. Stop. Arrested him. Stop. Have to testify at trial Monday. Stop. Told Frost to sell GIs at best price. Stop. Expect to be home Friday. Stop. Love to you, Jacob, and Annabelle. Stop. Will. Something about the investigation kept bothering Will. He couldn't think what it was, but he had overlooked something during the day. He'd have to think about it because it wasn't coming to him. Will walked down to the Vance Hotel and knocked on Isom's door. Isom answered in his undershirt.
I was just washing up.
Okay, I'm going to do the same. Then you and I can eat supper down in the hotel dining room, Will said. We'll talk then. Will reached into his pocket for his room key. He put it in the door, and then it hit him. He knew what he had overlooked earlier in the day. The other 2 keys on the ring. They had identified what 5 keys opened and their use, but not the last 2. He thought he knew where the other keys might fit. 15. He and Isom were up early the following morning and had breakfast in the hotel dining room. 2 things we have to do today, Will said. We're going to Groose Bank. When I questioned Trumbo, he told me he'd gotten the cash from a safe box in the Groose Bank. I think those other 2 keys on the ring fit safe boxes.
I thought you told me safe boxes have combinations, Isom said.
They do, but with the key inserted, you can change the combination. The locks were invented by Yale Lock Company. Most banks have them now, Will said.
So double protection. Pretty smart. Only the owner of the safe box knows the combination, and only one person has the key to change the combination anytime he goes to the bank.
That's right. And this morning we're going to visit the bank and take a look at all the safe boxes from either Duncan or Trumbo, Will said.
What if they used an alias? Isom asked.
Hadn't thought of that, Will said. Maybe we could describe the men to the head cashier at the bank, and he could identify them.
Not likely. A photograph, maybe, Isom said.
Will sat drinking his coffee. He put it down and said, They do have good coffee here, I'll say that.
Yeah, they do. Wonder if we could get one of those photographers to take photographs of the prisoners, Isom said.
That's a good idea. We may not need it, but it would be good to have the photographs if we do need them. Let's round up a photographer and have him take photographs of the prisoners and everything else, the printing press, the duplicating press, the paper cutter, the safe, and we can show them to the jury at the trial. After breakfast, Will asked the porter if he knew where they could find a photographer. He was told there was one on Travis Street, so he and Isom wandered over that way and saw the photo studio of Amos Fisher. They entered, and a brisk, small man with a black mustache and goatee greeted them.
"Hello, gentlemen. What may I do for you? Are you here for a portrait?"
Will looked at Isom and laughed. "I think that's a splendid idea." So they spent the next few minutes having a portrait done of the two of them. "We'll need 2 copies of the photograph with frames," Will said. "I have to confess we didn't come here for a portrait," Will said. "I came hoping to hire you and your camera for half the day." Will explained the assignment, and Fisher agreed.
"I have to gather my equipment," Fisher said. "Why don't I meet you at the jail in a half hour, and we'll get the photographs of the prisoners. Then we'll proceed to take the other photographs you need."
Shortly after noon, they finished the photographs, and Will and Isom were dining and drinking beer in the Menger Hotel and Brewery. "When we finish up here, we're going over to the Groose Bank and find out about those safe boxes," Will said. "No telling what they got in those," Isom said. After dinner, they took a carriage to Groose Bank. Will and Isom walked into the bank, which was located in the Groose Mercantile. Will asked to speak to the president of the bank, and the cashier walked over and knocked on the door of Friedrich Groose. A well-dressed man came out of the office in shirt sleeves. In a noticeable German accent, Groose said, "I'm Friedrich Groose. How may I help you?" "Mr. Groose, my name is Will Fain. This is Isom Wood, my deputy. We're United States Marshals. In addition, I'm with the Secret Service. We're here because we believe that 2 counterfeiters may have safe boxes in the bank."
"What? You think counterfeiters are using this bank?" Groose said with a look of disbelief.
"We're not completely sure, but we need to access those safe boxes of 2 men, Avery Duncan and Manfred Trumbo."
"Those boxes are confidential. This is a private bank. Nobody can access the safe boxes except the owners," Groose said.
"Mr. Groose, perhaps I didn't explain properly. The 2 men are guilty of counterfeiting U.S. currency, and we need access to those safe boxes to determine if there is further evidence of their crimes."
"I'm sorry, but I cannot give you access. Only the owners have the combinations," Groose said.
"Mr. Groose, look up the number of the boxes for Avery Duncan and Manfred Trumbo, and take us to those boxes," Will said. "We have the keys to the boxes, and we know that the keys will override the combinations. If not, we'll bore out the locks with a drill or knock them out with a hammer and punch. But one way or another, we will find out what's in those boxes."
"Do you have a court order?"
Will sighed. "Not at this moment, but I can obtain one from Judge Duval by going up to his office. If you force me to do that, I'm not going to be very happy," Will said. Groose looked at Will for long moments.
"I'm sorry, Marshal. I cannot give you access without a search warrant."
"Isom, you wait right here in the bank. I'll be back shortly with a warrant." Will was back with the warrant in less than an hour. Will walked back to Groose's office and opened the door. He walked up to the desk where Groose was sitting. "Mr. Groose, here's your warrant. Now show us where the safe boxes are."
"Only one of them. Avery Duncan has a safe box here,"
Groose said, rising from his chair. "Okay, show it to us," Will said. Groose and his cashier led Will and Isom into a large concrete room. Against one side lay a wall of about 48 safe boxes.
"Duncan has number 28 right there,"
Groose said, pointing. Will took the box out and set it on a table in the middle of the room. He inserted the key and opened the box. When Will opened the lid, he was looking at bundles of $100 bills, first printed in 1869 with Lincoln's photo on the left of the front side. He lifted out one of the bills. He examined it carefully. The currency was just like the other, almost perfect in every respect, except for the paper. "We'll have to confiscate these, Mr. Groose," Will said. "If you'd have 2 of your employees count this, I'll give you a receipt, then we'll take it into custody." Turning to Isom, Will said, "The question now is, what does this other key fit? Since it's identical to the one that opened this safe box, it must fit another safe box. But if it's not here, where?" Walking over to Groose, Will asked, "How many banks in San Antonio, Mr. Groose?"
6 that I'm aware of, Bruce replied. How many have safe boxes? Besides this one, 4. There's Frost Bank, San Antonio National, Twohig and Company, Bennett and Thornton, and that's all, I believe. Will signed a receipt for the currency taken from the safe box for the 1869 currency issue. Then he and Isom left the bank and called for a carriage. Take us to San Antonio National Bank, please, Will directed the driver. At the bank, Will spoke to the cashier and said, We need to see a list of the owners of safe boxes. Will showed the cashier his Secret Service badge and said, I'm a Secret Service operative looking for counterfeiters. My name is David Barron, Chief Cashier, sir. I'll have to speak with the bank president about this. Bring him out. I'll talk to him, Will said. Moments later, Barron came out with another man. I'm George Brackenridge, president of the bank. Can I help you? I'm Will Fain, United States Marshal, and I'm also an investigator for the Secret Service. We need to see the list of those who rented safe boxes at this bank. We're looking for counterfeiters. Of course, Marshal Fain. Come this way. Brackenridge escorted both men into his office, and Barron brought the list. Will glanced down at the list and didn't see the names Duncan and Trumbo, but he did see Avery Manfred. Not very imaginative, Will thought, using both first names to rent the box. Nevertheless, since those were the first names of his counterfeiters, he had to see what was in the box. This name right here, Avery Manfred. We'd like to look in that box, Will said. David, show them the way, Brackenridge said. Right this way, Barron said. Will and Isom walked into the room with concrete floor and walls. They saw 2 walls filled with safe boxes. Will quickly counted and found there were a total of 96. Avery Manfred was number 78. The cashier lifted out the box and placed it on a table. He took out his master key and started to open the box. Wait, let's see if this key fits. Will slipped in the last unidentified key, and when he turned it, the tumbler would not move. This doesn't fit. Go ahead and use the master key, Mr. Barron, Will said. Once Barron had opened it with the master key, Will lifted the lid and heard a gasp from Barron. It was completely full of banknotes. That's a lot of money, Isom said. Will pulled out one of the bills, felt its surface, tested the bend and thickness. Pointing to the bill, he said, The paper is too rough and thick. It's counterfeit, Will said as he shook his head. There's enough there to bankrupt this bank, Barron said. Mr. Barron, if you and another bank employee could count this money, I'll give you a receipt for it. Then we'll take it into custody, Will said. Note on the receipt that it's counterfeit. After the money was counted, Isom placed it in a large carpet bag. Will thanked Brackenridge and Barron, and he and Isom left the bank. Isom, we've still got one key. It's sure to fit a safe box at another bank. Let's visit Twohig and Company. They walked into the bank, identified themselves, explained what they wanted, and surprisingly had no trouble getting a look at the list of safe box holders. Will and Isom looked at the list together. There was no Avery Duncan or Manfred Trumbo. Look at every name and see if it relates in any way to Duncan or Trumbo or Avery or Manfred, Will said. If it's there, I don't see it, Isom said. I don't either. They thanked the bank cashier and left. All right, Will thought. One more bank. Bennett and Thornton. He gave the carriage driver the address, and they walked into the bank a few minutes later. A large man saw them from his office and came right out. How can I help you, gentlemen? I'm W.A. Bennett, president of the bank. Nice to meet you, Mr. Bennett. I'm Will Fain, and this is Isom Wood. We're United States Marshals, and I'm also with the Secret Service. We're investigating a counterfeiting operation here in San Antonio, and we're looking for safe boxes they might have been using. Can we see your list of those who rent safe boxes? Come right into my office, Bennett said. They walked in, and he reached into a drawer and pulled out a list of names. He handed it to Will, who looked down at it.
spotted the name right off, and said, "Here's the name. M. Trumbo. I need to see that box." "All right, I'll take you right into the vault." Bennett walked them down the hall to the vault where the bank had 48 safe boxes. "Here's number 7, Marshal." He pulled the box out and put it on the table. Will inserted the last key, and the box opened. He lifted the lid and saw bundles of $100 bills, but these were different. "These are 1862 issue," Will said. "It's the first $100 United States note ever issued," Will said quietly. "These are called spread eagles because the eagle is pictured with its wings fully stretched out." Bennett looked over, saw the money, and exclaimed, "Is that counterfeit?" "I'm not sure," Will said. He pulled out a bill and started examining it. "Mr. Bennett, could you find me a decent magnifying glass?" "Right away," Bennett said, and left the room. "Isom, I think this is counterfeit too, but it's so good it's extraordinary." "So what you're saying is these counterfeiters got more than one set of plates?" "Yes. We know now they have at least 2 different sets, but there may be more. We just don't know," Will said. Bennett returned with a magnifying glass, and Will started minutely examining the bills. He pulled one after another, looking carefully for any sign of counterfeiting. "These are perfect, except for the paper. These bills are counterfeit because the paper is wrong. These notes are perfect otherwise," Will said. "All right, Mr. Bennett. Bring in your cashier and let's count this money. Then I'm going to confiscate it and give you a signed receipt. If any questions arise, you'll be in the clear." While Bennett and the cashier were counting, Will and Isom walked over to a corner of the room. "This is puzzling, Isom." "Yeah. How'd they get currency that perfect?" "I don't know. But here's the other thing. At San Antonio National, we had a box and no key. Barron opened it with the master. Why is that?" "Those keys we found belonged to Duncan. We didn't find Trumbo keys," Isom said. "That's right. There's some more keys out there. We stopped searching those apartments when we found the mother lode upstairs. We could go back and search for more keys," Isom said. "That's not a bad idea. We could find keys to even more boxes, but it might be under somebody else's names. Maybe we've been going about this all wrong. How many safe boxes altogether?" "In all the banks, more than 250, Isom said. "How long would it take us to look in every safe box?" "Not long, if we got the master key." Twohig had the most with 96 safe boxes. If we had one person to pull boxes, another to open them, and one to look into each, you could get through 96 boxes in less than an hour. We're only looking for more counterfeit currency. We got evidence galore against Duncan and Trumbo. What's the problem? I think there are more people involved, and if we don't find them, they'll just find people to replace Duncan and Trumbo, Will said. Bennett called Will and Isom over. "There's $102,500 here. That's quite a fortune." "Thank you for counting it. If you'll prepare a receipt, I'll sign it, and we'll take the money into custody. Please note on the receipt that the money is counterfeit." 16. The following morning, Will met again with Bullock and went over all the evidence they had against Duncan and Trumbo, and it was considerable. "We're trying to get more evidence, but in any case, we have enough to convict these two," Will said. "Yeah, we've got enough, but they've got the highest-priced lawyer in town. His name is Everett Dolby. He's part of the firm Hamilton, Dolby & Tuttle. I suspect somebody else is paying his bill because that firm is most expensive in San Antonio." "Interesting," Will said. "Is there any way you can get me a list of the firm's clients?" "I don't know. I could try. Why?" "I'd like to see if any of the names come up as we continue the investigation, that's all," Will said. Will and Isom talked last night and mapped out a plan for today. First, they were going to use the court orders from yesterday to examine every safe box in town. They thought they wouldn't need additional help because each bank would supply at least one person to oversee their activities. They first went to the Tuhig Bank, where they got excellent cooperation. They looked in every safe box and found no counterfeit currency and nothing else suspicious. They found jewelry, cash, bonds, stocks, and other securities, gold, silver, and family heirlooms, but no counterfeit money. Will thanked the head cashier at Tuhig Bank for his cooperation, and he and Isom were walking toward the San Antonio National Bank when Will said, "You know, I just thought of something. When we visited Gru's Bank, I never saw the list of customers. Grus told me that Duncan was the only one on the list, so I looked in his safe box, and we found 6 sets of engraving plates." "But you never got a look at the list?" Isom asked. "No, didn't think about it then. Let's go there right now. We'll catch San Antonio National later." They went through the same routine as before. The cashier went to get Friedrich Grus, the president, who came from his office. "Marshal, what else can we do for you today?" Grus asked, seeming perturbed. "First of all, I'd like to examine the list of those who have safe boxes," Will said. Grus seemed reluctant, but finally turned and said, "Follow me." They went into Grus's office, and from one of his desk drawers he pulled out a piece of paper. "This is a complete list." He held the list so that he and Isom could both see it. Neither Will nor Isom saw anything that caught their attention. "I don't see anything that sticks out at me," Will said. "But we'd like to open every safe box that you have." Grus jumped out of his chair. "Absolutely not. We are a private bank, and this is private property. You cannot do this." The German accent had become even more pronounced. Will stared at Grus for several seconds. "Mr. Grus, you'd be surprised what I can do as a Secret Service officer. Now, you've had your little tantrum, and you can tell all your customers you stood up to the big bad federal officers. But let's go to the vault right now." Grus stared back at Will. "I will send for John Dobbin, the Marshal of San Antonio." Will sighed and said loudly, "Mr. Grus, the vault." Grus hesitated, then marched out of his office with Will and Isom following. Once in the vault, Grus crossed his arms over his chest and stood next to the safe boxes with a defiant look on his face. "Mr. Grus, if you're going to stay here with us, you may as well help. You pull the box out, Isom will unlock it with the master key, and I'll look inside. If there's no counterfeit, I will close the box, Isom will lock it, and you can return it to its proper place." Grus reluctantly pulled the first box and handed it to Isom. "I need the master key," Isom said. Grus pulled the key from his pocket and handed it to Isom, who opened the first box. Will looked through it, saw the usual things, then pushed it over to Isom, who locked it and handed it to Grus. Grus Bank had 48 boxes. They had gone through 14 when Isom opened the next one and found a large bundle of currency. Will looked inside and said, "That's a lot of cash." He pulled out one of the bills, smelled it, felt it, and wafted it in the air to test paper thickness. "These are counterfeit." Grus came over and said, "Are you sure that's counterfeit?" "No doubt." "Who owns this box?" Grus ran out of the vault saying, "Let me check the list." He came back in a few minutes with his list in hand and said, "His name is... I can't believe this. Cooper Hamilton is the owner." "What's he do?" "You obviously know him," Will said. "He's the son of Andrew Hamilton, the lawyer and one of the most respected men in South Texas. He is on the board of this bank." "What's the name of his law firm?" "Hamilton, Dolby and Tuttle. Said to be San Antonio's finest." "Why would Cooper Hamilton have counterfeit money in a safe box in his name?" Will tried to make sense of it, but couldn't. "All right, let's keep going through the rest of the safe boxes." They went through the boxes until they came to number 31. Will noticed that it was heavy. Grus had a difficult time getting it up on the table. Isom turned the key and pushed it over to Will, who looked inside and stared. "What the hell?"
"Look at this, Isom," Will said. "These are the plates to print the 1862 spread eagles." Will picked up one of the engraving plates. He looked at it carefully. "I don't know for sure, but these appear to be genuine. See these blank spaces? Those are for the seals, signatures, and numbers that the government prints on these as a final process before cutting, bundling, and releasing them." "We need to know who owns this box, Mr. Gruce," Isom said. Gruce consulted his list and said, "The owner's Gerald Tuttle." "Is he related to the law firm partner?" Will asked. "Yes. He's Bernard Tuttle's son." "Very interesting. Does the other law partner, Dolby, have a son?" Will asked. "I don't know," Gruce said. "We'll confiscate these plates. Let's keep going through these boxes," Will said. So they continued to go through the boxes until they reached number 43, and when it was opened, there was what looked like a folded letter, nothing more. Will picked it up, unfolded it, and started to read. "To whom it may concern. My name is Addison Brower. I'm writing this in case I should disappear, be killed, or die mysteriously. I have given my lawyer, Cadell Field, a sealed envelope notifying him of the existence of this letter. It is to be opened only in case of my death or disappearance. I was formerly an engraver with the Potomac Printing Company, which printed currency for the government of the United States. Our company printed large sheets of currency, which were then sent to the Bureau of Engraving and Printing with blank spots for the government seals, numbers, and signatures. The Bureau then printed the seals, numbers, and signatures, trimmed the sheets, and packaged the currency for final shipment and use. While at Potomac Printing Company, I appropriated steel engraving plates for both the 1862 $100 bill and for the 1869 $100 bill. I intended to duplicate these plates and use them to print counterfeit bills. Unfortunately, my associate at work, Manfred Trumbo, a printer at Potomac, discovered the missing engraving plates. He approached me and told me he knew that I had the plates and that he intended to be my partner in the counterfeiting scheme. My intention was to use the engraving plates to print counterfeit notes for myself and very slowly introduce them into the system in order to avoid being caught. Trumbo, however, had much grander plans. He brought in his lifelong friend Avery Duncan, which was a serious mistake. Avery has little discretion and encourages Trumbo to undertake risky schemes. And Trumbo is a big gambler who has lost heavily. So instead of introducing the bills a few at a time as needed to support my limited lifestyle, I was forced to print much larger volumes to pay Trumbo's gambling debts and extravagant lifestyle. Trumbo paid a huge gambling debt he'd incurred to two young men, Cooper Hamilton and Gerald Tuttle. Hamilton and Tuttle used the money for an extravagant trip to New Orleans, where they gambled in various gaming houses, until one evening outside the Mississippi House, the young men were forcibly taken and questioned. Unfortunately for them, one of the Mississippi House staff was a former Secret Service agent named Darby Torrance, who realized the money they were throwing all over town was counterfeit. He realized it was perfect other than the paper, so he coerced Hamilton and Tuttle into revealing where they got it. Hamilton and Tuttle gave him Trumbo's name. So Torrance left his job at the Mississippi House and came to San Antonio, where he accosted Trumbo and threatened him until he found out all about our little scheme to counterfeit money. He threatened to expose us unless we let him be part of the operation. Then slowly he took over. He began supplying the bills to associates in major cities. When I protested, Torrance threatened my life. I have no usefulness to him now that he has the engraving plates. When Hamilton and Tuttle went back to Trumbo and wanted real money, he told Torrance about them, and Torrance decided to bring them into the operation as his bagmen to carry the money around the country to the associates. So what started off as a simple little scheme has become a big operation. Trumbo and I handle the printing, and Torrance has hired guards to assure we deliver all the counterfeit money to him. He pays us a stipend. We live well and remain alive only as long as we continue to do his work. This letter is my insurance should anything happen to me. The letter was signed and dated 3 months earlier.
Will had not run into Addison Brower or Darby Torrance. Will handed the letter to Isom, who wasn't the fastest reader, so he gave him enough time to read it. "I'll be taking this letter, Mr. Bruce. I'll give you a receipt for it," Will said. "I'm curious, though. Who rented this box?" "Let me check the list. Number 43 is rented to Isaac Nathan Shore." Will chuckled. The guy has a sense of humor. Sure. Isom handed the letter back to Will. "Explains the whole thing." "Yep. We've got some more arrests to make, but first, let's finish up here," Will flatly stated without sharing any details of the letter with Bruce. They quickly went through the remaining 5 safe boxes and found nothing. Will thanked Mr. Bruce, gave him receipts for the items taken, then he and Isom walked out the front door of the bank. When they did, Isom shoved Will one way and dived the other. Then both heard a gunshot and a bullet hit the stone at the front of the bank. Will pulled his pocket pistol, Isom pulled his Colt, and they ran for the building across the street. They could see the smoke from the powder discharge on the opposite roof. The sniper tried 2 more shots and missed both. Then Will and Isom rushed into the front of the building. "The stairs. I'll start climbing," Will said. "You stay down here and see if there's any other way to get to the top of this building." With that, Will started taking the steps 2 at a time. In less than 30 seconds, he reached the 4th floor. He looked down a hallway and saw an open window. He looked out the window and saw the man descending by an outside metal staircase. Isom had seen the man coming down the ladder, and he was waiting at the corner of the building for the man to hit the ground. When he did, Isom shot him in the thigh, and he fell to the ground, his rifle thrown some 8 feet away. "You are one dumb shit kicker," Isom said. "You really thought you could shoot at 2 U.S. Marshals and get away with it?" Isom walked up to the man who was moaning and holding his leg. "Where's it hurt?" Isom asked. Then Isom hauled off and kicked the man right where he was shot. The man screamed. "Can you tell I don't like it when somebody shoots at me?" Isom said. Will came running over out of breath. He looked down at the man and said, "Should have just taken my time. I knew you'd get him." Will walked over and picked up the rifle. "Brand new Winchester. We must be special, them sending a sniper after us." A crowd had gathered around. Will and Isom just ignored them. He knelt down and said, "Who sent you?" "I ain't telling you nothing." Isom placed the heel of his boot on the bullet hole and stood on it. The man screamed again. "What did you say?" Will asked. Isom, who had eased off, now put his full weight on the leg once again. This time, the man moaned in deep agony. "Who did you say sent you?" "Torrance! Torrance has sent me," the man gasped. Isom reached down, grabbed the man's arms, and slapped irons on him. He grabbed him by the shirt and jerked him to his feet. A San Antonio policeman ran up, gun in hand. Will slapped the gun aside and took the pistol away. "This is United States Marshal business. Don't ever point a gun at us." 17. Will ran back and retrieved the carpet bag with the letter and plates, then called for a carriage. Isom pulled the prisoner over and shoved him into the carriage. The man moaned and groaned the whole way. Isom asked, "What's your name?" The man just kept moaning. "Listen, asshole, this carriage can take us out in the country where we'll spend the day standing on your leg, or we can go to the jail and get you a doctor," Will said. "One more time," Isom said. "What is your name?" "Stu Collins." "And Torrance sent you? Where is Torrance?" "Getting ready to leave town." "Where is he?" Isom asked. "Where?" "He's got a suite in the Central Hotel." When they reached the jail, Will said, "Driver, wait right here for us." They rushed the prisoner in and shoved him toward the jailer, Bryce Keener. "We'll be back in a few hours, Bryce," Will said. "Get him a doctor, but keep him in jail. Charge is attempted murder of a federal officer. I'll fill out the paperwork when I get back. His name is Stu Collins, and put this carpet bag in your safe." Will told the driver to rush to the Central Hotel. When they arrived, Will said, "Let's just go in like we don't have a care in the world." They walked in casually. Will spotted the porter and asked, "Do you know if Mr. Torrance is in?" "Yes, he's still here. He just sent down his luggage." "Good. Good. We're old friends. We want to surprise him." Will placed a $10 gold eagle in the porter's hand and said, "You give us the high sign when he comes down." Both men walked over and sat down and pulled newspapers up in front of their faces. Will left just enough room so that he could see the porter. A few minutes later, the porter looked at Will and tilted his head at an extremely well-dressed man with a chevron mustache and a mean-looking face walking down the stairs. Will gently tapped the back of Isom's newspaper and both men rose. Torrance had a walking stick. As he entered the lobby from the stairway, Will walked up beside him and stayed in step. "Mr. Torrance?" "Yes. Do I know you?" "Yes, you do. You and I served in the Secret Service. Surely you remember me. Will Fain?" Will grabbed one arm, Isom grabbed the other, and before Torrance could react, his hands were locked in irons behind his back. His fancy walking stick fell to the marble floor. What is this?" Will and Isom each grabbed an upper arm and escorted Torrance out of the building. Will went in front of some folks waiting for a carriage and took their carriage. "Sorry, folks, U.S. Marshal business. You'll have to take the next one." "Torrance, we were the two guys you tried to have assassinated earlier today," Will said as they sat down in the carriage. "No idea what you're talking about," Torrance said. "And your killer's in a world of pain right now," Isom added. "I shot him in the thigh, then stood on the bullet hole while he screamed. It was music to my ears." "You're under arrest, Torrance, and I predict you'll spend the next 30 years in jail. But if by chance you get off, we'll be waiting for you. And I promise you won't live out the day. We don't take kindly to people who hire assassins." "Who are you anyway?" Torrance asked. "I'm Will Fain, just like I told you. I'm a United States Marshal. This is Isom Wood, United States Deputy Marshal. And just like I told you, I'm also a Secret Service officer." Torrance's whole countenance sank. He slumped back in the seat, his act of outrage completely gone. At the jail, Torrance was placed in a cell. Will filled out the paperwork on both Torrance and Collins. When he was finished, Will asked, "Did the doctor visit Collins?" "Not yet. I never heard a prisoner moan so much. And he turned the air blue cursing you two." Will and Isom both laughed. "I can't imagine why he'd hold anything against us, can you, Isom?" "Only one or two little things, nothing much," Isom said. Will spoke to Keener, the jailer, and said, "Don't let anybody, lawyer or not, talk to Torrance until tomorrow." Keener saluted and said, "No problem. He's not even in this jail, for all I know." Will winked at him and said, "Good man, Bryce." 18. As they walked out into the afternoon sunshine, Will said, "Our first order of business is to find Addison Brower, if we can. If they haven't killed him, that is. Next, we need to arrest Hamilton and Tuttle. We need to scare the pants off those boys and find out where they've been delivering all this counterfeit currency." "You've got blank arrest warrants. Write their names in. Let's go get 'em," Isom said. "Where would they be, do you think?" "Since Dolby the lawyer for Duncan and Trumbo, those boys probably already know we onto them," Isom said. "Let's get a carriage and go to the Hamilton house. Maybe we can surprise them." The driver knew immediately the location of the Hamilton house on the south side of the San Antonio River. When they arrived, Will told the driver to wait, no matter how long it took. Then they went up to the porch and pulled a cord, which rang a bell inside. A white-haired black man in a butler's uniform came to the door. "Yes, sir?" "We'd like to see Cooper Hamilton, please." "May I say who's calling, sir?" "Is he in?" Will asked. "Sir, I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to say." "All right, we're coming in. We don't want you to get hurt. Here's a search warrant. If you know where he is, you best tell us, Will said.
Upstairs, sir. Third door on the right, the butler whispered.
Will and Isom stepped into the foyer. All right, Isom. This is one time we go in with pistols in hands. As far as I'm concerned, he's dangerous. Will and Isom took the elegant, curving staircase 2 steps at a time. They went to the third door on the right. Standing at the side of the door, Will knocked. A voice within yelled, "Come in!" Will entered first with Isom following. They found a young man shoving clothes into a suitcase. The man turned around and said, "Who are you?" "Are you Cooper Hamilton?" "Yes. How'd you get in here?" "United States Marshals. You're under arrest. Turn around, put your hands behind your back," Will said. "You can't do this. Do you know who my father is?" he yelled. "We don't give a crap," Isom said. "Turn around, put your hands behind your back, or we'll take you down to the floor." Hamilton looked bewildered. He turned around and said, "My father will have your badges. Coming into our house like this." "Save it," Will said. He snapped irons on Hamilton, and he and Isom each took an arm, and they escorted Hamilton from the house. An older woman dressed in a robe was waiting at the front door. "What is this? Where are you taking my son?" she asked. "Jail," Will said. The carriage was waiting. They helped Cooper into the carriage, and they stepped in behind him. "Take us straight to the jail," Will said. And then he turned to Hamilton and asked, "Where's your buddy Gerald Tuttle?" "I'm not telling you anything. Before my father's through, you'll both be picking cotton in the fields morning till night," Hamilton said. As they were going down the road, the driver moved over to let another carriage pass. A young man in the other carriage stood up and looked at Hamilton, who shouted, "Run, Gerald, run!" "Stop, stop!" Will yelled. The driver pulled on the reins, and before the carriage stopped, Isom crawled up beside the driver. He grabbed the reins and turned the carriage around, and soon it was flying after the other one, which was about 50 yards down the road. Both carriages were rocking side to side. Isom grabbed the whip and popped it over the head of the horse. Will pulled his pistol and fired twice over the top of the other carriage. That seemed to frighten the other driver, and he looked back, and when he did, he lost control and his horse ran into the field next to the road and up to a wooded area where the horse stopped. Tuttle jumped out of the carriage and ran into the forest. Isom stopped the carriage, and Will ran after Tuttle. Mere seconds later, Will came back, shoving Tuttle in front of him. Isom threw Will his handcuffs, and within seconds Tuttle was in irons, sitting in the carriage next to Hamilton. As they sat there in the carriage, Will said, "Driver, don't leave until I say so. I'm not sure where we're going to go." Will stepped into the carriage and sat down facing the 2 prisoners. Isom strode over to the other carriage and told the driver to wait and not move his carriage until told to do so. "Don't worry none. You'll be paid for your time." Then he walked back over to the carriage where Will was talking with Tuttle and Hamilton. "There could be some pain here, or not. Depends on your answers," Will said. "Now here's the first question. Where is Addison Brower?" Tuttle looked at Hamilton, who said, "Don't tell him anything." "Isom, get rid of him." Isom jerked Hamilton out of his seat and dragged him out of the carriage. He fell flat on his face. Isom reached down and said, "Get up and walk into those woods." Hamilton got up on his knees. Isom grabbed him and jerked him to his feet. Hamilton began to walk toward the woods. Isom shoved him and pulled his pistol while walking behind. They walked into the woods until they could no longer be seen. After a while, they heard a shot. "He didn't really kill him, did he?" Tuttle asked, wide-eyed. A while later, Isom came out of the woods, walking toward the carriage. "You did kill him," Tuttle said in total shock. Isom reached the carriage and sat down again. "Did you cover up the body?" Will asked. "Yeah, kicked it into a ditch, covered it with leaves," Isom said. "Now, Gerald, we don't want that to happen to you, so just answer our questions truthfully." "Okay," Tuttle mumbled. Where is Addison Brower?
I don't really know for sure. I haven't seen him in a long time. I think he ran away. Torrance was furious. He had everybody looking for him, but I don't think anybody ever found him.
All right, Gerald. Will pulled out a paper and pencil and said, "Now, write down the names of all the men in all the cities that you deliver counterfeit money to." Gerald sat there and wrote down all the names he could remember and the associated towns. When he was finished, Will looked at the list and said, "Looks like there are people in 4 states." Will looked up and asked, "Gerald, why did you have the engraving plates in the safe box at Groose Bank?" Tuttle was really alarmed.
"How did you find those?"
"Never mind. We found them. Why did you have them?"
"Trumbo told me they were our insurance and to keep them safe."
"Was Trumbo afraid?"
"Yes. He wanted to get out. We all wanted out, but Torrance threatened to have us killed."
"You mean by Stu Collins?"
"Yeah. The man is a cold-blooded killer."
"Did you ever see him kill anybody?"
"No. But I heard stories."
"And you're guilty of delivering counterfeit money. And you put those plates in your safe box at the Groose Bank?"
"Yes. But Trumbo gave me the plates."
"You have any other questions, Isom?"
"No."
"You want me to take him in the woods now?" Isom asked. "No, I'll take him downtown. You take the other carriage and follow us with Hamilton when you can."
"Hamilton?" Tuttle questioned. "But you said you killed him."
"Killed him? What are you talking about? We're U.S. Marshals. We wouldn't kill him," Will said. 19. After Hamilton and Tuttle were imprisoned, Will and Isom walked to the office of Judge Duval. It was late afternoon Friday, so they hoped to speak to Judge Duval before he went home for the weekend. When they arrived, the judge's clerk was nowhere to be seen, so Will knocked on the door to the judge's chambers.
"Come in,"
a deep voice said. Will opened the door and found the judge sitting behind his desk. "Hello, Your Honor. Can we speak to you for a few minutes?"
"Come on in."
"I've got a few minutes," Judge Duval said. Will and Isom walked in and sat facing the judge. "Your Honor, this counterfeit case has gotten a little complicated. We spoke earlier about arresting the 2 men, Duncan and Trumbo, who tried to pass counterfeit money to me."
"A stupid decision if ever there was one," Judge Duval said.
"Our warrants have led us to others involved in the counterfeiting. Let me let you read a letter we recovered from a safe box in Groose Bank while executing a search warrant." Will handed the judge the letter. The judge was sitting back in his chair when he began reading. By the time he had read for a few moments, he was saying, "Oh boy." When the judge finished, he said, "You got a hold of a bull's tail, Marshals. You better hang on tight. Those boys' papas are going to come at you like a herd of stampeding steers." "Your Honor, we've got all these men in jail downstairs, but we've not been able to find Addison Brower. But Duncan, Trumbo, Torrance, Hamilton, and Tuttle are in jail. In addition, a man named Stu Collins, who tried to assassinate us today, is also in jail. He was hired by Torrance to kill us."
"First thing their fathers will do is ask for bail," Judge Duval said.
"We would hope Mr. Bullock would oppose on the grounds of being a flight risk, Your Honor," Will said.
"I'm sure he will. But these lawyers will personally guarantee the appearance of their sons, and since this isn't a capital case, I would have a difficult time denying bail."
"I understand, Your Honor. I would hope you'd set a suitably high bail. You should also know that Everett Dolby is representing Duncan and Trumbo, so the firm is already involved," Will said.
"Then on Monday,
Dolby will ask for more time so that they can coordinate their defenses. In that case, the trial could be put off for some time," the judge said. "Your Honor, we've done our job here. When I leave your office, I'm calling for reinforcements. I'll ask the director of the Secret Service to send a team of officers here to continue the investigation and a team of U.S. attorneys to prosecute. We'll turn over every bit of evidence we have to them, and they can notify us when we need to testify," Will said. "In that case, no real need for you to stay here, I suppose," Judge Duval said. "We would like to get back to Santa Angela," Will said. "We're going to spend the weekend here and try to find Brower. Whether we do or not, we'll be leaving for Santa Angela no later than Wednesday," Will said. "I'll bring the U.S. attorneys here to meet you on Monday, and they can face off against Hamilton, Dolby, and Tuttle. I'm sure they'll be up to the task." "All right. I look forward to it, and I'm sure you're right," the judge said. "You're doing the smart thing. Bullock has to live here. Those other U.S. attorneys don't. They can handle this case without any fear of consequences." After leaving the judge's chambers, Will headed straight to the telegraph office and sent the following telegram. Hiram C. Whitley, Director, Secret Service, New York, New York. Counterfeit operation huge. Stop. Involves counterfeit distributors in 4 states. Stop. Advise send large team of SSOs for investigation. Stop. Team of U.S. attorneys for prosecution. Stop. 2 defendants' fathers are lawyers in biggest firm in San Antonio. Stop. Monday trial almost certain to be postponed. Stop. Will remain here until at least Tuesday. Stop. SSO Will Fain. Will and Isom walked to the Vance Hotel and washed up for supper. They walked down to the hotel restaurant and ate. They were talking over the events of the day when a messenger from the hotel came to their table. "A telegram for you, Mr. Fain." Will gave the messenger a quarter and opened the telegram. Will Fain, SSO, Vance Hotel, San Antonio. Teams of SSOs and U.S. attorneys coming from New Orleans, Houston, Galveston. Stop. First group will arrive Monday. Stop. Others to follow. Stop. Coordinate all activities with SSO Jason Free. Stop. Hiram C. Whitley, Director, Secret Service. Will let Isom read the telegram while he thought about how soon he could hand this case off. "Means we gotta stay a few days to give all the evidence to the other guys," Isom said. "Yeah, but we're not staying beyond Wednesday. We can come back when they need us to testify," Will said. "We've been away from home too long." 20. When Saturday came, both men came down to breakfast in their standard work clothes, brown canvas breeches, hickory shirts, boots, leather vests, bandanas, and Stetsons. And their Marshal's badges were displayed on their vests. Will noticed that the other diners looked at them strangely, but neither paid much attention. They had decided the night before they were going out into the prairie to do some practicing with their 6-shooters. Then they were going over to the residence of Addison Brower's lawyer to find out if he knew where to find Brower. "I feel some better in these duds," Isom said. "Yeah, I like 'em too," Will said, "even though we seem to be getting some strange looks." "I noticed that." "Don't matter," Isom said, "long as they don't kick us out." Will laughed. "You really think they're capable of kicking us out?" "Come to think on it, no, I don't," Isom smiled. They rented some horses from a nearby stable and rode out onto the prairie. They passed a pleasant hour practicing their fast draws. Will knew Isom had been practicing some, but he was surprised at how much faster his draw was. He didn't feel the need to offer Isom any advice. He could see that Isom had the basics down, and if he kept practicing, he'd get better and better. Afterward, they rode back into town and to the house of Cadell Field, the lawyer Brower had mentioned in the letter left in his safe box. They reined in their horses outside the house, tied them to the hitching post, and walked to the door. Will knocked loudly, and soon they heard noises in the house. The door opened, and a short man who wore spectacles and a handlebar mustache and thick hair came to the door. "Mr. Field, we're U.S. Marshals. We're looking for your client, Addison Brower, and we hoped you could help us find him," Will said. "Come on in," Field said. Will and Isom entered the front room of a modestly furnished home. Both were surprised to see that Field had lost his left arm. "What do you want with Addison?" Mr. Field, we're going to be completely honest with you. Your client is a fugitive at large being sought by federal authorities, and if you know where he is, you would be guilty of harboring a federal fugitive, Will said. In other words, I should be careful what I admit to. Okay. What crime is he suspected of having committed? Grand theft and conspiring to defraud the federal government through counterfeiting of United States currency. And I don't mean a little bit of counterfeiting. I mean on a grand scale. That's for starters. We know he's guilty of those crimes because we have his written confession, Will said. Where did you get that? That's neither here nor there. Do you know where he is? No, I don't. But you are his attorney, are you not? In a sense, I am. But really, I'm just a friend. Any idea where we could get in touch with him? I might be able to get a message to him. And so, when we leave here, you'll get a message to him that he'd better flee, is that it? I don't know what he'll do. He's in hiding because his life's been threatened, Field said. We've arrested many of those involved with him in the counterfeiting scheme. But his life could still be in danger unless we protect him. In fact, I'd say it's more urgent than ever that his associates eliminate him, because his testimony would be pivotal. So the message I should give him is that he's a federal fugitive and that his life is in danger, and if he surrenders, he will be protected. Is that about right? Field asked. Yes, that's about right. How do you manage to contact him? I speak to a friend of his, and he contacts him, Field said. That's very close to harboring. But maybe it skates around it, I don't know. Certainly the friend is harboring if he knows Brower's a fugitive, Will said. I'll get a message to him. Where can he contact you? The Vance Hotel. We'll be there through Monday. He can ask for Marshal Will Fain, or if he prefers, we'll come to him. He just needs to let us know. Okay, I'll get a message to him. Will and Isom left the home and mounted their horses. Let's go down to the Alamo since you haven't seen it, Will said. They spent the morning touring the Alamo Plaza and had a long dinner at the Menger Hotel and Brewery right next to the Alamo. Menger had excellent beer, but there were good beers all over the hill country of Texas where the Germans had settled. A pianist named Blind Tom played off and on during their visit to the Menger, and they enjoyed a couple of hours of beautiful piano music. They spent the rest of the afternoon riding around San Antonio, enjoying the sights, visiting the plazas, and listening to outdoor music. By late afternoon, they'd had enough, so they turned in the horses at the livery, told the hostler they wanted the same horses tomorrow, and returned to the Vance. Will asked at the desk if he had any messages, but there were none. So he and Isom went to their rooms and had a siesta before supper. They were eating later in the hotel dining room when the porter came in with a message for Will. He gave the porter a quarter and opened the message. Marshal Fain, am willing to meet you face to face if you come alone and unarmed to the Red Slipper Saloon at 9 tonight. Addison Brower. Will showed the note to Isom. Yeah. What you gonna do? I'm going to meet him. Unarmed? No, I'll be armed, no doubt about that. I wouldn't go anywhere in this town without being armed, especially at night, Will said. There's gangs and criminals everywhere. You want me to squeeze in there ahead of time? No, I don't see a lot of danger. I'll go talk to him, see what he wants to do. He'll probably have a friend who's armed, but that doesn't bother me. I got an idea, Isom said. Let's get Parse Newman to help. You go in to meet with him, and Parse and I cover the front and back doors. Then we got him no matter what he does. He the one who started all this. I don't see the downside, except we might lose him, and he'd never trust us again, Will said. We won't lose him, Isom said. How do we get in touch with Parse? Leave that up to me, Isom said. All right, but you stay out of sight until I'm in the saloon with him. Will entered the Red Slipper shortly before 9 o'clock. He ordered a drink at the bar and saw a vacant table in the corner. A saloon girl wandered over and said,
"Buy a girl a drink?"
"Sure, but you'll have to drink it elsewhere," Will said, then dropped a silver dollar in her palm.
"Are you Marshal Fain?"
"Yes, I am."
"Where's your badge, Marshal?" she asked.
Will flipped his coat open to show the badge pinned to his inside coat pocket. The girl walked away and disappeared. A man who'd been standing at the bar came over to his table and sat down.
"Marshal Fain, I'm Addison Brower."
He was blond, wore a decent dress suit, and he was younger than Will had been expecting. Too young, in fact. "No, you're not. I don't know who you are, but you are not Addison Brower," Will said. "If Brower brought me here to play games, I'm not interested." Will stood up to leave.
"Wait a minute. We're just checking you out. Are you armed?"
"Yep, sure am."
"You were supposed to come unarmed."
"In San Antonio, I'm not walking around at night unarmed. Not gonna happen." The man laughed.
"You got a point."
He got up and left the table. In a few moments, the man at the next table who'd listened to the conversation stood and took a seat at Will's table. The man took a swig of whiskey and said nothing. "Are you the real Addison Brower?" Will asked.
"Indeed I am."
"Okay. What was in your safe box at Gru's Bank?" Will asked.
"A folded handwritten letter,"
Brower said. "Saying what?"
"Describing how I stole the plates, got found out by Trumbo, and everything that's happened since."
"You're a wanted man, Mr. Brower," Will said.
"I know, and I regret my role in this whole thing, but what's done is done."
Will nodded his head and said, "What do you want to do?"
"My life is in jeopardy as long as Torrance is alive. Even in jail, he's got enough money to hire someone to kill me," Brower said.
"If you surrender, we can keep you safe, and we will. Your testimony is extremely valuable, so we have every motivation to keep you alive and well," Will said.
"Or I could continue underground. I've got enough money to last a long time, and my freedom is worth something. I could go west, change my name, and get lost out there,"
Brower said. "How dumb do you think I am?" Will asked.
"What do you mean?"
"You don't have a choice anymore." With a panicked look on his face, Brower scanned the room.
"Did you violate the terms of our agreement?"
"No, I came alone. And as I explained to your associate, I am armed. But I won't need my pocket pistol," Will said. Brower nervously scanned the room once more. As Brower's head turned, Will lifted a handcuff from underneath the table and snapped it on Brower's wrist. Then he held up his own wrist. "You're cuffed to me." Brower's shoulders slumped.
"I knew something would go wrong. I should never have agreed to meet."
"Come on. You really wanted to turn yourself in. That's why you met with me. And we'll keep you safe until you testify, and all your associates are in jail," Will said. "You would never have gotten out anyway. The building is surrounded."
"Now what?"
"Now, you get up and walk out with me," Will said. Brower took a deep breath, let it out, and said, "Let's go." Brower walked out the front door with Will, who saw Isom across the street. Isom came over and took position behind them as they walked into the middle of the road. Soon, Will saw Parse Newman walking in front, looking left and right for threats. Once at the jail, Will charged Brower with theft and counterfeiting. The charges would be amended and others added, but for now it was enough to jail Brower until the SSO team and U.S. attorneys arrived from points east to take charge of the case. At breakfast the following morning, Will said, "It's Sunday today. We can go to one of the many churches around the town, or we can get our horses and take in some of the country around here." "Let's get the horses," Isom said. So they rode into the countryside and spent an hour practicing their fast draws, then rode around the town for the rest of the morning. At noon, they found a Mexican saloon that served dinner. They ate spicy tamales and drank beer until the middle of the afternoon while listening to a group of Mexican musicians playing guitars outside. Later, they returned the horses to the livery and walked back to the hotel. Monday morning, Will and Isom were having breakfast in a quiet corner of the restaurant when a man walked over to their table.
"Good morning, Marshal Fain. I'm Jason Free of the Secret Service."
Will invited Free to join them. "We're glad to see you. I didn't expect you until later."
"I was in Houston when I learned of your situation here. Your telegram to the director caused some alarm at the New York headquarters,"
Free said. "This is the most challenging case I've ever had," Will said, "and it keeps growing. At first, I thought it was two local counterfeiters. Come to find out, it involves the theft of original plates for the 1862 $100 bill and the 1869 $100 bill.
"No, surely not original plates."
"Oh, yeah. I've got them in my possession, but I'm not sure I've got all of them," Will said quietly so as not to be overheard. "That's what worries me. These bills are perfect except for the paper. No banker in the country would question them." Will and Isom spent the morning going over all the evidence with Free. During the day, other Secret Service operatives arrived from New Orleans and Galveston, and 2 U.S. attorneys arrived from Houston. The 2 U.S. attorneys met with Cyrus Bullock to discuss legal strategy. Will asked Bullock to introduce the new attorneys to Judge Duval, who was anxious to meet them before they had to appear in his courtroom. Free called a meeting in the afternoon for the whole team of Secret Service officers and attorneys. He, Will, and Isom spent 2 hours bringing all the federal officers up to date on the evidence and the main players in the scheme. "We've got all the prisoners in jail here, but Hamilton and Tuttle are special problems. Their fathers are partners in San Antonio's largest law firm," Will said.
"The firm has already asked for a bail hearing," Bullock said. "That's been scheduled for tomorrow morning. The attorneys can handle that. But more important to me is to arrest all of the people already named by Tuttle as distributors of the counterfeit. So we've sent telegrams, and our operatives are arresting those men as we speak,"
Free said. It was a long day. Will and Isom had dinner with Free and the U.S. Attorney from Houston, Jerome Daly, that evening. Daly was quite complimentary.
"Will, you and your team have done a superb job. You've got the package tied up very nicely. I think we'll be able to get convictions on all these men. And Hamilton's and Tuttle's fathers can rail all they want. That won't make any difference. Hamilton and Tuttle are going to federal prison in Illinois for an extended period."
"I appreciate your saying that," Will said. "And I hope you're right. But you've still got to try them in San Antonio, where their fathers have a lot of influence. Only takes one ringer on a jury."
"You've got a point. Maybe we should ask for a change of venue to Houston," Daly said.
"On what grounds?" Will asked.
"That's the problem. There are no grounds except that a local jury might not convict."
Daly laughed, and so did everyone else.
Will and Isom stayed the following day and tied up loose ends, gave sworn depositions, and helped organize the evidence. Will introduced Free to Tom Frost at the bank, and Free went over the testimony expected of Frost. Will also talked with Free about protecting Brower since Torrance had already threatened to have him killed. In addition, he suggested to Free that maybe it was worth looking in all the rest of the safe boxes in town just in case he and Isom might have missed something. Having finished turning over the case, Will and Isom had supper alone that night. Afterward, they packed their bags and got ready to leave in the morning. 3 days later, in the late afternoon, they arrived in Ben Ficklin, got their horses saddled, and arrived back at the ranch just at dark. For both men, reaching the ranch brought strong feelings of relief and joy at being home and seeing loved ones. After going into their houses and greeting their wives and children, Will and Isom came back out to take care of the horses. They rubbed them down, watered them, and fed them some fresh hay. That night, Will was surprised at how much bigger Virginia and the baby had grown. But to him, she looked more beautiful than ever. He noticed that she seemed a little tired. He hugged her and kissed her. "How's my sweet wife?" She smiled at him and said, "I'm a little tired is all. How was your trip?"
It's a long story, and I'll tell you all about it later this evening. Will went into the bedroom and talked with Jacob and Annabelle. So, what's my little man been doing? Will asked.
I'm practicing my reading every day. You'll be surprised, Pa, at how good I can read.
I bet I will. And tomorrow you can read to me.
And James and I have been playing baseball, too.
Well, that's good news. You'll have to show me tomorrow. Maybe you and I can pitch the ball to each other.
Really? I'd love that, Pa. I can throw pretty hard.
I'll bet you can. He reached out and ruffled Jacob's hair, then turned to Annabelle. And how's my sweet little angel eyes doing?
Good, Pa. Mama's been teaching me to read and write, too.
Really? But you're only 4. Annabelle giggled and said,
Mama says I'm a fast learner, Pa.
Jacob chimed in and said,
She really is a fast learner, Pa.
Well, I'm proud of both of you. Tomorrow maybe you can show me how well you can read too, Annabelle.
Okay. I drew some pictures for you, Pa.
Good. I'll look forward to seeing those tomorrow. He tucked them both into bed, put out the lamp, and told them good night. Later he heated water so he and Virginia could have a bath. Virginia had her bath first, and while she did, he told her all about the counterfeit money and how the case just grew and grew until it involved people in 4 states. She was enthralled and asked lots of questions. He answered them all, then took his own bath. When they got in bed together, they held each other for a long time.
I missed you terribly, Will. Especially at night. A cold bed is no fun.
I'm sorry it was so long. I missed you too. And I worry about your being so tired. Was it like this when you were expecting Jacob and Annabelle?
Yes, it was. I guess babies take a lot out of me.
Then she kissed him for a long moment, smiled and said,
But I'm not too tired to welcome my husband home tonight.
21. Jim Bob Winslow had the most feared hold-up gang in western Texas. The Winslow gang had robbed banks in Dallas, Fredericksburg, Corpus Christi, and other towns. They had killed at least 13 men during these hold-ups. Officers of other banks were holding their breath, wondering where the gang would hit next. Strangely, nobody had heard anything from the gang in nearly half a year. Their last sighting occurred when they'd hit the Cattleman's Bank in Fort Worth and rode away with more than $30,000 in greenbacks. 6 men had participated in that daring bank robbery, but none had been seen since. So some lawmen speculated that maybe the gang had busted up, gone their separate ways, and escaped the law. The gang members certainly had enough money to set themselves up elsewhere. The banks had banded together and offered a reward for Jim Bob himself of $5,000. Rewards for other members of the gang totaled $5,500. The gang had been lying low in the Nueces Strip along the Mexican border. They'd been living in various bordellos on both sides of the border, gambling, drinking liquor, enjoying sumptuous foods and other entertainment. At that moment, Jim Bob was sitting with Carl Pickard, the gang's segundo, in a cantina in Piedras Negras, Mexico, just over the Rio Grande from Eagle Pass, Texas, and nearby Fort Duncan. "What's the matter, Jim Bob?" asked Pickard. "You don't look too happy." They were both drunk from too much aguardiente. "Truth is, Pick, I'm bored to death. I need some action. I've had all I can handle of these women and sleeping and drinking and hanging around doing nothing. Never thought I'd get tired of these senoritas, but I'm sick to death of them too. What you want to do, Jim Bob? I want to rob a bank, or a train, or hell, I don't care. I just want to go somewhere and raise hell. Let's do it, Jim Bob. I'll get the boys together first thing tomorrow and we'll head out of here. You got a target in mind?" "I always got targets in mind. You want to tell me what it is, or you want to surprise me?" "I'll tell you in the morning, and you are going to be surprised as hell." The following day, the boys all gathered around Jim Bob in the Cantina El León del Norte. "Boys, we're heading up to San Antone. We're gonna do something nobody ever tried before. We're gonna rob 3 banks at once." "How the hell we gonna do such a thing?" Billy Tompkins asked. "Well, Billy, we're going to drift in 2 by 2 like ghosts. We're going to be as quiet as a rattlesnake after a mouse. We'll visit the banks very discreetly, find out what we need to know. Then 2 of us will walk into each of the 3 banks and we rob them all at the exact same time. It'll confuse the hell out of the law in San Antone. We'll have horses waiting for us, and we'll duck out of town. By the time the law figures anything out, we'll be gone. And it's so unlike anything we've done before, they'll never even think of the Winslow gang." They started leaving that very afternoon. Billy Tompkins and Freeman Overton crossed the Rio Grande and began the journey by horseback to Uvalde, where they'd catch the stage for San Antonio. The following day, Herb Stillman and Johnny Winger took the same route. 2 days later, Winslow and Pickard rode out. Winslow had grown a beard to disguise himself since he was so well known. His picture was on reward posters all over the state. He hoped he wouldn't be recognized, but if he was prepared to kill to protect his identity. Jim Bob had killed his first man in 1862 when he was 13. The year before, Jim Bob and his family had moved from Tennessee and settled on some property just south of the Oklahoma-Texas border, near the town of Gainesville. The Butterfield stage route was right south of their property. The family soon learned that Cook County, where the family had settled, was made up mostly of people who did not favor the Confederate cause. The county and several surrounding counties had voted against secession. Brady Winslow, Jim Bob's father, just wanted to be left alone to run his small farm and cattle operation with his 3 sons. Jim Bob was the youngest of Brady's sons. The older sons were Luke, who had just turned 17, and Miles, who was 15. All the boys were big and heavy-built like their father and looked older than they were. In 1862, the Confederacy passed the Conscription Act, which required all men between the ages of 18 and 35 to serve 3 years in the Confederate Army. The Conscription Act exempted large slave owners from serving. In the fall of that year, Confederate sympathizers, among them the large slaveholders, took action against the Unionists in Cook County. On October 1st, a bleak, overcast day, citizens loyal to the Confederacy began to illegally arrest suspected Union sympathizers and those men who had not reported to be inducted into the Confederate Army. A troop of soldiers came to the Winslow farm looking for men trying to evade the draft. Brady Winslow answered truthfully when telling the soldiers the ages of his sons, but the officer in charge, Captain James Ferris, said he didn't believe that Luke was only 17. Luke was forcefully taken from the farm to Gainesville, where he was placed in a compound with scores of other young men who had not reported to serve in the Confederate Army. Brady followed the Confederate soldiers and Luke to Gainesville, where he tried desperately for days on end to talk to the senior officers and tell them that his son was only 17 and should not be detained. He even brought along the family Bible to show Luke's birthday, which had been entered there the day he was born. After some days had passed, the Confederate colonels in charge appointed a jury and tried 68 of the prisoners. 7 were convicted and sentenced to be hanged within 2 days, but Luke and his father watched in horror as a deranged mob swarmed in and hanged 21 of the men. Luke was terrified, and when he witnessed these hangings and saw the ghastly scene of 21 men hanging by their necks with their black tongues hanging from their mouths, men who'd been alive minutes before, he was overcome with fear and broke from the corralled men and ran for his life. One of the guards shot him down before Brady's eyes. Brady rushed to Luke's side, held his son's head in his lap, and wept bitter tears as his eldest son died. That night, Brady brought Luke home, and Jim Bob looked on as his mother wept and wept. No one could console her. She just kept asking, why, and no one had any answers. It was senseless murder. Jim Bob was devastated by the loss of his brother, though he didn't shed a single tear. His young mind could only conjure up one thing, that was revenge. The following morning, while everyone else slept, Jim Bob wrapped his father's gun belt and Patterson Colt into his jacket and left to track down Captain Ferris. Jim Bob walked to Gainesville. He spotted Ferris, but he was in company with his men, so Jim Bob hung around Gainesville and waited his chance. At mid-morning, Jim Bob saw his father searching the crowd, and Jim Bob hid himself, still keeping his eye on Ferris. A little after midday, Jim Bob saw Ferris shake hands with his men, mount his horse, and leave. Jim Bob avoided his father and sneaked out of town, following the hoofprints of Ferris's horse, which he now knew well. He also knew that a man on foot can move just as fast as a horse over long distances, and Jim Bob was an excellent walker. Ferris rode south for about 2 hours, and Jim Bob followed doggedly. Then Ferris stopped by a stream to let his horse rest. While there, he fell asleep against a tree. Jim Bob stole up warily until he was right next to Ferris, who had a bottle of whiskey by his side. He looked down on the snoring Ferris for a moment, pointing the Patterson Colt at his head. Then he kicked Ferris's boot, and Ferris jerked awake and looked into the barrel of the Colt. "Remember me?" Jim Bob asked. Ferris squinted at Jim Bob and said, "You're the brother of that draft dodger we took from the farm." "Yeah, that's right," Jim Bob said. "Only he wasn't a draft dodger. He had just turned 17, and now he's dead thanks to you." "So what? You don't have the guts to shoot me, you little snot," Ferris said as he started to get up. Jim Bob planted the first bullet in Ferris's left shoulder and laughed as Ferris screamed and fell back against the tree. "Did you say I wouldn't shoot?" Jim Bob asked. Ferris looked up and said, "No, please don't." Ferris took his bloody right hand from his wounded shoulder and held it out as if to stop the bullet. Jim Bob smiled and shot Ferris in the head, right through his hand. Jim Bob took Ferris's pistol and some money he had in his pockets. He assured himself that there was nothing on the body to identify it. Then he dragged it out of sight, knowing the animals would be tearing at the body shortly, and Ferris would be unrecognizable in a short time. He looked carefully and found no identifying marks on the horse. It was a bay, very common color among horses in the area. He checked the saddle and found no initials anywhere, but there was a new Winchester in the saddle boot. So he mounted Ferris's horse and rode back to the family farm. He arrived after dark and waited for his father to turn down the wick and blow out the lamp. When he thought the family had had time to fall asleep, he crept up to the porch and carefully laid his father's gun belt and pistol at the front door, along with the torn butternut and gold epaulets, with the twin gold bars that he'd torn from Ferris's uniform. Jim Bob left his home that night and never returned. He supposed his mother and father had heard, like everyone else, of his reputation as a bank robber. He knew he'd caused them pain, which couldn't be helped, but not as much pain as the death of Luke, which shouldn't have happened. Jim Bob felt he'd had no choice but to avenge his brother's death. Nothing else would tamp down the hate in his heart. But that was another life, and now he had a different life, always on the run. 22. After breakfast the following morning, Will spent an hour listening to Jacob and Annabelle read. It was a relaxing time, and Will enjoyed it. Jacob had read almost all of Volume 1 of the McGuffey's eclectic readers he'd received for Christmas. "You're both doing so well. I'm surprised and very proud of both of you." Then Annabelle showed him the pictures she'd drawn. The first was a corral full of horses, then a house with flowers in front, and one of the barn with the wagon in front. Another had the river and the sun setting behind it. "Angel Eyes, these are very good.
I'm so glad you drew them for me, Will said. He picked her up and gave her a hug and kissed her cheek. Okay, Pa, when can we throw the ball? Jacob asked as he tugged at Will's hand. Right now, Will said, as he headed outside with Jacob right on his heels. Will and Jacob threw the baseball for a good half hour, and Will found that the little guy really did have a surprisingly good throw. Will spent the remainder of the morning doing chores around the barn. Afterward, he and Isom took the stallions for a ride. Alpha had been training the horses with his hackamore, a bridle without a bit in the horse's mouth, and he thought the horses liked it much better than bridles with a bit. This was the first time Will and Isom had ridden the stallions with the new bridles. What do you think of these new bridles? Will asked. Maybe it's just me, but I don't see much difference. The stallions respond just as well. Alpha thinks the horses like 'em better, and if there's no difference in control, let's use 'em for a while and see how it works out. I'll race you to that giant cedar up there, Will said. All right, go. Philly jumped right out, and Traveler was not far behind. It was a tight race all the way to the cedar, and both horses were excited by the competition. As they were riding back to the ranch, Will asked, Did Alpha say anything to you about the horses we're sending to auction? Yeah, he got 'em separated. There's 15 we need to get rid of. Some look like pretty good horses, but Alpha say they not as good as the ones we keepin'. And besides that, we really don't need 'em. If Alpha says he kept the best, then I gotta believe it. Did Henry get his horse picked out? Alberta says he can't talk about nothing else except his new gelding. And I gotta say, it is a good-looking horse, Isom said. And he thrilled to be getting paid, already thinking about all the things he gonna buy. Isom laughed. Alpha also say we got 4 mares that we can put in with the stallions anytime you want. That's a surprise. I was going to buy some quarter-horse mares, but if we've already got some choice mares, so much the better, Will said. I think we'll wait a month to put them in with the stallions. That way they'll be birthing mid-April next year. Won't be too cold then. Haven't thought much about Alpha's place lately, Will said. Let's ride over there and see what's going on. Alpha was what they called a black Seminole, who'd come down from Oklahoma and had served as a scout for the Army. Alpha came to the house one day and talked to Isom. He told Isom he needed a place to live and asked if he could live in Virginia's old picket cabin. Isom asked Will, who said he could, and the next morning and every morning thereafter Alpha showed up for work at daybreak. He proved himself to be the best horse wrangler Will had ever seen. He could coax him, doctor him, train him, talk to him, and the horses seemed to respond perfectly. He'd never seen Alpha have a problem with a horse. So Will put him on salary, and with Virginia's encouragement, Will had built Alpha and his Kiowa wife, Awipka, and 2 children, a house on Virginia's old homestead. Will wondered if more relatives of Alpha or his wife, Awipka's, might be living over there, so he wanted to find out. He hadn't visited the property in several months. They rode up to a small hill overlooking the old cabin and Alpha's new house, and it seemed like a small community had formed. Oh, hell. Just what I feared. Will started laughing. What's so funny? Isom asked. Nothing. I knew this would happen, so I'm not surprised. There were 6 small children playing out in the meadow. One man who looked like another black Seminole was chopping wood. Another, who looked like a Kiowa but was dressed like a regular cowpoke, was on the porch of Alpha's house cleaning his weapons. A young Kiowa woman Will didn't know was washing some clothes in a big black pot over a fire in the yard. So how many families do you guess we have living here now? Look like to me there might be 3, Isom said. As long as they're peaceful, I don't mind, Will said. I know drinking won't be a problem. How do you know that? Alpha is strict about that. His relatives can stay, he say, but they can't ever bring liquor anywhere near his home, Isom said. He told you that? Yeah, that's his rule.
If they ever do, they have to leave. Permanently. I'm glad to know that. They rode down the hill and pulled up by Alpha's house. Howdy. Got quite a little community here, Will said to the man on the porch. Who are you? The Kiowa man asked. I'm Will Fain. Alpha works for me. Are you here to kick us out? Will was surprised at the hostility, but simply said, Hadn't planned on it. Who are you? Will asked. Jack Mopope. What do you want to know? All of a sudden, Isom started speaking to Mopope in what Will assumed was Kiowa, and although Will couldn't tell what was being said, he knew it wasn't pleasant from Isom's tone of voice. The more Isom spoke, the more Mopope's head hung. When he was finished, Isom said to Will, I think he's ready to speak to you with respect, Marshal. Mopope looked up and said, If you want to, lie down and water your horse. Okay, we'll do that, Will said. He and Isom got down off the stallions and walked them over to the spring. Isom filled a bucket with spring water and watered each horse. He a Kiowa. Sometimes they don't know how to act, living in two worlds. Yeah, it's all right. Is he a Weepka's brother? I think so. I didn't know you could speak Kiowa. Picked it up in the army. I can speak some Comanche, too, Isom said. Where is a Weepka? I don't know. Let's ask Jack. They left the spring and walked up to the porch again. Where is a Weepka? Isom asked. She's gathering herbs along the river. Mopope pointed up the river. So, are you visiting here? Will asked. Our mother is ill. She would like to come here and live her last days, Mopope said. So, are you a Weepka's brother? Yes. I live on the reservation at Fort Sill. Where is your mother? Will asked. She's with other Kiowa out on the plains. I don't know exactly where, but I will find her, Mopope said. How long have you been here? I arrived last night. Wanted to let a Weepka know about our mother. She said it's okay to bring her here. Makes sense. So you're going out to the Llano Estacado? Will asked. Tomorrow morning. Do you have a good horse? Pretty good, Mopope said, pointing to a scrawny crowbait in the corral. Will looked over at the horse, shook his head, then asked, Isom, you think that horse will make it out there and back? Doubtful. Jack, I've got some extra horses at the ranch that I'll soon be sending to auction. You come and get the best two for your journey. Alpha will show 'em to you, Will said. We'll give you a receipt for the horses in case you're stopped, and you can have a couple of saddles, too. Why are you doing this? Jack asked. Will smiled at him. For Alpha's sake, I guess. He's one of us. Jack stared at Will for a few moments, then said, Thank you. Will and Isom rode away. When they arrived at the ranch, Will said, Talk to Alpha. Make sure Jack has all the supplies he needs to get out and back. 23. 6 days later, all of Jim Bob Winslow's gang was in San Antonio. The 3 pairs of gang members had gotten separate hotels and avoided each other except for meeting once each night very late at a cantina deep in the Mexican section of town. All right, Billy. What's going on over at the Groose Bank? Jim Bob asked. Me and Freeman been here 3 days now, and it looks tough. The bank is part of the Groose Mercantile, and we can't seal it off while we're robbing it. All we can do is close the bank doors, and even then, there's windows into the bank, and even windows in the doors. Jim Bob nodded and asked, Okay, what's it look like over at the San Antonio National, Herb? Me and Johnny been in once, and it looks like we can do it, but it depends on how many people are in the bank when it's ready to close. There's no store attached to it, so we don't have that worry. Okay, Jim Bob said. Me and Pick went into Frost Bank. and we've got the same problem there as with Gru's Bank. It's attached to the mercantile, so we've got to find a way to isolate the bank." All 6 of the men sat around a table in the corner of the cantina. "Any ideas, boys?" Jim Bob asked. Every man but Jim Bob was looking down into his drink. Nobody said a word. "Well, I got an idea," Jim Bob said. "What we need is a diversion." "What kind of diversion you got in mind, Jim Bob?" Pick asked. "Something loud that gets everybody's attention." "Like what?" Pick asked. "You know, across the street from the San Antonio National, there's that new building going up over there. What if we blew it up?" "Well, hell, everybody hereabouts would rush over there," Johnny said. "Right. So if we timed it right, it would clear everybody out of the stores and the banks," Jim Bob said. "Then we could rob them." "But how are we going to blow it up?" Billy asked. A couple of the other men chimed in with, "Yeah, how?" "That's why I'm the boss," Jim Bob said. "I got us some dynamite." "Dynamite?" Pick asked. "Where did you get it?" Jim Bob laughed and tapped his forehead with his finger. "I've got my ways, and I've got the contacts. Now, the question is, will it work?" The men started looking at each other, waiting for someone to provide an answer. "We'll never know until we try it," Jim Bob said. "But if it works, we'll be the most talked about outlaws ever, in Texas or anywhere." "What if there are workers in the building?" Freeman asked. "Not our concern. Our only concern is carrying off these robberies. Once we do it, we're heading for Uvalde, and then on to Piedras Negras. Billy, I want you and Freeman to arrange to have 6 horses between here and Castroville, just in case we're chased out of town." "What about getting out of here?" Billy asked. "You all got money. Buy yourself a good horse and have it ready within a block of the bank you're robbing," Jim Bob said. "When are we doing it?" "Day after tomorrow," Jim Bob said. "So, Billy, get those horses out there about 6 miles down the road tomorrow, and the next day at 4:45, just before the banks close, we'll pull this off, and we'll head out to the Nueces Strip and lie low until things die down." Jim Bob had bought the dynamite from the quartermaster at Fort Duncan, who had access to the powder magazine where all the ammunition and explosives were stored. The quartermaster had given Jim Bob precise details on how to detonate the dynamite. A half hour before the robbery was to take place, Jim Bob crawled into a back window of the new building across from San Antonio National. On the 2nd floor, beneath a stack of lumber, he planted 6 sticks of dynamite with a mercury blasting cap and enough safety fuse to last roughly 8 minutes. Jim Bob hid the explosives with a piece of lumber, lit the fuse, climbed out of the building, and walked down to his position near the frost bank and waited. He and Pick waited like the other pairs of robbers until the explosion went off. The explosion shook every building in downtown San Antonio, and the new building, the site of the dynamite, was nothing but a heap of rubble and a cloud of thick dust. Within minutes, the site was surrounded by spectators. Men and women poured into the streets like bees buzzing out of a hive. Jim Bob and Pick pulled their bandanas over their faces and walked into Frost Bank, where Oscar Martinez, the chief teller, was alone. Jim Bob pulled his gun and told Martinez to stuff every bill he had into a cloth bag that Jim Bob handed to him. Martinez was shaken, but he opened his cash drawer and started shoving money into the bag. "Now the safe. Open the safe and clean it out," Jim Bob said. "I don't have the combination. Only Mr. Frost has the combination," Martinez said. "Don't lie to me.
"Open the damn safe," Jim Bob said. "I can't. There is no way," Martinez said. Jim Bob stepped over and belted Martinez upside the head with his pistol. Martinez went to the ground, grasping his head. "Now you know I'm serious. Open the damn safe or I'll start shooting." Martinez lay on the ground and moaned. Pick stepped up to Jim Bob and said, "Maybe we ought to go. Take what we got." "No, that little Mex is going to open that safe, or I'll kill him sure as I'm standing here," Jim Bob said, walking over and jerking Martinez up. He put his pistol barrel under Martinez's chin and said, "Open the damn safe." Martinez was weeping now, saying, I can't, I don't know the combination." Pick yelled, "Somebody's coming." Jim Bob threw Martinez aside, shot him twice, then ran toward Pick. A man had walked to the door of the bank. He heard the shots, saw what was happening, and turned to run. Jim Bob shot him twice in the back, then Jim Bob and Pick walked out of the bank. They mounted their horses a block down the street and rode at a steady pace out of town. There didn't appear to be any pursuit. On the road to Castroville, they ran into Billy and Freeman, who had robbed Groose Bank. "How did it go?" Jim Bob asked Billy. "Like clockwork," Billy said. "They had the safe open and were putting away the cash drawers when we walked in. We cleaned out the safe, took everything." Jim Bob nodded, and they kept riding toward the fresh horses 6 miles away. Billy had found a small ranch that was willing to keep the 6 horses overnight, and they were in the corral when the 4 outlaws arrived. They were changing their saddles to the fresh horses when the old rancher walked out of his barn and wandered over. Billy saw him and said, "Thanks, Mr. Sloan, for keeping these horses. We'll be off in just a few minutes." For some inexplicable reason, Sloan wanted to talk. Jim Bob turned his back and tightened the cinches on his horse, trying to keep Sloan from seeing his face. "Where y'all coming from?" Sloan said. "San Antone. We'll be gone in just a minute," Billy said, turning his back to let the old rancher know he didn't want to talk more. The old rancher was oblivious. "Looks like y'all rode the hell out of these horses. Why y'all in such a hurry? You rob a bank or something?" Sloan asked with a laugh, thinking it was a joke. All the men were quiet. No one replied to Sloan, who caught sight of the cotton sacks Pick and Freeman were holding. Sloan realized he'd hit it right on the head. "Y'all did rob a bank, didn't you?" Sloan said, backing up and running for the barn. Jim Bob stepped to the edge of the corral and shot Sloan twice in the back. Shortly, they heard horses and saw Herb and Johnny coming fast. Johnny was leaning over the saddle horn, barely hanging on. The 2 horses pulled up at the corral, dust flying everywhere. "What happened?" Jim Bob asked. "There was a man in the bank," Herb said, out of breath. "Must have seen us pull the masks up. When we walked in, he opened up on us. Shot Johnny twice before I could shoot him." "Where's the money?" Jim Bob asked. "We didn't get no money. The cashier pulled a pistol and started shooting at us. We was lucky to get out of there alive. I had to lift Johnny onto his horse. There's got to be a posse not far behind us." "It was a perfect plan. How did it go so bad?" Jim Bob yelled, slamming his palm against the corral post. Then he said, "Saddle the other horses. We got to get out of here." They pulled Johnny out of the saddle. Pick knelt beside him. "Boys, we're going to have to leave Johnny here. He's really bad off." "What the hell are you talking about?" Herb said. "He's part of the gang. We can't leave him here." Pick looked over at Jim Bob, who stared back for a moment, then turned and mounted his horse. "We got to leave him, Herb. He'll slow us down too much." "I'll stay with him," Herb said. "He's my part. I can't leave him." Jim Bob slowly dismounted and said, "No. You go ahead, Herb. I'll stay here with Johnny for a while." "No. You're going to kill him, ain't you?" "Herb, get on your damn horse now." Jim Bob said. Herb squared himself up and said, I ain't leaving Johnny. He drew his pistol, but it was too slow. Jim Bob shot him in the head and killed him. Then he walked over and put a shot in Johnny's head. Okay, Jim Bob said. Let's go. Unless any of the rest of you want to challenge me. Billy and Freeman mounted their horses, and the 4 outlaws left on the road for Uvalde and the Nueces Strip. 24. I need to check my telegrams, and I'm thinking of going to Santa Angela. Do you feel up to the trip? Will asked Virginia at breakfast. It's such a beautiful day. I'd love to go. Okay if we stay overnight? You know it is, if that's what you want to do. He smiled at her. Okay. I'll pack a few things for me and the children. I'll be ready to go in a few minutes. I'll hitch up the buggy, Will said. They arrived in Santa Angela in a little over 2 hours. They checked into 2 rooms in May Fanning's boarding house. May was delighted also to see Jacob and Annabelle, and they felt at home with her, almost like she was their grandmother. A while later, Will walked into the telegraph office and greeted Johnny Potts. Hey, Johnny, just checking on telegrams, and I want to pay you for getting the telegram to my wife. Will handed over a $20 double eagle. Thank you, sir. And yes, you do have 2 telegrams. Johnny handed them over to Will, and he unfolded them. Marshal Will Fain, Santa Angela. 3 banks robbed in San Antonio same day. Stop. Frost, Gruce, San Antonio National. Stop. Winslow gang suspected. Stop. 2 gang members found dead outside town. Stop. Frost lost some $2,000. Stop. Gruce lost over $30,000. Stop. San Antonio National robbers shot. No money lost. Stop. Frost chief teller Oscar Martinez killed and a bank customer. Stop. 1 killed in San Antonio National. Stop. T.C. Frost. Will had met Oscar Martinez during his last visit to Frost Bank. He wondered why the robbers felt a need to kill him. Hard to figure, but obviously he didn't or couldn't do what the robbers wanted. Will opened the 2nd telegram, which he found was also from Frost. Marshal Will Fain, Santa Angela. GIs sold for agreed price. Stop. Money in account. Stop. Frost. Frost had sold the gold ingots that Will had left with him, and he had put the money in Will's account at the bank. Nice to know, Will thought. He wondered why Frost was advising him of the robberies in San Antonio. Since a national bank was involved, T.J. Theder, the U.S. Marshal in San Antonio, could send as many deputy marshals as necessary to bring Winslow and his gang in. But maybe in Frost's mind, there was more to it than that. He'd have to find out. Johnny, I want to send one to T.C. Frost in San Antonio. T.C. Frost, San Antonio. What lawmen are pursuing Winslow gang? Stop. Anybody know Winslow location? Stop. Please advise any update. Stop. Will Fain. Johnny, I'd also like to send the same telegram to J.P. Theder, U.S. Marshal, San Antonio. Will paid for the telegrams and left. He walked over to Wilson Conover's wood shop. Wilson had finished building the special boxes for the .50 caliber Sharps rifles that now had the Malcolm scopes installed. The boxes were lined with leather and green velvet cloth to keep the scopes in place and accurate, especially while traveling. Conover, as usual, had shown fine craftsmanship in building and varnishing the boxes. Will thanked him and carried the rifles to the leather shop of Miguel Abrero, who had constructed a fast-draw holster for Isom. It had been patterned after Will's holster, and it was an excellent copy. Thank you, Mr. Abrero. Once again, you've done excellent work, and I'm grateful to you. Next week, I'm sending down my wrangler who wants some new bridles. I'll pay for whatever he needs. Bueno, I'll look for him. You have lots of other work? Will asked. No, muy poco. And my sister now lives with us. Oh? Where did she live before? Near Fort McCavitt. She was working as a laundress, but there are not so many soldiers now, and she has no work." "Where is your sister now?" "She helps my wife in the house," Obrero said. "I have an idea, Mr. Obrero. My wife is with child, the third, and I was thinking of getting someone to help her around the house. How can my wife meet your sister?" Miguel thought for a few moments. "Why don't you both come to supper tonight?" So Will got the directions to Obrero's house, picked up the rifles and the holster, and walked back to the boarding house. He wasn't sure how Virginia would respond to having somebody else in their house, but he'd know soon. "I've got something I'd like to talk with you about, but I'm not sure how you'll feel about it." "What is it?" Virginia asked. "I was speaking with Mr. Obrero at his leather shop, and he says his sister has come to live with him. I gather it's sort of a financial burden on Mr. Obrero and his wife, and his sister would like to find a job." Virginia was nodding her head and looking at him. "And?" "Okay, I was thinking she could work for us while you're expecting and take some of the burden off you," Will said. Virginia looked off, thinking about this new development. "In a way, I would like it. But in another way, I don't want you thinking I can't do my job around the house." "I've never thought that. I just thought it might help right now, and if it doesn't work out, we can let her go whenever you choose," Will said. Virginia got up and hugged him. "You've got the softest heart, and I love you for it. When can we meet her?" "Tonight. Mr. Obrero has invited us to dinner at his house." Leaving Jacob and Annabelle with May Fanning, Will and Virginia walked over to Obrero's house that evening. They met Senora Obrero and the sister, Elena, who was quite a bit younger than her brother. She was in her mid-30s with large brown eyes and long black hair. Not beautiful, Will thought, but clean and nice appearance. Virginia liked her right away. They enjoyed an excellent supper of beef, rice, beans, tortillas, and an exquisite salsa. It was very tasty and different from the usual fare around the Fain house. Elena spoke English well, having been around soldiers a good deal, so the language was not a barrier. Will and Virginia spoke with her after dinner, and Elena was surprised when they offered her a job. "Where would I live?" she asked. "You'll live in the house with us," Virginia said. "We have an extra bedroom, which will be yours." "You mean I won't have to share it?" Elena asked, surprised. "No, it will be yours alone," Virginia answered. "May I ask what the pay would be?" "How much is customary?" Virginia asked. "How much do you want?" "Is $20 a month too much?" "No, it isn't. We'll be happy to pay you that." And so it was settled. The following day, the Fain family and Elena all went back to the ranch together in the buggy. 25. "So, Billy and Freeman want their share of the money from the robbery, and they want to leave? Is that what you're telling me, Pick?" Jim Bob asked. "Yeah, Jim Bob. They say they can start over with their share of the money from the robberies, and they can get on with their lives. Go straight." The two men were seated together at a table in the Cantina El León del Norte in Piedras Negras, Mexico. The men had gone back to their old habits, living in a bordello and drinking aguardiente and tequila from morning to night. "That ain't the real reason they want to leave," Jim Bob said. "They don't like what I did to Herb and Johnny. Ain't that right, Pick?" "Probably has something to do with it, Jim Bob." "Well, what the hell was I supposed to do? Leave those guys there so they could finger all of us? Or keep Johnny and all of us get caught?" "Understood, Jim Bob, but what?" Pickard looked around like he was trying to find the right words. "I guess they figure if it had been them, you'd have killed them too. And they don't like the thought of that." "What about you, Pick?" "It's not about me, Jim Bob. "If you're wounded, do you want us to shoot you so that we can escape?" Pickard asked. Jim Bob took another slug of his drink. He sat there brooding, thinking about what Pick's question meant. Pickard wondered if he'd gone too far. Maybe Jim Bob would turn on him, too. Jim Bob had changed and seemed more and more unstable, unreliable. "I don't know what I want anymore, Pick," Jim Bob said. "I really don't. Tell those boys to stick with us another 2 weeks, and if they still want to go, pay 'em off and let 'em go." Pickard walked out of the saloon. He figured that the best thing at that moment was to leave Jim Bob alone. Let him work things out for himself, Pickard thought. Jim Bob sat at the table drinking aguardiente and becoming more and more drunk. He thought about what Pick had said and a little about what he'd become. That first killing was justified. Ferris deserved to die along with many others for the insanity that had taken place in Gainesville during the month of October 1862. After he'd ridden away from Gainesville, Jim Bob had learned that after the first 21 were hanged, another 20 or so men were hanged in the days that followed, and men in counties close by were also hanged or shot. Jim Bob sincerely wished he had remained behind and killed more of the Confederate officers, but he'd fled and started a life of robbery and killing. Very few of his murders were justified since that first one. Suddenly, his dismal thoughts were interrupted by a gang of rowdy Mexican vaqueros who'd stumbled into the cantina. There were 5 of them, and all as drunk as Jim Bob himself. One of the vaqueros saw Jim Bob in the corner and said, "Señor, ven aquí, let us buy you a drink." Jim Bob squinted as he looked up and said, "I got my own drink." Then all the anger boiling up in him came to the surface. "Besides, I don't drink with no greasers." At once there was total silence in the cantina. The vaquero who invited Jim for a drink looked like he had been slapped. Into the silence he said, "Señor, I will give you a chance to beg our pardon for your ill-advised remarks." Jim Bob was bleary-eyed, but he was in no mood to offer anybody an apology, especially a gang of greasers. So he came up out of his seat and killed the man who'd spoken, then turned his gun on the others. He flipped the table over, and from behind it he fired until his pistol was empty. Black powder smoke enveloped the cantina. Jim Bob reloaded while hunched down behind the table, then peeked out from the bottom edge of the table. 3 men were down in front of him. The other 2 fired sporadically from each end of the bar, where they were hiding. Jim Bob fired through the haze and smoke and heard a satisfying scream from the Mexican on the right. Jim Bob heard other shots, and then Pickard yelled, "Jim Bob, come out of there. We got to get the hell out of Piedras Negras before the rurales get here." Pickard saw that Jim Bob was uninjured, then rushed to get Billy and Freeman. The 4 men grabbed their gear and rushed down to the livery to saddle their horses. Within minutes, the 4 of them were heading across the Rio Grande to Eagle Pass. 4 U.S. deputy marshals led by Parse Newman had been sent by Marshal J.P. Theder from San Antonio after the bank robbers, presumed to be the Winslow gang. The deputy marshals were waiting in Eagle Pass, having heard that the Winslow gang might be across the Rio Grande in Piedras Negras. One of the U.S. Marshals, Delroy Pritchard, was watching the river crossing, and he saw 4 men cross the river and recognized Billy Tompkins as a member of the gang. Tompkins had wanted posters with his likeness all over South Texas. Pritchard followed the men to a small saloon called the Golden Lady on the outskirts of Eagle Pass, then rushed into town and notified the other 3 marshals that they had a chance to bag the Winslow gang. Parse Newman was a courageous U.S. Marshal. He'd proved it many times, but he made 2 serious errors that would cost him his life. First, when Pritchard reported seeing the gang, Newman immediately thought of going to nearby Fort Duncan to get a troop of cavalry to back him up, but he rejected that idea. He reasoned that it was important to surround Winslow and his gang before they escaped, and Newman thought there's only 4 of them, so we're not outnumbered. Having rejected calling on the army,
Newman gathered his 3 other deputies, and they all ran to the livery stable. They saddled their horses and rushed off, following Pritchard, who stopped a few doors away from the saloon. Parse and Geraldo Gomez hurriedly covered the front of the saloon, and Pritchard and Fred Capehart covered the back. Now Parse had another difficult decision. Should they call out and ask the gang to surrender, or should they just wait until they came out and open fire? Unfortunately, thinking like a marshal and an honorable man, Parse made the wrong decision. "Jim Bob Winslow," Parse yelled. "You're surrounded by U.S. Marshals. Throw out your arms and surrender." Jim Bob and his gang, knowing they were now wanted on both sides of the border, were on guard, not knowing where trouble would arise. So they had taken their rifles into the saloon when they dismounted. When Jim Bob heard Newman's challenge, he sent Billy Tompkins to the upstairs front of the saloon and Freeman Overton to the upstairs back to see if they could get the angle on the Marshals. Pickard went to the back of the saloon, which only had the kitchen door as an exit and no downstairs windows. Pickard locked the kitchen door and propped a chair under the doorknob, then walked back to help Jim Bob at the front. Jim Bob saw Pickard returning and asked, "What about the back?" "There's only the door. I locked it for good. No way they can get in." "Okay. Let's try to wait them out. Maybe they'll do something stupid, trying to find out if we're really in here." Jim Bob and Pickard stayed out of sight, only occasionally peeking out of a corner of the window. They had a good idea of the position of the 2 marshals in front, and Jim Bob felt that if the gang could kill those 2, they could get on their horses and escape. When the Winslow gang had come into the saloon, there were no other patrons, just a bartender who was now hunched down in the kitchen beside the stove. Jim Bob had an idea. He told Pickard to get the bartender. When he arrived, Jim Bob said, "Listen, here's what we want you to do. Go out there and tell those marshals that there's nobody else in the saloon." The bartender was terrified. "What if they shoot me?" "They can't shoot you. They're U.S. Marshals," Jim Bob said. "But if you don't go out there like I told you, I will shoot you." The bartender, realizing he had no choice, stepped toward the bat wings, and Jim Bob said in a loud whisper, "If you don't convince them we're not in here, you're dead." When Marshal Newman got no reply of any kind, no gunfire, no nothing, he wasn't sure what to do. At that point, he saw the bartender walking out the bat wings, hands in the air. "I don't know who you think's in here, but there ain't nobody but me," the bartender said. He kept walking towards the marshals, and when he was next to the watering trough, he dove down behind it so that Jim Bob had no shot at him, and he yelled, "They're in there! There's 4 of them!" Jim Bob exploded in a fury and ran toward the bat wings, trying to get a shot at the bartender. A barrage of bullets came in through the bat wings, and Jim Bob was hit in the shoulder, rendering his left arm useless. He fell into the sawdust on the floor, and the marshals kept up a steady gunfire so that Pickard could not reach him. Instead, Pickard did the only thing he could. He ran to the front window of the saloon and knocked out a pane and started firing at the marshals, who now redirected their fire toward him. When that happened, Jim Bob was able to crawl to safety. Newman exposed more of his body as he fired his weapon. Unfortunately, he didn't see Tompkins behind the false front of the saloon, and Tompkins drilled Newman in the chest. He fell back and crawled to safety, but he was hit hard. Gomez was about 20 feet away, but thought if he could time it just right, he could get to Newman to aid him. Gomez didn't time it right, however, and Tompkins shot him low in the left side. He fell about 10 feet from Newman, totally exposed, and Tompkins shot him twice more. Tompkins rushed downstairs in the saloon to tell Jim Bob that both marshals outside were dead or dying. Jim Bob, grimacing against the pain in his shoulder, got ready to leave. Pickard yelled for Overton, who ran down from upstairs, and the 4 men rushed out the front to get to their horses. Jim Bob walked out gleefully, looking to kill the bartender behind the watering trough, but the bartender had somehow escaped. The 4 men mounted their horses and rode down the street away from the saloon toward Eagle Pass. Pritchard and Capehart, the 2 marshals behind the saloon, had heard the firing in front, but had held their positions as ordered. But when they heard the horses riding away, they ran toward the front and fired several shots at the escaping outlaws. They immediately rushed over and found both Newman and Gomez dead. Pritchard and Capehart raced to their horses and gave chase. The Winslow gang headed south and crossed the Rio Grande. Once past Piedras Negras, they headed south toward Nava in the mountains of Coahuila, about 30 miles away. They figured Nava was far enough that they might stay a while, find a doctor for Jim Bob, allow him to recuperate, and still avoid the rurales. Pritchard and Capehart, meanwhile, seeing the gang cross the Rio Grande, turned back to Eagle Pass and telegraphed Marshal Theder in San Antonio about the deaths of Newman and Gomez and the escape of the Winslow gang into Mexico. They waited for a reply, hoping they could get permission to go after the gang into Mexico, but the return telegram settled that issue. Marshal Delroy Pritchard, Eagle Pass. Sorry to hear of deaths of Newman, Gomez. Stop. Forbid crossing border after Winslow. Stop. Repeat, do not cross border. Stop. Stay in place and seek location of outlaws from rurales or private sources. Stop. Theder. 26. 3 days later, Will Fain had ridden to Santa Angela primarily to check for answers to his earlier telegrams. He stepped into the telegraph office. Johnny Potts turned around from his desk and said, "Marshal, good to see you. I've got 2 telegrams for you." He handed the telegrams to Will, who unfolded them and read, U.S. Marshal Will Fain, Santa Angela. U.S. Marshals sent to Eagle Pass after Winslow gang. Stop. Thought to be in Piedras Negras, Mexico. Stop. Marshals forbidden to cross border. Stop. Frost. The second telegram came from J.P. Theder and was the most recent. U.S. Marshal Will Fain, Santa Angela. U.S. Marshals encountered Winslow gang in Eagle Pass. Stop. Newman and Gomez killed. Stop. Gang escaped into Mexico. Stop. Thought to be in Nava, Mexico. Stop. Marshals forbidden to cross border. Stop. Theder. Will was saddened to learn of Parse Newman's death, and he found it inexplicable that Winslow could murder on American soil and escape into Mexico without any consequences. In Will's mind, at that moment, he thought, no way will this stand. He got home in the afternoon and turned Traveler over to Alpha. He sought out Isom and said, "Get ready to leave tomorrow. We're going to Mexico, and we're going to bring down the Winslow gang. We'll take the stage to Fort Clark, we'll buy horses and supplies there, then ride down to Fort Duncan, and then into Mexico." "What's happened to bring this on?" Isom asked. "They killed Parse Newman and another marshal, and Theder forbids his boys going into Mexico. We're going into Mexico, and we're going to kill that son of a bitch. We're not going to think like marshals on this one. We're going to think like bounty hunters. If any one of those boys gets in our sights, they're dead. No warning ever. Our whole objective is to eliminate them. If we can collect the reward, fine. If not, so be it. Take both sharps with scopes. That's a sniper weapon if ever was." That night, Will explained to Virginia why he felt he had to go. Parse Newman was a friend and an honest U.S. Marshal trying to do his duty. Winslow had killed him and another deputy, and Theder was so hidebound that he wouldn't go get the killer across the border. So be it. Will would go get them. And it wouldn't be dead or alive. It would just be dead. Virginia was enjoying having Elena share the chores and cooking, and especially having Elena do the wash. Elena had already proven, in the few days she'd been in the house, that she was a good worker and had a pleasant attitude. The children liked her, and she had been teaching them a few words of Spanish, which they enjoyed using. Elena's presence allowed Virginia to rest some in the weeks before the baby was due. The following day, Will and Isom bid a tender farewell to their families and rode out on 2 of the geldings. They had another for a pack horse for all their weapons and ammunition. In late morning, they caught the stage at Ben Ficklin, leaving their horses in the corral there. 3 days later, they reached Fort Clark. There, they bought 3 horses from a dealer that supplied horses to the army. At the sutler's store, they bought all the supplies they would need for the trip. They headed due south toward Fort Duncan and arrived 2 days later. There, they restocked at the sutler's store and crossed the Rio Grande at Piedras Negras. They had their U.S. Marshal badges, but didn't wear them openly. For all any Mexican knew, they were Norte Americanos heading into the mountains to Nava. As the sun was setting that day, Will and Isom rode their horses down the dusty street of Nava. They pulled up at the livery, and a kindly older caballero took their horses. Will gave him $3 silver. "Give them the best care, senor." They took their weapons off the pack and stored the rest of their supplies in a locked-down tack room in the stable. "Donde hay una posada, senor?" Isom asked. The man directed them 2 streets over to a posada with a cantina and restaurant attached. After locking all their weapons in their rooms, they walked down to the cantina, ordered beers, and then supper. They ate beef, beans, rice, and the fresh salsa that made their tongues sing. "At least we having some good food," Isom said. Will laughed. "It is tasty, isn't it? Unlike that stage station food." "Yeah, some of that was bad. But I didn't get sick, so I ain't complaining." The cantina was full, but they saw nobody who looked like he might be part of the Winslow gang, and they'd seen likenesses of 4 of the gang members at Fort Duncan on wanted posters. Will had the memory of each in his head, and if he saw one of the gang, he'd figure out a way to kill him. "I don't see anybody that looks like the gang, but there are a dozen or more cantinas in this town," Will said. "It'll be fun looking. We'll get a few more beers," Isom said, laughing. 27. "How's the arm feeling today, Jim Bob?" Pickard asked. "Not worth a damn. That Marshal got me good. I got no feeling in my fingers." "Yeah, but the doctor says the nerves will come back gradually." "Maybe. But in the meantime, somebody could kill me. Besides that, what does that greaser doctor know?" "You know, Jim Bob, you're alive. That Marshal who shot you is dead. Maybe you ought to think on that." Jim Bob looked at Pick. "You're the only one that can talk to me like that, you know." "Yeah, I know. But sometimes you need it," Pickard said. For 2 weeks, Jim Bob had been recuperating in a posada outside Nava, a little higher in the foothills of the mountains. He had good food, all he wanted of whiskey, aguardiente, and tequila, but no women since returning to Mexico, and he was beginning to feel the need. "Let's head down to El Centro today. I've been cooped up here nearly 2 weeks. I could do with a change of scenery," Jim Bob said. "We can go downtown. Any place in particular?" Pickard asked. Jim Bob laughed. "Yeah, Isabel's." "You want a woman? You are getting better," Pickard laughed. Will and Isom were sitting in a cantina in downtown Nava. They were having a beer, keeping low, and looking at people coming and going. "Never thought it might be this hard to find at least one member of the gang, but it's not bad duty," Will said. "We could be out in the cold looking through the binoculars." "Uh-huh. The beer not bad either," Isom said. "Well, let's finish up and walk over to the next cantina," Will said. Will and Isom were walking along the street when they heard angry voices. They looked over, and a Mexican with a knife in his hand was threatening to disembowel a Norte Americano. Will said, "That's Billy Tompkins, one of the gang." The Mexican's knife blade was maybe 6 inches long. Tompkins backed up, reached down into his boot, and pulled out a Bowie knife with a blade over 12 inches long, which he brandished at the Mexican, who was now backing away. Tompkins lunged forward and stamped his foot. The Mexican turned and ran. Tompkins laughed. "Look at that. Damn greaser better run." Tompkins turned and strolled on down the street. Will and Isom followed. Tompkins turned into a cantina next to a larger building with Isabel's painted on the side. "What's best? Do we stay out here or go inside?" Will asked. "I don't know. I've about had all the beer I can handle." "Me too. But we can just buy 'em and let 'em sit in front of us." So they walked in, ordered 2 beers, and took them to a table in the back of the cantina. They saw Tompkins, who was sitting with Freeman Overton at a table on the other side of the cantina. "That's Overton at the table with Tompkins. So we found 2 of 'em," Will said. "Question is, how we gonna arrest 'em? Big reward on both, but we gotta get the bodies over the border. That's a tall order," Will said. They sat there and nursed their beers. Time dragged. Tompkins and Overton showed no signs of leaving, so Will and Isom ordered dinner of tamales and burros. As they ate, they avoided looking at the outlaws, which is why they were surprised when Tompkins popped up from his table and started walking toward them. "Tompkins coming," Isom said, and laughed as if he said something funny. "Yeah, I see," Will said, and laughed. Tompkins stopped by their table. Will and Isom looked up. "Hey, Cowboy, do something for you?" Will asked. "Wondering why you been sitting here all night?" Tompkins asked. Will smiled and said, "None of your damn business." "You don't know who I am, do you?" "No, and we don't care," Will said. "You obviously think you're somebody special, but you're not." Tompkins stood there looking down at them. "You 2 look like law dogs to me and my pard there." Billy inclined his head over to Overton. The normally laconic Isom laughed. "Maybe we are. But even if we are, it ain't none of your damn business," Will said. "If you are law dogs, I'm gonna kill you right here." Will stood up. "How many times I gotta tell you, shit kicker, it ain't none of your damn business." Tompkins was full of liquor, so he went for his pistol, but before it even cleared leather, Will shoved the barrel of his Colt hard into Tompkins' belly. Tompkins dropped his gun back into his holster and slowly raised his hands. "Bang, bang," Will said. Tompkins' eyes were round and huge as he felt the pistol barrel in his belly. He tried to swallow, but his throat was dry as sandpaper. He knew he should be dead, and he wasn't, only because this man facing him hadn't pulled the trigger. "You're so slow my grandmother could outdraw you," Will said. "Now, get back to your table and don't bother us anymore," Will said. Tompkins backed away from the table. He turned around when he got to his table and sat down. Will holstered the Colt and sat back down, keeping his eye on Tompkins and Overton. Isom sat and chuckled. "He thought he fast. I almost laughed when his eyes grew huge with the feel of that pistol barrel in his belly." Will said, "You know what I'm thinking? If they're not in very good contact with Jim Bob, we could pick these guys up when they leave here, put them on horses, and have them over the border by daylight. The road's pretty good, and we shouldn't run into any rurales at night." "Sounds right." "We could also have a talk with them and find out where Jim Bob is," Isom said. "It's looking more and more like we got a plan," Will said. "What happens if they don't tell us nothing?" "You know what happens. I shoot him in the leg and you stand on it." They both broke into laughter. 28. "Here's what we'll do. We'll head out the door as if we're leaving. I'll walk down to the stable and get our horses. I'll saddle our pack horse and get one other horse from the stable. You stay here out of sight and follow them if they leave." "Okay, I got 'em covered," Isom said. A half hour later, Will came back with the 4 horses, which he tied across the street from the cantina. The streets were almost empty, and it was dark. The only light came out of cantina doorways and dim light from a few casas. Isom walked out and said, "They still in there?" "Okay, we'll wait." Will walked over and looked in a dusty window pane and saw the 2 men still sitting there. It was not yet midnight, but was getting close. They didn't have long to wait. Tompkins and Overton staggered out and began to totter down the dirt road. Will and Isom stepped up behind each man, hit them over the head, and dragged them over to the horses. Within 5 minutes, both were tied on their bellies over the horses, hands and feet. Will and Isom mounted their horses and set out for Piedras Negras. They figured they'd cover the 30 miles in about 6 hours. During the first hour, they heard both men retching, losing all the liquor in their bellies. About 5 miles out of Nava, Will stopped and said plenty loud, "I guess this is as good a place as any to kill 'em." "Yeah, this is good." Both men were conscious, but dim-witted from the alcohol. "What do you mean?" Tompkins asked. "What do we do? You can't kill us." Isom, explain what they did. "For one thing, you killed 2 U.S. Marshals in Eagle Pass, and that's a death sentence right there. Not to mention the people you killed in the San Antonio robbery," Will said. "Let me do it," Isom said. "I'll be happy to kill 'em. Then they be no more trouble." Wait, we ain't no trouble," Freeman said. "Okay, one chance to avoid a quick death. Where are Jim Bob and Pickard?" Both men were quiet, thinking over their loyalties. "Go ahead, Isom. Kill Freeman first," Will said. No, Jim Bob's at La Posada de las Montañas," Freeman said. "Where is it?" Will asked. "It's in the foothills other side of Nava." "Where you staying in Nava?" Will asked. "El Hotel Grande." "What room, and where's the key?" "Room 12 and 14. Keys are in our pockets." Isom reached into the outlaw's pockets and found both keys. "Where's the money you stole?" "Jim Bob has most of it, but there's some in our rooms. We asked Pickard to tell Jim Bob we wanted out, but Jim Bob said we had to wait 2 weeks. Then if we wanted to go, he'd pay us off," Tompkins said. "Yeah, that's true," Freeman said. "If he'd let us go, we wouldn't be in this fix." "Any other questions, Isom?" "Yeah, you two ever been to Posada de las Montañas?" "No, we stay in town. Pickard took Jim Bob up there so he wouldn't be recognized. He had a shootout in Piedras Negras, and he's wanted by the rurales." "I guess that it. You shit-kickers done good, so we'll keep you alive a little longer," Isom said. They untied the outlaws, got them into their saddles, tied their hands to the saddle horns and feet underneath the horses. They rode on into the night and arrived in Piedras Negras just as the daylight was peeping over the mountains. They crossed the Rio Grande and went straight to Fort Duncan. At the fort, they went straight to the sergeant of the guard. "What can I do for you men?" the sergeant asked. "We're United States Marshals. I'm Will Fain. We have 2 prisoners that we want you to lock up. They're guilty of multiple murders and robbery." "We can hold them in the guardhouse, Marshal." "Yeah, these marshals crossed the Rio Grande and brought us back from Mexico. Ain't that illegal?" "I don't care," the sergeant said. "We'll hold them for you, Marshal, no problem at all." "Just for the record, we caught these murderers in Eagle Pass right after they crossed the border," Will said. "That's a damn lie," Tompkins shouted. Isom backhanded him, and if he hadn't been tied on, he would have landed about 4 feet from the horse. His nose was busted, his lips were cratered, and he had a broken tooth. "Don't ever speak disrespectfully to Marshal Fain," Isom said. The soldiers took the prisoners into custody and walked them over to the guardhouse. "Sergeant, I need to send a telegram, and I need an affidavit from you that we captured these prisoners and turned them over to you. I can write the affidavit for you to sign." "Right this way, sir." Will sent telegrams to Marshal Theder in San Antonio and Judge Duval. Marshal J.P. Theder, San Antonio. 2 of Winslow gang caught in Eagle Pass. Stop. Billy Tompkins and Freeman Overton in guardhouse at Fort Duncan. Stop. They claim we entered Mexico to make arrest. Stop. Not true. Stop. Marshals forbidden to go into Mexico. Stop. Take custody and transport to San Antonio for federal trial. Stop. Fain. Judge T.H. Duval, San Antonio. Billy Tompkins and Freeman Overton in guardhouse at Fort Duncan. Stop. Both in Winslow gang. Stop. Claim we entered Mexico to make arrest. Stop. Not true. Stop. Asked Theder to take custody and bring to you for trial. Stop. If they're sentenced to hang, please let me know. Stop. I want to be there. Stop. Parse Newman was a friend of mine. Stop. Fain. Will composed his affidavit and had not only the first sergeant sign it, but the fort commander as well. When he was finished, he and Isom rode back to Eagle Pass, trailing 2 empty horses. They stabled the horses in a livery, checked into the hotel, stayed up long enough to eat breakfast, then went to bed until a little after noon. They washed up, dressed, ate dinner, and were back on the road early in the afternoon. 29. They arrived back in Nava just as the sun was going down. They went to their rooms, washed up, and went to supper in the hotel. As they were sitting there, Will said in a low voice, "Don't react at all, but Jim Bob and Pickard just walked in." The 2 outlaws got a table near Will and Isom and made no attempt to lower their voices. "Wonder where Billy and Freeman got to," Jim Bob said. "Ain't no tellin'," Pickard said. "They could be shackled up in any of the bordellos in town. One thing's for sure, they ain't leaving without at least trying to get the money they think they got coming." "Yeah, I guess you're right. Just seems funny we can't find them in all the usual places." Will and Isom ate their supper and listened to Jim Bob and Pickard talk all about this and that, but the conversation revealed nothing that would help in apprehending the 2 men until right at the end. "Well, Jim Bob, you decided where you're spending the night?" Pickard asked. "Hell yes. I'm spending it at Isabel's in the arms of Miranda," Jim Bob said. "Well, I'll stay there too," Pickard said. Shortly, Will and Isom paid their bill, left a generous tip, and walked out into the night. Once outside, Will said, "You know what?" "What?" "Since they're spending the night at Isabel's, we could go up to La Posada de las Montañas and see if we could find all the money they've stolen. Then, if we take it, they'd probably try to come get us, wouldn't they?" "Might do," Isom said. "Fact is, Jim Bob be in a fury if he lost his money." "That's what I think." "So how do we work this?" Isom asked. "I'm not sure. Maybe we need some help from somebody at the Posada." "To do what?" "We'll go up tonight and see if we can find the money. If we can, then we take it and leave. But before we leave, we buy off the night manager and tell him to tell Jim Bob that we just left a half hour before and that he overheard us saying we were going to Piedras Negras. That way, he'll come chasing us." "Yeah, but what if the night manager takes our money, then tells Jim Bob the truth? Where are we?" "You got a good point. Okay, how about this? Remember when Pickard said Tompkins and Overton wouldn't leave without getting their share of the money?" "Yeah, what about it?" "If Jim Bob thought Tompkins and Overton had stolen his money, he'd follow them through hot hell to get his money back," Will said. "Yeah, you're right. So we need to search the rooms of Tompkins and Overton to find something of theirs to leave behind for Jim Bob to find." "That's exactly what we need to do." Using the keys they'd taken off Tompkins and Overton, they waited until the clerk had left momentarily and went up the stairs of the hotel. They found rooms 12 and 14. Entering room 12, they found the usual gear, some clothes, a rifle, ammunition, a small leather bag with a straight razor, and a few other items. "They told us they had some money in their rooms," Will said. "Wonder where they'd put it." "Let's take the mattress off," Isom said. They did so and found nothing. They went through 3 drawers and a small chest. Nothing there. They checked under a frayed rug. Nothing. Will looked around. The bed was metal and had tubular legs. He walked over and started to twist the top off the metal tube at the foot. No dice. Wouldn't budge. He did it to every leg. Finally, at the top left leg, the top came out. Will looked down at a roll of greenbacks. "Well, looky here." He inserted his finger into the middle of the greenbacks and pulled it out. He flattened it out and started counting. The total came to $2,200. "This is part of the stolen money. Let's see if we can find more." They tiptoed down to room 14 and entered with the key. Will said, "Let's check the bedstead tubes first." They were disappointed. They checked under the mattress, under the rug, in the drawers of the chifforobe. They finally found it in the chifforobe underneath the bottom drawer. It was a roll of $100 greenbacks, which Will counted. "There's $2,900 here, so we've got $5,100 of the stolen money. What can we logically leave behind in Jim Bob's room at the Posada?" "Need to be something easily identified," Isom said. "Yeah, but what?" "How about his room key?" "That could do it. Jim Bob and Pickard will rush down here and check the rooms, so we need to take everything out of the room so it'll look like they've flown the coop," Will said. They quickly gathered up everything in room 14, returned to room 12 and gathered all the belongings, then walked outside, paying no attention to the clerk. They dumped all the plunder in an alley, knowing that someone would find it soon, and it would disappear forever. They kept the 2 new Winchesters and the ammunition. "Now, we've got to figure out what room is Jim Bob's at the Posada. Then we have to figure a way to get in unseen," Will said. They rode up to La Posada de las Montañas. It was after 10 o'clock when they arrived. All the lights were out. Will went up to the door alone and pounded on the door and kept pounding until he saw lamplight through a window. A sleepy-voiced hombre said through the door, "¿Quién es?" "Norte Americano, friend of Jim Bob Winslow." Will listened to the locks being pulled back, and a sleepy-eyed clerk said, "¿Qué desea? What is it you want?" "As I said, I'm a friend of Jim Bob Winslow and need a room for the night." The clerk looked at him strangely. There's nobody here named Jim Bob Winslow." "Yes, he's the man with the hurt shoulder," Will said sharply. "Oh, sí, Señor Carpenter. Pero he's not here." "It's all right. I want a room next to his. He'll be back." The clerk opened the door wide and Will walked in. The clerk carried the lamp and walked behind a reception desk. "Señor Carpenter is in room 8. You can have room 10, which is next to his. Please sign the register." He gave Will an ink quill. Will signed Will Thompson, which was close enough to Billy Tompkins to plant the seed if Jim Bob should look. All the while he was signing the register, he was watching carefully as the clerk removed the key. Next to it, Will saw a spare key to room 8 on a hook. "Fine. Muchas gracias." Will paid for one night and got the key to the room. The clerk walked ahead of him with the lamp. Will opened the door and the clerk lit the lamp in the room, then took his own lamp to leave. "Buenas noches, señor." Will sat on the bed for nearly a quarter of an hour, then pulled off his boots, quietly opened his room door and walked back down the hallway to the reception desk. He opened the cabinet and took the key from room 8. He silently padded back down the hall and opened the door. Once inside, he lit the lamp and turned it up a little. He didn't have to search long. He found the saddlebags full of money in the chifforobe. He didn't have time to count it, so he laid the saddlebags aside and casually went through the other belongings. He checked the usual hiding places and couldn't find any other cash, so he assumed that the money not yet spent was in the saddlebags. He knew Pickard would have some of it, but he didn't want to chance trying to search Pickard's room. He dropped the key to Tompkins' room on the floor and opened the door of Jim Bob's room. He quietly walked out and relocked the door, then walked back to the reception desk and replaced the key to room 8 in the cabinet. Then he tiptoed back to his own room, put on his boots, then checked the window. It opened freely. He turned off the lamp, tossed the saddlebags out the window, and climbed out himself, closing the window behind him. It had taken no more than a half hour. Isom was waiting with the horses. They rode back to the livery, took care of the horses, and they were soon sleeping in their beds in the downtown posada. 30. Jim Bob awoke at Isabel's with Miranda rubbing up against him, but his mind was not on Miranda but on the money he'd left in his room at the Posada de las Montañas. He had never left behind his money before, but the posada was isolated and nobody knew he had the money. It was locked securely in his room, but he still awoke worried about the money. He got up, dressed, paid Miranda double her usual fee, and walked down the hall to get Pickard, but his room was empty. He walked downstairs and found Pickard having a cup of coffee. "Hey, Jim Bob, get yourself a cup of coffee," Pickard said cheerily. "No, Pick, I don't want any. Let's go," he said as he headed out the door. Pickard sloshed aside his coffee and rushed after Jim Bob. They walked quickly to the stable. "What's the hurry, Jim Bob? What's going on?" "Nothing, Pick. I just want to get back to the posada," Jim Bob said. He was reluctant to tell Pick anything for fear that telling him might make it more likely to be true. The hostler rushed to saddle Jim Bob's horse while Pickard saddled his own. Jim Bob paced back and forth the whole time. Pickard hurried, knowing that Jim Bob was in the mood to leave without him. Pickard was ready when Jim Bob grabbed the saddle horn with his right hand and swung up. Reins in his right hand and left arm dangling, Jim Bob galloped off down the street with Pickard following. When they arrived at the posada, Jim Bob jumped off his horse and jogged into the posada. He pulled the key from his pocket and opened his room door. He jerked open the door to the chifforobe and saw no sign of his saddlebags full of money. He dropped to his knees and searched under the bed. Finding nothing, he scoured the rest of the room. He ran to the window, looked out, and saw nothing. He moved back a bit from the window and saw the hotel key on the room floor. He picked up the key and his eyes narrowed. Billy and Freeman, he thought. Jim Bob ran to the stable. The hostler was unsaddling Jim Bob's horse. He cursed the hostler unmercifully and told him to saddle the damn horse as quick as he could. Pickard came back outside, not having any idea what was going on. "What the hell's going on, Jim Bob?" "Billy and Freeman stole my money. I'm gonna kill both of them when I find them, and I will find them." Jim Bob galloped his horse unmercifully the 2 miles into town. Pick followed, keeping Jim Bob in sight. Jim Bob was off his horse before it even stopped at the hotel. He raced into the hotel, grabbed the clerk by the throat, and said, "What rooms are Tompkins and Overton?" The clerk, bug-eyed and shaking, stuttered, "Rooms 12 and 14, senor, but they're gone." Jim Bob ran up the stairs and tried the key. It fit the first door he tried. Shoving the door open, he rushed into the room and saw it was cleaned out. He pulled open the chifforobe door and found it empty. He took the stairs down 2 at a time. He found Pick coming in the front door, shouldered past him, mounted his horse, and took the road to Piedras Negras. Pickard jumped on his horse and followed as closely as he could, all the time thinking that Jim Bob was going to kill his horse. After some miles, Jim Bob noticed his horse was staggering, and he slowed down, but the horse was finished. It was so weak that it couldn't even walk, much less run. Pickard came up to Jim Bob a few minutes later, and Pickard's horse was about done in as well. Jim Bob was standing in the middle of the road next to his spent horse. Pickard got off his horse and said, "Jim Bob, you've damn near killed that horse, and I've damn near killed mine trying to stay up with you." Looking around the countryside, Jim Bob saw a jacal a half-mile away. He tried to lead his horse, but it stumbled so badly that finally he left it and continued walking toward the jacal. Packard dismounted and led his horse after Jim Bob. When they arrived at the jacal, they could see it was the poorest kind of dwelling, with a thatched roof and little stakes in the ground for walls. There was a milk cow nearby, and they could see a farmer in the field plowing with 2 horses. An elderly woman was on her knees grinding corn with stone. She looked at them and stopped her work. Jim Bob sighed. "Not much here, unless we want to ride plow horses." "Ain't got much choice, Jim Bob," Pickard said. So they trekked out into the field. The farmer saw them and stopped plowing, but Jim Bob came up and started unhitching the horses from the plow harness. "Señor, my horses, por favor. I must have my horses. I cannot farm without them." Pickard came up and said, "Señor, we need your horses." He pulled a $100 greenback from his pocket and gave it to the farmer. "You can have this horse." Pickard pointed at his horse and then toward the other horse in the road. The farmer looked off toward the other horse and stood mute. Jim Bob walked off with one of the plow horses toward the saddled horse he'd left in the road. Pickard removed his saddle from his own horse and placed it on the farmer's horse. He cinched the saddle down, mounted, and rode toward Jim Bob. After saddling him, Jim Bob climbed aboard the plow horse, and he and Pickard rode off at a slow trot, which was about as fast as the farm horses could do. Jim Bob looked over at Pickard and said, "When I find those 2 pick, I'm gonna strip their hides. They think they can steal my money. They'll find out how mean I can be." "Jim Bob, how do you know it was them?" "Billy dropped his hotel key in my room. I found it, and the key fit his room in the Hotel Grande." Pickard shook his head and said, "Pretty strong evidence. How could they be so stupid?" 31. Will and Isom had settled down in a small barranca and boiled a pot of coffee. They were drinking arbuckles and resting, waiting to catch sight of the outlaws. "Look like somebody's coming," Isom said, looking through the 50-power telescopic binoculars. They'd left town early that morning, knowing that sooner or later Jim Bob would miss his saddlebags and he'd be coming down the road after Tompkins and Overton. They felt well satisfied when they finally caught sight of Jim Bob and knew their plan was coming together. But when Jim Bob got closer, they could see the exhausted horse, and Jim Bob was flogging it with the ends of the reins. It was a painful sight to see a man riding a horse to death. After looking at it, Will got up from the binoculars and walked away. He was so tight-jawed he couldn't talk. Isom knelt and looked through the binoculars and saw Jim Bob and his faltering horse. Then he understood Will's plan. "Damn sumbitch. He's flogging that horse to death. Shit," Isom said, then got up and looked off over the horizon. He and Will stood there for several minutes, then looked through the binoculars again and saw both Jim Bob and Pickard walking toward the jacal. "You know, when a man treats a horse like that, I just want to beat the hell out of him," Will said. "I know," Isom said. "You can pretty much judge a man by how he treats his horse." "How far you think they'll be able to see us?" Will asked. "With their naked eyes in flat country, they could probably see us from a mile away," Isom said. "That's about what I was thinking. So here's what we're going to do. We'll stay far enough ahead so they can see us. I think Jim Bob's so shaken at losing his money, judging by what he did to that horse, that when he sees us, he'll assume we're Tompkins and Overton, and he'll try to overtake us, or at least follow us." "So you thinking he'll follow us right into Piedras Negras?" Isom said. "I'm hoping he'll follow us right across the Rio Grande. If he does, he's dead meat." "What's our plan once he's over?" "You and I, Isom, are judge, jury, and executioner. Once he's halfway across the Rio Grande, he'll be in the state of Texas, and I'm gonna blow his ass out of the saddle." "What about Pickard?" "Same thing. Either you do it, or I will," Will said. "I got no problem doing it. He killed too many and don't deserve to live." "We'll just use our field glasses and stay far enough ahead so they are enticed right across the river," Will watched Jim Bob and Pickard take the horses from the poor farmer, and when they mounted the plow horses, Will and Isom were ready to pack up the binoculars and weapons on the pack horse. Isom took one last look around and said, "Dust cloud behind those boys. Oh, crap. We got problems." Will turned around and asked, "What?" Isom continued to look through the lenses. "Rurales. Troop of 10, about a mile behind Jim Bob and Pickard, coming on strong. They'll overtake 'em in 10 minutes. Isom moved aside and Will looked through the binoculars. Will said. They could cause us some problems. Can't do nothing now but wait and see what happens, Isom said. 32. Jim Bob and Pickard were focused on the road ahead, so they had no idea a troop of rurales were right behind until they heard the hoofbeats. They turned around, and Jim Bob said, "Oh, shit." They moved over to the side of the road, hoping the troop of cavalry would ride right on by. No such luck. The captain of the troop stopped beside Jim Bob and Pickard in a cloud of dust. "Buen día, señores. ¿Cómo están hoy?" the captain asked. "No comprende. We are Americans," Jim Bob said. "Yes, I can see. But some Norteamericanos think enough of our country to learn the language," the captain said. "Sorry, we're just visiting. I came to see a doctor about my shoulder," Jim Bob said. "Oh, see? What happened with the shoulder?" "An accident," Jim Bob said. "I shot myself while cleaning my pistol." "Oh, qué lástima. What a pity," the captain said. "I notice, señores, that you are riding, how you say in English, work horses?" "Yes. Our horse went lame. We bought these from a farmer back a ways," Jim Bob said. "Oh, señores, I understand perfectly." The captain removed his officer's cap and scratched his head. "You see, though, I have a problem with these. That farmer back there, he says you stole his horses," the captain said. "Really? There must be a misunderstanding with the language," Pickard said. "I paid the farmer $100 in good American money, plus we gave him our horses." "Yes, he told me that. But you know, the horses you left are so broken down, they're worth nothing. And, of course, your Yankee dollars are worth nothing here in our country. I know that's hard for you almighty Norteamericanos to see, but it's true." Jim Bob had the feeling he and Pickard were getting into a real deep cow pile as the conversation went on. "Well, Capitan, what can we do to make this right? We are very sorry for the misunderstanding," Jim Bob said. The captain shifted on his horse and said, "Well, I should put both of you in jail, but perhaps we can work something out." "Okay. What do you have in mind?" Jim Bob asked. "Well, perhaps a fine. Do you have Mexican pesos?" Jim Bob looked at Pickard, who gave a quick shake of his head. "No, we don't have any." Oh, so you can't pay the fine. Qué lástima, señores. I guess you'll have to go to jail after all." "But we have plenty of American money, Capitan," Jim Bob offered. But here in this country, your money is not legal currency. So you see, we have a problem." "There must be some solution. How can we work this out?" Jim Bob asked. "Well, I'm not sure we can. But if you are willing to surrender all of your worthless American currency, perhaps I could overlook your transgression." The captain gave an insolent smile, then said, "You can turn your American currency over voluntarily, or I can have my men take it from you." Jim Bob looked at Pickard. He hated to the bottom of his gut giving in to this bastardo. But did they have any choice? He tied his reins around his saddle horn, freeing his right hand. The captain put his hand on his pistol. "Don't worry, Capitan. I'm just reaching into my pocket to get my money," Jim Bob said. He reached in and pulled out a small roll of greenbacks. He handed it to the captain. The captain looked at it and seemed quite satisfied with its bulk. "And your friend? I'll have his money, too." "Give it to him, Pick," Jim Bob said. Pickard reached into his pocket and pulled out a roll of bills slightly smaller than Jim Bob's. He handed it over to the captain. "Well, signore, since you voluntarily surrendered your American currency, which, of course, we all agree is of no value in this country, we'll leave. And let me give you a little advice before I leave," the captain smiled and said. "Try to stay out of trouble, and have a good day, amigos." The captain ordered his troop ahead, and they continued along the road to Piedras Negras. Jim Bob was so angry he was shaking and could not speak. He vowed right there that when he got his money back from Tompkins and Overton, he would come back and kill that Mexican captain. He didn't take such treatment from any man on earth, let alone a greaser. 33. "Looks to me like that Mexican officer demanded money from those outlaws," Will said. "Problem is that money belongs to American banks. We may have to take it back from that Mexican." "Only right we should," Isom said. "Yeah, well, the important thing is that we get Jim Bob and Pickard. After that, I'll think about getting the money back." They packed up their gear and rode out of the barranca and onto the road. They figured they were about 1.5 miles ahead of Jim Bob and Pickard. They went slow enough to be sure that Jim Bob and Pickard could see them, and they had no fear they'd be caught because those plow horses couldn't do more than 4 miles an hour if they tried. "You think there's any chance they can catch us?" Isom said. "Not a chance. I could easily outwalk those horses. We just have to keep up this pace for about 5 hours, and we'll be in Piedras Negras before dark if I don't miss my guess." So they rode on into the afternoon, keeping an eye from time to time on Jim Bob and Pickard behind them. From time to time, Isom would look through the binoculars and survey the surrounding country. About 2 hours later, he was looking down the road and said, "That troop of rurales coming back. We got to get off the road." Will rode pronto into the scrub brush and small trees along the trail. Isom followed and yelled, "I think they see us." Will kept riding to higher ground. When he reached the top of a small hill, Will dismounted and hid the horses as well as he could. Isom jumped down and took his rifle. "We're in a tough spot. We cannot be taken prisoner, not with our badges and weapons. If we are, we'll never get out of a Mexican jail, and we might be put in front of a firing squad," Will said. "So we fighting for our lives is what you saying?" "Yeah, that's all," Will laughed. Will pulled the box off containing one of the .50 caliber Sharps rifles. He handed it to Isom, then grabbed the other box with the other Sharps. Both rifles had the Malcolm 8-power scopes. The Mexican troop continued galloping down the road. The captain called a halt where Will and Isom had left the road. He investigated the hoof tracks, looked up into the woods, then ordered his men to go after Will and Isom. "All right. Let's see how well these scopes are sighted in. Aim for the captain. Take him out. I'll do the same," Will said. They both got the captain in their sights, and 2 shots rang out simultaneously. The captain, a half-mile away, looked like an unseen hand had jerked him out of the saddle. The Mexican cavalrymen were swiftly coming through the woods toward them. "No choice but to take out the soldiers," Will said. He sighted in the Sharps and blew one of the soldiers out of the saddle. Isom took out another. The shooting lasted less than a minute. "Let's pack up and get out of here," Will said. They replaced their Sharps in the velvet-lined boxes, loaded them on the pack horse, and took the long way down to avoid any soldiers still armed and dangerous. When they reached the road, Isom maintained guard while Will rifled the pockets of the captain.
"Jim Bob coming," Isom said.
Will stuffed the money into his saddlebags while watching Jim Bob and Pickard riding toward them. Isom threw up his Spencer, aiming at Jim Bob.
"Wait, wait," Jim Bob said. "We ain't no danger to you."
Isom kept his rifle pointed right at Jim Bob. Will stepped up and motioned Jim Bob and Pickard toward them.
"Come on over, but keep your hands away from your guns."
Jim Bob and Pickard rode over.
"Hey, hombre, we ain't your enemies. We're Americans just like you are."
"Nah, you aren't just like us. We've got good horses. Get yourself one of those horses over there," Will said, pointing to 2 horses that had been ridden by the Mexican soldiers but were now standing at the roadside chomping on the grass. The outlaws didn't know what to think.
"Come on, get down, mount up on one of the soldiers' horses."
Jim Bob and Pickard got down. Pickard walked over, took the reins of one soldier's horse and brought it over to Jim Bob. Then Pickard walked back over and got another horse for himself. They both mounted the new horses.
"Keep 'em covered, Isom. If either one moves, kill 'em,"
Will said loud enough for Jim Bob and Pickard to hear. "We can carry his body over the saddle just as easily as alive."
"Be my pleasure."
Will walked over, jerked the pistol out of Jim Bob's holster, then took Pickard's as well. He grabbed some piggin strings out of his saddlebags and started to tie Jim Bob's hands to the saddle horn.
"Hey, what the hell you doing? We're Americans just like y'all."
Will finished tying Jim Bob's hands, followed by tying Pickard's hands. He then tied both men's legs underneath the horses. At that moment, they heard a soldier about a quarter mile away come out of the forest and spur his horse toward Piedras Negras. Isom aimed and fired, but the soldier dodged to the other side of the road and kept going.
"Too far away," Isom said. "I could try to chase him down."
"No, I got a better idea," Will said. "That soldier won't be bringing help for 6 or 8 hours. The Rio Grande is only 10 miles due east. Piedras Negras is 20 miles on this road, so let's go cross-country."
"What about us?" Jim Bob yelled. "What the hell are we tied up for? We ain't no danger to you, and we need to go to Piedras Negras."
"Why do you need to get to Piedras Negras?" Will asked.
"We need to find a couple of thieves that owe us money," Jim Bob answered.
"You got to postpone that little appointment," Will said.
"But why?" Jim Bob screamed. "Why are you doing this?" "You'll figure it out about the time your feet drop through the trap door and your neck hit the end of that noose."
Isom laughed. Jim Bob sat mute for a few moments, then said,
"You're U.S. law dogs, ain't you?"
"That's us. We're headed straight to San Antonio, and you're coming along for trial, unless we kill you before we get there," Will said. "I can tell you right now, if that Mexican patrol hadn't come along, I would have led you right across the Rio Grande in Piedras Negras, and as soon as your asses hit American soil, I would have blown you both right out of your saddles. I'm damn sorry we didn't get to kill you. Would have pleasured me a good deal."
"I don't know you," Jim Bob yelled. "Why you so anxious to kill me?"
"You killed a U.S. Marshal, that's why," Will said.
"Wait a minute," Isom yelled. "Dust up the road toward Nava."
Isom ran to the pack horse. He jerked out the binoculars and jumped on his horse to gain height to see better.
"Another Mex patrol coming. Them patrols all over the place."
"We got to get the hell out of here," Will said. "How far away?"
"Maybe a mile. 5-6 minutes is all," Isom said.
Will and Isom rode off cross-country, slowed by having to lead the pack horse and the outlaws on their horses. "It'll take 'em a while to get to us," Will said.
"Yeah, we better hope," Isom said.
Will and Isom kept going flat out for an hour, pushing the horses as much as they dared. Finally, they crossed a meadow with very little vegetation. They stopped on the other side, jumped down, and Will grabbed the field glasses. Ah, hell, they're coming. Not too far behind. We're maintaining our lead, but let's try to slow them down. They got the Sharps rifles out of the wooden cases. When the soldiers came out of the trees and into the meadow, Will fired and killed one of the horses. Isom fired and killed another. The rest of the soldiers pulled up sharply and retreated back into the trees and took shelter. I don't understand why the Mexican soldiers had 2 troops patrolling the same area, Will said. Who knows how a Mexican think, Isom said. The soldiers dropped from their horses and started firing. What kind of rifles they got? Will asked. Isom looked through the field glasses and said, Look like those Remington rolling blocks, but it's hard to tell. They can't shoot worth a crap, Will said. All right, Isom, I want you to take the prisoners and head out. I'll stay here and hold them for a while. Cross the Rio Grande and don't wait for me. Outlaws give you any problems, kill them. Isom jumped up and ran back into the trees. He checked to make sure the outlaw's hands and feet were tied tightly, mounted his horse, and led off, trailing the pack horses and 2 outlaws. Will was lying prone, his rifle resting on a log. He was looking through the scope and could see several of the soldiers. He saw 2 mounting their horses and riding west. He thought. They're trying to get around behind me. Siding in, he shot one of the horses, but the other had too much cover. He could have killed several of those remaining, but it served no purpose. After a time, some men started to venture out. Will let them think he was gone. They mounted and started to cross the meadow. Will sided in and killed another of the horses. The soldiers all ducked back into cover. Will eased back and crawled into the trees. He mounted his horse and rode off. He didn't think any of the soldiers had had time to get behind him, but he was ready if they had. An hour later, Will could see the trees along the bank of the Rio Grande. He halted and looked carefully but saw no danger. He rode down the bank and into the river. He was halfway across when he looked around and saw a Mexican soldier on the bank behind, aiming a rifle at him. He ducked low, heard a shot, looked back and saw the soldier was on the ground beside his horse. Will looked up to the Texas side of the river and saw Isom waving his rifle over his head. He continued across the river and came out right by Isom and the 2 outlaws. Hey, we're in Texas, Will said. Hallelujah. He dismounted and said, You saved me, Isom. He had me out there in the middle of the river. Nah, I had him in my sights the whole time, Isom said. I've never been so glad to see Texas, Will said. By the way, you 2 outlaws are under arrest on U.S. soil. Jim Bob started yelling. You can't come into Mexico and bring us back here to make an arrest. It's illegal. Isom poked Jim Bob with his rifle. You gonna have apoplexy, boy, you don't control yourself. Will looked over to Isom. You ever been to Mexico, Isom? Nope, never set foot in that country. Neither have I, Will said. Turning to Jim Bob, he said, And I'll swear to it if it'll put your necks in a noose. It took 3 days to get to San Antonio. The weather was perfect with cool temperatures, so they made good time. They arrived in the afternoon trailing their 2 prisoners. Townspeople started gathering and following at the outskirts of town. By the time they arrived at the jail, there were more than 50 following. Will got off his horse, as did Isom. Clap irons on him, Isom, Will said. Then Will cut him loose. Once down, Isom marched the men into the jail and Will followed. The jailer, Bryce Keener, was a friend of Will's from his dealings with the counterfeiters. Hey, Bryce, got some customers for you, Will said. Good, Will. I got plenty of room. Hey, Isom, good to see you too. Isom waved and Will said, This is Jim Bob Winslow and his segundo, Carl Pickard. Well, we finally got him. Most famous crook I ever had in my jail. Yeah, these crooked marshals came into Mexico to get me. It ain't legal in no way. Lock 'em up good, Bryce, and don't pay any attention to anything they say, Will said. Everybody knows they're a bunch of liars. They killed Parse Newman, and I, like many others, am going to be happy to see these two be the guest of honor at the next necktie party we have in San Antonio. Will filled out the necessary documents detailing the charges. Afterward, he got an affidavit from Keener that he'd captured the outlaws and turned them over to the proper authorities in San Antonio. 34. Will and Isom checked into the Vance Hotel, got some clean clothes, and headed to the nearest barbershop. They ordered 2 hot baths, and while they waited, they both got haircuts and shaved. After their baths, they went to supper at the Vance. "We don't have no suits this time," Isom said. "Just as well. I'm not planning to stay," Will said. While they were eating dinner, a man came up to the table and said, "Marshal Fain, my name is Ralph Ashland. I'm a reporter for the San Antonio Express, and I wonder if I might speak with you for a few minutes." "I suppose so. Why don't you sit down?" Will invited. "This is my deputy, Isom Wood. What can we do for you?" "I understand you two caught the Winslow gang. All of them." "Yes, that's right. We got Billy Tompkins and Freeman Overton in Eagle Pass and turned them over to the Army at Fort Duncan. Then went back and found Jim Bob and Carl Pickard south of Eagle Pass just 3 days ago." "Marshal, how is it that you could capture the most famous outlaw in Texas when nobody else could?" "Just patience. The gang went back and forth from Mexico to Texas, so we waited on the Texas side and captured them when they came over," Will said. "We had a little inside intelligence, but I can't reveal who helped us." Ashland stayed almost an hour, and during that time, Will related the entire story factually, and his and Isom's part in it. Mostly factual, Will thought, except for discussing our adventures in Mexico. "Were you able to recover any of the stolen money, Marshal?" Ashland asked. "We're still working on that. Jim Bob claims that Tompkins and Overton stole the money from the bank robberies, but those two claim they didn't, so we haven't gotten to the bottom of that yet." After the interview and dinner was over, Will and Isom walked up to their rooms. "Why don't you come into my room and we'll count the money?" Will quietly suggested. In Will's room, they took out all the money and counted it. "There's $57,531 here. It's a hell of a lot of money. Problem is, I just don't trust Theder or anyone in the court system to do the right thing with it. I trust Judge Duval, but he'd delegate the responsibility, and I don't trust that it'll get back to the right people. In any case, you and I can figure it out, and we'll swear these bankers to secrecy, and they'll keep quiet in return for getting their money back and not having it wrapped up in government red tape." The following day, Will went alone to see Frieder Bruce, who came from his office in the bank and seemed more friendly than usual, Will thought. "Marshal, good to see you. What can I do for you?" "Let's go into your office, Mr. Bruce. I have something to talk to you about," Will said. Of course. Bruce led Will into his office. "Have a seat, Marshal. Can you tell me, Mr. Bruce, how much you lost in the robbery, to the exact dollar?" Bruce took a deep breath, like he was steeling himself to talk about something he didn't even want to think about. "Yes, of course, Marshal. I can." Bruce opened a drawer and took out a paper. I lost $30,253. "I don't suppose there's insurance or any way that money can be replaced?" Will asked. "No. As bankers, we've talked about doing something like that from time to time, but nothing has ever been done to protect the banks from losses. We are, as you say, on our own," Bruce said. "I personally will have to make good the loss. It will almost bankrupt me." Will opened his saddlebags and counted out $30,253, which he stacked on Bruce's desk. "What is this?" Bruce asked, stunned. "Here's the deal, Mr. Bruce," Will said. "I recovered this from the Winslow gang. Maybe I'm cynical, but I didn't trust what would happen to the money if I gave it to the government investigators. So I'm trying to make sure it gets back to the right parties." "I don't know what to say, Marshal. I'm so very, very grateful," Bruce said. He had tears in his eyes and continued in a choked and very soft voice. "Now I won't have to sell my house and investments to make up the loss. Here's the deal. I don't want you to tell anyone about this money. This is between you and me only. You agree?" He smiled through eyes filled with tears and said, "What money? I have no idea what you're talking about." Will winked at him and laughed. "That's the idea." He next went to see T.C. Frost, whose bank had also been robbed, but of a considerably smaller amount. Frost was delighted to see him. "Will, I heard you were in town. Word is you're a hero," Frost said. "Hero? What are you talking about?" "Read the San Antonio Express," Frost said, shoving the paper toward Will. The story by Ralph Ashland was on the front page. The headline read, "Heroic Marshal Fain Deputy Capture Winslow Gang Single-Handedly." The article began, "What others could not do, dared not do, Marshal Will Fain and his faithful deputy Isom Wood accomplished with little fanfare. They captured Jim Bob Winslow and his gang and brought them to San Antonio for trial in federal court. Winslow and gang had robbed 3 San Antonio banks on the same day, blowing up a newly constructed building in the process and killing 3 people. 3 weeks after the robberies, Fain and Wood tracked the gang down in the Nueces Strip and brought all 4 back to town in manacles. Last year, Fain fought it out with 4 members of the Whitlock gang near Comanche, and only one of the gang survived. Fain is said to be one of the fastest men with a Colt in Texas. One man told this reporter, "He's a real pistolero. Nobody wants to go up against him. More important, he's smarter than any outlaw around." Will scanned the rest of the article, which made him out to be some sort of extraordinary marshal capable of walking on water on his bad days. "Aw, hell. I don't have time for that stuff, Tom." He tossed the newspaper aside, and the 2 men walked into Frost's office. Will shut the office door behind him and asked, "How much money in total did you lose in the robbery, Tom? To the penny?" "Let's see. The bank lost $2,203. Will counted out $2,203 and gave it to Tom. "All right, here's your money. Don't tell anybody you got it back. I haven't told anybody I recovered anything." "Okay," Frost said. "This is a nice surprise. I never figured I'd get it back. Now, was Martinez married?" "Yeah, married with 2 children," Frost said. "All right, here's $1,000 for his wife. I have a little fund in the Santa Angela Bank that helps victims from time to time, and I'll get the money from that fund. I'm sure you can get it to her," Will said. "Of course I will, and I'll double that from bank funds." "Good. I'm sure it'll be welcome. Okay, here are the documents for all the rewards on members of the gang. The total is $11,500. I'll leave these with you and ask you to collect the rewards and put half into my account. With the other half, open an account in the name of Isom Wood and put it in his account. His wife is Alberta. Make her co-owner in case anything should happen to Isom." Frost made notes and agreed to collect all the rewards. "Tom, I'm wondering if you can help me with this. The rest of the banks that Winslow robbed, or we suspect he robbed, are going to split what's left," Will said. "Could you telegraph them, find out how much each lost, and then prorate this money and get it back to them?" "Okay, I can do that. But where do I tell them I got the money?" "Tell them you hired a special investigator, which is really what I am, and paid him out of the rewards. Then tell them he was able to recover this amount of money on behalf of the banks. That should do it," Will said. Frost agreed, and Will left the rest of the money in Frost's safe to be distributed later to other banks that the Winslow gang had terrorized. Will met Isom for dinner at the Menger Hotel and Brewery across from the Alamo. "I think the beer tastes better every time I come here," Isom said. Will laughed. "I'm beginning to think you never met a beer you didn't like." "Might be, but some better than others, and this one of the best." They walked out into the afternoon sunshine, each with a toothpick in his mouth. "We gotta go sell those horses and get out of here tomorrow," Will said. "I sold 'em this morning," Isom said. "By the way, couple of would-be gunslingers following us, other side of the street." Will stopped and saw the two men in the plate-glass window of a store. Isom stood beside him. The men looked a little like riverboat gamblers. One was short, had a handlebar mustache. The other was thin and reedy and had a neatly trimmed beard. Both wore black suits and Stetsons to match. "Trying to look like gunslicks," Isom said. "What do they want, do you think?" Will asked. "Challenge us? That newspaper fella didn't do us no favors," Isom said. "Those two think they're fast, huh?" "That's what I'm thinking." "Well, let's find out." Will and Isom turned and walked straight toward the two men, stopping about 15 feet away. The men looked a little scared and shifty-eyed. "You men been shadowing us. What's your business?" Will said. The short man looked at the taller one, who said, "Are you that Marshal Fain we read about in the Express this morning?" "That's me." "Said you was one fast hombre with a Colt. We're pretty fast ourselves," the tall one continued. "You're not," Will said. "Not what?" the tall one asked. "You're not fast. We are. We're also U.S. Marshals. We advise you to walk away, but if you pull that leg iron, we will kill you both." The tall one looked down at his short friend with a smile, and Will knew they were both going to draw. They timed it pretty good, drawing at almost the exact same moment, and they died at almost the exact same moment. Neither cleared leather. Will shot the tall one, and Isom killed the short one. 2 shots right in the chest. Within seconds, there were at least 50 people crowded around, trying to get a glimpse of men killed in a gunfight. Will and Isom waited until a San Antonio policeman arrived. Will explained what had happened, then said, "We'll leave it in your hands to call the undertaker." That night, as they were eating in the Vance Hotel dining room, Ralph Ashland dropped by for another interview. "Sorry, Ralph, we're not talking," Will said. "I'd just like a little information about the shootout," Ashland started to say. "Listen to me, Ralph. My only comment is no comment." "I've got almost the whole story here from the San Antonio police," Ashland said. "Your story of yesterday caused today's gunfight, Ralph," Will said. "Let me give you a little advice. Tone it down. We don't need a bunch of amateur gunslicks chasing us around. Now get the hell out of here, and don't approach us again." The following morning, Will and Isom boarded the stage for Santa Angela, headed for home. Will knew he'd be called back to testify against the counterfeiters, but for the time being, he was just glad to be headed home. 35. 3 months later. Will Fain had come to San Antonio alone to witness the execution of those responsible for the death of Will's friend, Deputy Marshal Parse Newman. He stood at the foot of the scaffold in a closed stockade behind the courthouse. 3 men, Billy Tompkins, Freeman Overton, and Carl Pickard, all members of the Winslow gang, had been hanged that morning, and their bodies carted away to the undertaker. The last member of the gang was being escorted to the scaffold now. Jim Bob Winslow, his hands manacled, stopped in front of Will. He nodded his head and said, "Marshal?" Will nodded back and said, "Jim Bob?" Jim Bob gave one nod of his head and said, "I always knew it would come to this." The deputy marshal escorting him placed his hand on Jim Bob's back and said, "Let's go, Jim Bob." He broke eye contact with Will, and he stepped slowly up the stairs. A preacher on the scaffold had an open Bible, and he prayed with Jim Bob for a few minutes. When they were finished, the hangman placed a black hood over Jim Bob's head, then the noose. At a nod from J.P. Theder, the U.S. Marshal for the District Court in San Antonio, the hangman pushed the lever and the trapdoor flew open with a heavy and loud clack, and Jim Bob dropped 4 feet until the noose around his neck stopped the body's drop, breaking his neck. In the 3 months since Will and Isom had captured the Winslow gang, they had traveled to San Antonio 3 times to testify in the counterfeiting trials. They first testified in the joint trial of Avery Duncan and Manfred Trumbo, who had virtually no defense since they both had possessed and tried to pass counterfeit money to Marshal Fain in the presence of banker T.C. Frost and Deputy Marshal Isom Wood. They were found guilty of possessing counterfeit currency, trying to pass the currency, and unauthorized use of original currency plates, which were found in the building where they lived and which property records revealed they co-owned. Judge Duval sentenced each man to 20 years in the federal penitentiary in Illinois and fined each man $10,000, which exceeded the value of their assets. Addison Brower, who was responsible for the whole counterfeit debacle because he had stolen the original plates from Potomac Printing Company near Washington, D.C., pleaded guilty, testified against the others, expressed his sincere regret, and threw himself on the mercy of the court. He received a sentence of 10 years in federal prison. Darby Torrance, who masterminded the scheme to print counterfeit money and distribute it in 4 surrounding states, hired a high-powered lawyer from Houston, a man named Ridley Parsons. But Parsons was not able to deflect the powerful evidence against Torrance. Brower testified against him, as did Manfred Trumbo and Cooper Hamilton and Gerald Tuttle. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison without possibility of parole for his part in the counterfeiting scheme and 10 years to be served consecutively for hiring an assassin to kill 2 U.S. deputy marshals. Since Torrance was already in the mid-40s, 30 years could well prove to be a death sentence. Stu Collins, who tried to assassinate Will and Isom with a rifle when they were coming out of Groose Bank, was sentenced to 10 years for attempted murder of 2 U.S. deputy marshals. As Will and Isom sat in court and heard the sentence, they both thought it should have been much longer. All those who had distributed the counterfeit currency around the country were arrested and convicted in U.S. courts in the states where their crimes took place. Each received sentences ranging from 15 to 20 years, and while some of their associates escaped, the counterfeit ring was broken. Andrew Hamilton and Bernard Tuttle, partners in the largest law firm in San Antonio and both extremely wealthy, did everything possible to prevent their sons, Cooper Hamilton and Gerald Tuttle, from being sentenced to prison. Both Cooper and Gerald had been couriers who delivered the counterfeit currency to distributors in other states. In the end, it proved impossible for the fathers to outrun the evidence. In addition to the testimony of others about Cooper and Gerald carrying counterfeit money to distributors in other states, Cooper had a safe box full of counterfeit money at Groose Bank, and Gerald illegally possessed original printing plates for 1862 $100 bills in his bank safe box. Possession of either was a felony. The fathers made desperate and prolonged appeals for leniency to Judge Duval in public and private. They pleaded with the U.S. attorneys trying to reach agreements for probation, but the government prosecutors were having none of it. The fathers appealed to the governor of Texas, who wrote favorable letters about the young men, but nothing worked. Judge Duval sentenced both men to 10 years in the federal penitentiary with the possibility of parole for good behavior after 7 years. The fathers were saddened and at the same time irate. They swore that they would petition President Grant for a pardon. Knowing Grant as he did, Will didn't think there was any possibility of a presidential pardon. But when politics were involved, one could never say never. Will spent his last day in town on his latest visit looking through various stores, including a bookstore where he found some books he thought might interest Jacob. He bought Roughing It by Mark Twain and Black Beauty by Anita Sewell, Little Men and 8 Cousins by Louisa May Alcott, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass by Lewis Carroll. For Annabelle, he bought her several new drawing tablets, and he found an interesting book called Figure Drawing, which gave illustrations of how to draw human figures in various poses. In the same series, he found one called Drawing Birds and another called Drawing Horses. He knew Annabelle would enjoy all of these, and it wouldn't be long until she could read all of Jacob's books as well. While Will was at the Menger Hotel and Brewery, he spotted an artist outside who he thought was quite exceptional. The artist displayed a painting of the Alamo depicting how he thought it would have looked right after the battle. Will loved the muted colors and precise detail in the painting, and he determined to buy it. As he looked around at the other paintings displayed, he saw one of the main plaza and one of Military Plaza in San Antonio. There was another that Will liked very much, of a small cantina where he and Virginia had eaten dinner one day during their earlier visit. He couldn't decide which he liked best, so he bought all of them. During his visit, he was intrigued by the talent of the painter, so he spoke to the artist, a man named Duarte Rincon. Rincon said that he was from Acapulco and was entirely self-taught. Will stayed for a while and was about ready to leave, but then he saw another painting with a view of the town along the San Antonio River. It was such a perfect scene with such vibrant colors that Will couldn't resist, so he plunked down his money and bought that painting too. 36. Will rushed home after the conclusion of the executions in San Antonio. He felt he'd been away much too long during the last few months. Virginia never complained, but he knew she wished he were home more often. He wished it too, and decided that he would spend more time at the ranch. He knew Virginia missed him, but he also knew she was so busy that she didn't have much time to brood on his being gone. A little over a month ago, she'd delivered identical twin boys. They'd named them Jesse and Joshua. When he got to the Ben Ficklin stage stop just south of Santa Angela, Will didn't even stop to get a bite to eat. He saddled the gelding he'd left at the stage station 8 days before and headed home. It took 3 hours, and he castigated himself a little because he'd pushed the horse harder than he should have. He rushed right into the house, hugged and kissed Virginia, then anxiously looked down on the twins, who were asleep in their separate little rocker beds that Wilson Conover, the carpenter in Santa Angela, had made for them. Virginia walked over while he was looking at the boys. "They look very healthy. Not missing too many meals, are they?" Will laughed. "No, they're pretty much wearing out my breasts, but the nipples are getting tougher," she laughed. "How's Elena doing?" Will asked. "She's fine. I don't know what I'd ever do without her," Virginia said. "She helps me so much with these twins." "How about Jacob and Annabelle?" Virginia smiled. "They're growing up before my very eyes, and they miss you. They both love their new little brothers, and it's perfect because they each have one to hold, but very carefully, and only while I'm with them." "I miss those two a lot," Will said. "I bought Jacob some books in San Antonio and bought Annabelle some more drawing materials." He walked over to his luggage, pulled out the large framed pictures he'd bought in San Antonio, and carried them over to Virginia. Each was separately wrapped in heavy-duty paper. "And I bought these for you." She looked up at him and asked, "What are they?" "Paintings. I was eating in the Menger Hotel, and this artist named Duarte Rincon was showing his paintings outside. I just loved them, and I thought you might like them too." Virginia opened the painting of the Alamo, and she was overcome. "Oh my, it is so beautiful. It will be perfect for the front room." Virginia continued opening the paintings and loved each one. "They are all so precious. I can't believe you bought all 5 of these." "I was surprised the paintings cost so little. And the artist, he told me he'd been self-taught. Next time we go to San Antonio, I'd like you to meet Mr. Rincon," Will said. "I'd love to meet him and see more of his works. By the way, Isom told me that Dietrich has finished the new house in Santa Angela, so we'll need some wall hangings for that house as well, though I'm not sure when I can get down there. I don't want to take the twins out too soon." He smiled at her and said, "I'm glad to know it's finished. I'll go down and take a look and see what else we need to have done. I'm going to be home for quite a while. I'm not going away for anything that lasts more than a day or two." "I'll bet you're hungry. I'll get you some supper," Virginia said. "I am hungry, but I have to take care of the horse first. I rode him pretty hard getting home. I was so anxious to see you," Will said. She snuggled up against him and said, "It's always so nice to have you home.
I look forward to having you warm our bed." Then she stepped back and said, "All right, you take care of the horse and I'll get your supper."
Will unsaddled the gelding and dried him off with a gunny sack, then brushed him well. Will fed him a bait of oats and gave him a bucket of clean water and fresh hay. It was June and there was no need for winter blankets any longer. When Will was eating his supper, Virginia asked,
"So, tell me everything."
They'd made an agreement early in their marriage that he wouldn't gloss over anything. She wanted to be a full partner and know everything about him. So he told her about his trip, about the trials and the sentences of the counterfeiters. He enjoyed these nightly talks with her. She gave him her full attention, asked questions when she wanted to know more, and he always answered fully.
"I'll bet you're tired," she said. "I'll heat some hot water for your bath."
"How about I heat some hot water and we both have a bath?"
"I'm fully healed now from the delivery, and I've been looking forward to a night in bed with my husband. Am I being too forward?"
He took her hand in his and kissed it. "Never. And I wouldn't want you to be any other way." He often told himself how lucky he was to have such a beautiful wife. She had a beautiful face and smile, and he always felt a desire for her. "If you're sure you're ready, I'm all for it," he said with a big smile.
"I'm ready. But you still have to share me with those 2 sons of yours," she said. "I mean, if they start crying, I'll have to feed them."
"We'll just have to take a chance, I guess," he said. She seemed thoughtful for a few moments, then looked at him with that beautiful face and asked,
"Will, do you still love me like you did when we first met?"
He looked at her and wondered why she would ever wonder about such a thing. He walked over, took her in his arms, and said, "No, I love you lots more now because I know you better." She smiled up at him, then gave a long sigh and said,
"That's the nicest thing anybody has ever said to me."
This concludes Will Fain, U.S. Marshal Book 3 by R.O. Lane. Narrated by A.T. Chandler. Copyright 2017 by B.Z. Betsy LLC. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with R.O. Lane and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.